Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
So my god, Kaiojo, who had just regained consciousness, just wanted to turn over, but found that he couldn't move at all. Not only that, his body felt like it had just rolled down the stairs from the third floor to the lobby on the first floor. And he felt extremely uncomfortable from the inside out. Why do I say that? Because he actually rolled down from the third floor before. But that's not the point. Despite the dryness and pain in her eyes, Kaiojo blinked hard, trying to see her surroundings clearly. However, he couldn't see anything clearly. The space in front of him was not exactly pitch black, but it was extremely dim. The only source of light was a sliver of light shining in from who knows where. At the same time, his hearing gradually returned, allowing him to hear some of the sounds around him. Although he couldn't hear clearly, it was these sounds that made him realize the seriousness of the situation. All around him were dense cries. In addition, there was the roar of large vehicles starting up. He was on a moving truck with a group of unidentified people who were crying, "Damn it, have I been kidnapped by human traffickers?" This was Kaiojo's first reaction soon after. He felt something was wrong with his body. His whole body was bound by rough hemp rope. His senses were gradually awakening, which allowed him to hear the voices of the people around him more clearly. Wala zampir weta dice I. Don't want to die amidst the chaotic sounds. Kaiojo could only make out a few indistinct words. Before he could react, the truck swerved, causing his body to fall uncontrollably to one side. A few people were bumped into during the process, but no one was in the mood to blame each other. Vampires. What are those? What is going on? Kaiojo was still confused about what had happened, but his attention was quickly diverted as the truck turned. The light that had been streaming in changed angles in sync. The light shone precisely on the two men standing next to each other, right in front of Kaiojo. What attracted Kaiojo was not just that, but also their unique temperaments. In the carriage filled with the sounds of crying, the two of them remained silent. Although there was still some anxiety on their faces, they were much better off than the others. Most importantly, they look like they've only just come of age. However, that guy looked very familiar, and Kaiojo was sure he had seen him somewhere before. After staring at the two people for nearly a minute, Kaiojo suddenly remembered the person's identity. That flamboyant school uniform, that unique blue hair, that delicate Asian face, Jasuk Higashikata. After a moment of surprise, Kaiojo called out the person's name. Hearing someone call his name, Jasuk turned around impatiently. "Did you call me just now?" Because he was sitting, he could easily look over even though he was completely bound. "You really are Jasuk Higashikata." Jasuk Higashikata from Morio. Upon hearing Kaiojo's question, Jasuk became even more impatient. Fortunately, he had a good temper and wouldn't easily lose his temper. "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? This bus is full of people from Morio." Just as the two started talking, the thin young man standing between them calmly spoke up. "Aren't you a local from Morio's?" Kaiojo was a bit stumped by this question and didn't know how to answer it. I don't think so. My memory seems to be messed up. By the way, where are we being taken?" However, upon hearing this question, both the skinny young man and Jasuk looked at him as if he were a fool. In the end, it was the skinny young man who answered Kaiojo's question first. "Everyone in this carriage is a young person aged 16 to 19 who was forcibly arrested by local officials in various ways to be offered as tribute to vampires." Upon hearing this, Kaiojo involuntarily shuddered. He had been afraid of injections and blood draws since he was a child. If he were to encounter a vampire, he would rather just kill him. Well, even killing him wouldn't work. He was afraid too. If I may ask, what's your name?" The thin young man lowered his head slightly. "Fu Yao." "Fu Yao, are you Chinese?" "I am also Chinese. My name is Kaiojo." Fu Yao didn't reply, but Zhang Zhu stared at him instead. Hey you, what's wrong with you? Were you scared out of your wits? Or did someone crush your brain? Also, you say you know me, what exactly is going on? Kaiojo didn't take Jasuk's complaints seriously. Jasuk, how were you captured? I mean, did you resist or anything, Fu Yao? Who had been keeping his head down, and Zhang Zhu, who was beside him, looked at Kaiojo with strange expressions. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't your family teach you not to answer questions with questions? Fu Yao sensed that something was wrong with Kaiojo, but he didn't make any rash moves. Their conversation went unnoticed by those around them. After all, only a minority can remain rational under the threat of death. After much deliberation, Kaiojo decided to bring up the topic. He was just an ordinary person, not particularly intelligent, and didn't know anything about strategy or wits. He just wanted to live. Therefore, he had to figure out the situation before him. Regardless of whether this was the world of JoJo, he had no other choice. I mean, Jasuk-kun, are you a stand user? Before he could finish speaking, an explosion rang out behind him. Kaiojo subconsciously turned his head behind him, the glaring sunlight making it impossible for him to open his eyes. If it weren't for this reason, he could clearly see that about 300 meters behind the large vehicle, a convertible sports car was following closely behind. Target spotted, it's on the left side of the carriage. There were 3 people in the car, all wearing masks. One of them was carrying a rocket launcher, and the other was holding binoculars. Keep the vehicle stable, I'm going to use my stand ability. The person holding the binoculars stood up from the passenger seat. Judging from the voice, it was a woman. Go forth, Rashaman. Stand name Rashaman, body Takuchi Kazuki. Destructive power D, speed C, range C, endurance A. Precision C, growth potential B. A gray-blue humanoid stand-in appeared behind the woman, its 2 hands clasped together to form the shape of a scope. At this moment, Kaiojo's gaze focused slightly, but he couldn't see the stand-in at all in his line of sight. There was only a sports car and a few blurry figures. But Jasuk behind him is different. He's a stand user and can see the masked man's stand. Although he didn't know its abilities, there was one thing Jasuk was very clear about. That guy was aiming right in their direction. That guy is going to use an unknown stand ability on one of them. Jasuk instinctively wanted to summon his stand to fight back, but a girl suddenly rushed in front of them at the same time. The masked man in the distance activated his stand ability, and a mark appeared on the girl's body. Oh no. It's been marked incorrectly, hearing the woman's words. The man carrying the weapon in the backseat became somewhat anxious. How could this happen? What do we do now? There's no other way, move the car over there. Upon hearing the woman's words, the masked man in the driver's seat immediately drifted and accelerated, heading straight for the truck in front. Inside the carriage, the marked girl stood in front of the 3 men, but she was not bound by any ropes. Although she looked only about 18 years old, her sharp aura was so strong that even the slow-witted Kaiojo could sense it. Although I don't know what that guy's stand ability is, since he wants to use it on you, it means it must be an ability that can save you. In that case, I'm not afraid anymore. Tell me which of you is a revolutionary. Faced with the current situation, Kaiojo was close to giving up. He couldn't see the substitute. His mind wasn't working properly, and he had no clue what to do. Hey, don't say such nonsensical things. What revolutionary army? I'm just an ordinary student at Grape Hill High School. The girl merely gave a cold laugh in response to Jasuk's answer. HMPH, I heard your conversation just now. You're a stand user, aren't you? There's no point in pretending anymore, show me your stand. Kaiojo had roughly figured out some of the reasons for their standoff. He was secretly pleased after all. Jasuk Higashikata's stand was very powerful, and he and Jasuk Higashikata were on the same side. You bastard! You haven't been talking to me seriously since this started. Jasuk was very unhappy with the girl's self-talk. He was brought here after being ambushed at school with a stun gun, originally intending to find an opportunity to escape using a stand-in. He didn't care about his own safety, but he was always worried about his mother and grandfather at home. So he was in a bad mood. Just now there was Kaiojo asking all sorts of questions like a fool. And now this strange guy has come along, causing his emotions to fluctuate wildly. What's with this awful attitude of yours? Do you know who you're talking to, you wretched steakhead? Oh dear, she's in trouble. These were Kaiojo's words muttered softly. What did you just say, you bastard, Crazy Diamond? Stand name Crazy Diamond Body, Higashikata Jasuk. Destructive power A speed, a range D endurance B. Precision B growth potential C. Ability can repair any damaged item. Crazy Diamond appeared in front of Jasuk and punched the girl in front of him. Even though Kaiojo couldn't see the stunt double, he could still feel a powerful gust of wind from the punch. However, the girl just laughed strangely. Finally, you've shown your true colors, Axeman. Stand name Axe Holder Body, Lizzie Borden. Destructive power A speed, a range C endurance A. Precision C growth potential D as the girl spoke. Powerful shockwaves exploded in front of the two of them. From Kaiojo's perspective, the two powerful stands were locked in a fierce struggle, striking each other repeatedly. Fu Yao sitting next to Jasuk looked rather grim. At this point, the convertible sports car behind had moved within 100 meters of the truck. Just as they were about to reach the back of the truck, a collision brought them to a standstill. A slightly modified sports car crashed into their car from the left. They have a backup plans. The man sitting in the back immediately sensed something was wrong. Damn it, I'm not afraid of him. You two hold on tight, watch me. The masked man in the driver's seat shouted and then unleashed his stand ability. The Wheel of Fortune stand name Wheel of Fortune. Original character Zack Zobel ZZ Destructive Power B. Speed D range D endurance A precision B growth potential D. Stand ability. The stand is attached to the entire vehicle and can change its form at will according to the stand user's will. As the person used their stand ability, the entire sports car began to twist and contort. Just a few seconds later, a large number of blades and spikes appeared on one side of the sports car. The sports car that crashed into them again didn't have time to react and was almost totaled. However, the people inside the car did not die instead. They jumped out from the driver's seat. It's really exciting to capture so many elite members of the Revolutionary Army at once. Seeing the enemy approaching them, the masked man driving the car tried to drift and shake them off. But he managed to grab the car door tightly. The City of the Dead stand name Worst City. Ontology Sky Island Hunter Destructive Power C Speed C. Range E Endurance B Precision D Growth Potential B. Ability Wearable stand that forms an invisible explosive layer around the user. Any part of the user will explode upon impact with the outside world. The user is immune to explosion damage at this moment. The Wheel of Fortune was less than 20 meters away from the truck in front. The two groups of people who were facing off saw each other clearly. The masked man sitting in the back seat of the sports car drew his gun from his waist and fired. With a loud bangs, the violent explosion deformed one side of the Wheel of Fortune. Was it a stand attack when the smoke cleared? The three people in the car were unharmed, except for their clothes being torn by the explosion. However, they were not happy instead. They became increasingly nervous. The enemy didn't care about any of that and punched the driver in the face. Meanwhile, inside the truck bed, Kaiojo, who had initially felt fortunate, now felt a chill run from head to toe from his perspective. The girl's aura was rising steadily while Jasuk, on whom he had placed high hopes, was being pushed back step by step. Holy crap. Even though I can't see it, her axe wielder is actually suppressing the Mad Diamond. Could I have transmigrated to some parallel universe where the Mad Diamond is weak? This was Kaiojo's first reaction. But he knew it wasn't true. The reason is simple. The aftershocks of the clash between Axeman and Crazy Diamond were stinging him. You can't achieve this effect without a power and speed combo. Just as everyone's attention was focused on them, the girl suddenly spoke, "Hey, You think you can slip away right under my nose? Lizzie Borden's nose, following Lizzie Borden's gaze. Kaiojo immediately spotted the person she was pointing to in the crowd. That's Fu Yao. He was just standing next to the battlefield. And now he has unknowingly arrived at the back of the train carriage. You're the Revolutionary Army cadre I've been looking for. Aren't you what a cunning fellow, as Lizzie Borden spoke. Jasuk suddenly fell backward. And then she rushed directly towards Fu Yao's direction. A jagged gash appeared in front of Fu Yao. The kind of mark left by brute force. The same mark was also present on Jasuk's chest. And it was bleeding from it. Just as Fu Yao was stopped by Lizzie Borden. The masked man sitting in the driver's seat of Wheel of Fate had already driven to within 10 meters of the truck despite several attacks from Extreme City. You cowards actually wore special bomb suits under your clothes beforehand. You cowards are really annoying. The three people in the car had a general understanding of the enemy's capabilities during these attacks. Therefore, they dared not make any rash moves, since an explosion would occur if they touched the other party's body. They are equipped with specially designed military gear, which allows them to barely defend themselves passively. But once a fight breaks out, they may not be able to protect themselves furthermore, since the stand returns to the user when injured. The stand cannot be used. The only thing we can do is contact our companions in the truck. This is a consensus among the three of them. The front of the Wheel of Fortune suddenly extended, hooking tightly onto the rear of the truck. Lizzie Borden ignored them and continued to approach Fu Yao in front of her. Seeing this, the masked man sitting in the back seat of the car jumped high to the junction of the two cars. Instead of summoning his own double, he fired at Lizzie Borden with both guns in his hands. From Kaiojo's perspective, it was as if there was a barrier in front of Lizzie Borden, deflecting all the bullets aimed at her. This guy is a member of Black Nursery Rhyme and his stand. Axeman is very strong in direct combat. You are no match for him. Taking advantage of a brief respite, Fu Yao relayed the information to her teammates. Of course, Lizzie Borden herself heard it too. So you recognized me after all, but so what? After the shooting and dead, the masked man jumped back, seemingly to avoid the attack. Then he shook his head and rolled to the side. But his coat remained pinned to the spot and torn to shreds. The wind is blowing on the way home. Stand name Wind on the Way Home Ontology, Fu Yao. Destructive Power D Speed, a Range D Endurance B. Precision C Growth Potential D. Ability creates a wind field using the fan in the stand's hand. The wind field can weaken the special attacks created by the stand to a certain extent, and can also be used for simple defense and transporting small items. Despite Fu Yao releasing her substitute, the situation remains dire. His ability is very useful against stands like Purple Smoke, Justice and Heroic Sacrifice, but it's rather useless against close-range power stands like Axe Wielder. However, first use the wind field to envelop himself. Jasukin the three teammates. Is this your stand ability? I thought it was something special. Just as Lizzie Borden was speaking, Fu Yao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. His whole body enveloped in blue-gold light. And in an instant, he rushed to within half a meter of Lizzie Borden. This attack bypassed the clone and went straight for the main body. However, Lizzie Borden dodged the sudden attack with a simple turn. Not only that, a sharp axe also took the opportunity to slash at Fu Yao's side. The axe struck Fu Yao squarely in the right rib, cutting a wound into his body. I know that you revolutionaries all possess a combat ability called Ripple, and each of you is exceptionally skilled. However, as a member of the Black Nursery Rhyme Special Operations Team, I have undergone special training. Even in a battle between our own bodies, you might not be able to defeat me. Fu Yao originally planned to adjust her breathing rhythm and then use the ripples to kill her opponent in one blow. However, the opponent easily dodged it. And if I hadn't reacted in time, I probably wouldn't be able to get up now. Toot. A loud shout rang out, and a bright punch was thrown at the injured Fu Yao. The one who threw this punch was none other than Crazy Diamond. who had just regained his mobility seeing this. All the stand users present were shocked, but none of them could stop Speed A's crazy drill. The only axe wielder who could match his speed also failed to react in time due to his position. The punch landed squarely on Fu Yao, but the scene of blood and gore that everyone expected did not occur. Instead, Fu Yao's original wounds healed completely at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is it a healing stand ability that's surprising? Stands are so powerful in direct combat, yet they also have rare healing abilities. Lizzie Borden was somewhat surprised, but she didn't care. No matter what their abilities were, she could take them all down. Seeing the wound heal completely in just a few breaths, Fu Yao reacted immediately, flashing away to create distance between herself and Lizzie Borden. Bangs and explosion echoed from the rear of the truck, caused by Extreme City jumping onto the truck. The explosion completely destroyed the rear of the truck, and after struggling to keep going for a few minutes, the truck was finally totaled. Lizzie Borden looked back, but there was no trace of the Wheel of Fortune left. Wheel of Fortune only looks cool in reality. It has very poor combat capabilities. The woman sitting in the passenger seat has a stand called Rashomon, which only has a power D and speed C. And its ability is also a support type, stand name, Rashomon. Body, Takeuchi Kazuki, destructive power D, speed C, range C. Endurance B, precision C, growth potential B. Ability marks 2 targets. When the distance between the 2 marks exceeds a certain length, one target will be immediately teleported to the other. Their original plan was to mark Fu Yao and then run away immediately. Just find a suitable place to hide. And when the distance becomes too long, you can teleport directly. If someone intercepts it halfway through, there's nothing you can do. They are not combatants. Although they have received professional training, they know their own limitations. If you encounter someone who spreads black nursery rhymes, you're either going to run or you're waiting to die. Hey, where are the people you were in charge of? Lizzie Borden was furious when she saw the dreadful city that had inexplicably appeared on the train carriage. I don't know either just now. That car suddenly stuck out a pillar and knocked me flying. By the time I realized what was happening and jumped here, they were gone. All right, let me take care of these guys first. Don't move around. You're driving me crazy with all the blowing up. Seeing that things had come to this point, Lizzie Borden stopped pursuing the matter and defeated the stand user in front of her, which still resulted in a good outcome. Faced with this higher-ups, Extreme City dared not talk back and could only stand at the back of the carriage and wait. At this moment, in the woods on the west side of the highway, the Wheel of Destiny, transformed into a mountain off-road vehicle, is speeding through the forest. Damn. Even people from Black Nursery Rhymes are involved. Those guys knew Fu Yao was in this group all along. This was a setup for us. The man in the driver's seat was cursing as he drove, and his driving style was extremely reckless, almost to the point of being chaotic and reckless. What can we do? We've already taken the bait. We don't know how long they can hold out. As she spoke, the woman in the passenger seat adjusted the mask on her face. After all, he was still holding that thing in his hand. Although your abilities seem very strong, you still have obvious weaknesses. Lizzie Borden assumed a fighting stance, looking at the 3 people who had half surrounded her. Her tone remained incredibly calm and confident. Although I don't know the specific effects of your ability, you can't heal yourself, can you? The most obvious evidence is the knife wound in your chest, which continues to worsen, like an eraser punctured by a pencil in the hand of a bored schoolchild. As she spoke, Lizzie Borden charged toward Fu Yao, who was holding a short dagger. Although Kaiojo couldn't see it, he could roughly guess that the axe wielder had already rushed towards Jasuk. As Jasuk kept dodging, blood kept gushing from his chest. Upon seeing this, the masked man immediately tried to support Fu Yao, but was forced back several steps by a sharp slash. There was no other way. The space here was too cramped, and the opponent's substitute had almost completely separated him from Fu Yao and Zhang Zhu. The current situation is that Lizzie Borden's double is blocking the rear of the carriage and the space inside. preventing people inside from getting out and people outside from getting in. Its main body was fighting Fu Yao, and its ruthless attack methods once suppressed Fu Yao. Its stand axe holder also overwhelmed another close-range power type stand in a direct battle. The most troublesome thing was that there was a large group of teenagers gathered together in the carriage. Their hands and feet tied, fortunately. The truck was large enough that there was a distance of nearly 20 meters between the front and rear. So most of the teenagers were not seriously injured. He can't break through now unless he can withstand the axe wielder's attacks. This is the only way, Rainbow people. Stand name Rainbow Person Ontology, Katsuki Nakajima. Destructive power D speed B range C endurance A. Precision B growth potential B. Ability changes the target's clothing. Seizing an opening, the masked man summoned his double, who then bent slightly and rushed forward in an instant. His tattered trench coat transformed into silver armor, which appeared to be highly defensive. He intended to use the armor to withstand the axe wielder's attacks. From his perspective, the axe wielder saw him rushing over and immediately swung his axe down with a backhand. Ugh, then he pounced, holy crap. Looked so high and mighty but got wiped out in one move. And almost cut in half at the waist. Seeing this, Kaiojo was somewhat devastated. He couldn't see the stand-in, but even so, he knew how bad the situation was. Jasuk was seriously injured and suppressed, and Fu Yao was barely on par with Lizzie Borden. Not far away stood an enemy who looked formidable. Before Kaiojo could continue complaining, a small round box fell to the side of him. This was accidentally thrown out by Fu Yao during the battle, and it unexpectedly flew to Kaiojo's side. He reached for the small box as if possessed and took it in his hand. Fu Yao also noticed the situation, but Lizzie Borden's relentless attacks kept him from breaking free. Don't move. Seeing that her opponent still had the mood to talk to others, Lizzie Borden sneered, mind your own business. Don't get distracted in the fights. Kaiojo naturally heard Fu Yao's words, but he did not stop. Because his hands were tied in front of his body, he could easily see what he was holding. Gently open the flip cover and inside is a golden arrow. This is the arrow of substitution. Without hesitation, Kaiojo reached out and pinched the arrow, hiss. Looking at the cuts on his hand, Kaiojo sensed the changes in his body. Although I didn't sense a stand, at least I'm not dead. Brush. Lizzie Borden had already noticed that something was wrong with Kaiojo, so she immediately controlled the axe wielder to chop in his direction. This time Kaiojo saw it clearly. It was a burly stuntman wielding a giant axe, the axe being a typical woodcutter's axe, and the stuntman's appearance was rather masculine. The overall impression is that of a malevolent killer from a Western horror movie. At that moment, the murderer swung an axe at him. Wugan, I just awakened my stand and I'm going to die. I'm really not ready to live any longer. That was his only thought. And then his not-so-bright mind went completely blank. When he came to his senses and opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that something was wrong. Where are the peoples? The fierce-looking stand-in in front of them had vanished without a trace. Fu Yao and Zhang Zhe, standing to the side, were adjusting their state, looking completely relieved. What's going on? Could it be my stand ability? Kaiojo sensed his body's condition and discovered that something seemed to have changed within him. It felt like having an extra body part. He tried to summon his substitute again but still failed. Hail, though I don't know where you took that person. Don't think you've won. I, Sky Island Hunter, am not someone to be trifled with. I was only watching from the sidelines to avoid accidentally hurting that person. After all, my wicked city is a stand so powerful it can't distinguish friend from foe. Seeing everyone in such a state, Sky Island Hunter, who was watching from the sidelines, shouted fiercely, "Hey kid, what's with that look on your face? Are you looking down on me?" As he spoke, Sky Island Hunter stomped down, and instantly sparks flew everywhere, completely blasting the already wrecked vehicle's rear into rubble. My target is only you few revolutionaries. Other tributes are not within the scope of my attack. If you know what's good for you, Surrender obediently to avoid unnecessary casualties. Seeing the seriously injured Jasuk and Fu Yao, Kaiojo felt a surge of anxiety. Hey, my double, come out here. You were the one who got rid of that woman, weren't you? Helped me again half a minute ago. In a wasteland 10 kilometers away from here. The Wheel of Fortune is speeding through this rugged countryside. She's coming, I can feel it. She's about to be teleported here, keep accelerating. We have to shake her off before she teleports back. Just as he uttered those words, Lizzie Borden suddenly appeared in midair. Now, turn back upon seeing Lizzie Borden appear. The Wheel of Fortune made a U-turn and headed back the way it came. Lizzie Borden was left lying on the ground, completely bewildered. That's why they ran away to use Rashomon to lure Lizzie Borden away and get their teammates out of trouble. Back on the truck battlefields, Kaiojo's body had been untied, and a blue and white humanoid stand-in appeared behind him. Information about a stand-in also appeared in his mind. Stand name Storyteller Ontology Kaiojo. Destructive Power B Speed B Range C Persistence C. Precision Degrowth Potential A. By constantly summarizing the previous battles, Kaiojo understood the current situation. The situation just now was not caused by my own ability. That enemy was probably dealt with by someone else's abilities. The enemy before them would explode upon physical contact. But they lack remote means, then there is only one way. The Storyteller. Kaiojo shouted and charged toward Sky Island Hunter. But Storyteller tackled him and took him out of the truck's range. Aha, Jasuk, come save me. Despite the excruciating pain of the explosion, the Storyteller continued to punch Skypia Hunter. Jasuk understood the situation and immediately summoned Crazy Diamond to provide support. Dula 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 dula. Then a wonderful scene appeared. The Storyteller pinned Sky Island Gari, dressed in Dread City, to the ground and beat her repeatedly. Crazy Diamond was attacking Kaiojo and Storyteller to treat him. Meanwhile, the Wicked City continues to explode. Meanwhile, more than 100 meters ahead of the truck. Inside a taxi, what bad luck to run into something like this. But it's okay, I'm familiar with this area. I know a small road under the highway that won't delay your journey. The taxi driver continued grumbling while trying to escape the chaotic traffic. Looking at the scene ahead, the man in the taxi unconsciously pulled his hat down further. Yeah. It is located in the western part of Morio Town, near the city's edge. An ordinary-looking minivan is heading towards the town. Throughout the journey, the car avoided surveillance cameras and crowded areas. Upon closer inspection, there were 6 people dressed in different clothes inside the car, 5 men and 1 woman. Since Kaiojo successfully awakened his stand and showed the resolve to face the battle, Fu Yao decided to take Kaiojo with her. To be honest, Kaiojo is still a bit confused. His behavior makes him feel like it's not real. It felt like my body wasn't entirely under my control. What he didn't know was that it was actually a self-protection mechanism triggered when the stand had just awakened. Generally, it only triggers when the stand has just awakened or when the user is under serious threat. Some stands may even display new abilities at that time before disappearing. His stand-in, the Storyteller, possesses the true power of stand name Storyteller. Ontology Kaiojo Destructive Power B Speed B Range C. Persistence C Precision Degrowth Potential A. Appearance, the overall shape is a light blue humanoid stand. Of medium size, roughly similar to Killer Queen. It is decorated with white and gray patterns and holds a book in its hand. During battle, it can put the book into its body. Ability, a close-range power-type stand. When other stand users voluntarily give their stands to the Storyteller, the stand's name can be written in the book held by the stand. At that time, the stand user will permanently lose their stand, and the stand will be transferred to the book. When the Storyteller tears off a page with the stand's name written on it, the page materializes into a stand item with the stand's abilities. The item can be used by either the Storyteller or the user. Each item can be used once a day and is automatically replenished afterwards. This ability, well, it looks good, but in reality, it's not much different from having none at all. In addition, Kaiojo also subtly inquired about the situation in this world. For unknown reasons, Cars, who became a JoJo-class creature in 1939, was not sent into outer space. Joseph Joestar fought him, but was defeated and escaped with the help of the SPW Foundation and the German army. Kaz pursued him for a year without success, and then disappeared without a trace for unknown reasons. This disappearance lasted for 30 years. During this period, the SPW Foundation has been dedicated to finding Car's whereabouts and building a force to fight against him. This includes finding a stand user. There were similar sightings of cats during that period, but no information was found. 30 years later, Cats returned. He was accompanied by his two companions, Ashidisi and Wamu from the Night Elf clan, and an army composed of a large number of vampires, stand users and other various forces. He launched a swift and decisive war against the world and quickly subjugated all nations by force. The SPW conglomerate was completely wiped out. A large number of people involved died. However, this matter is not over the years. The SPW Foundation has deployed a great deal of underground power. This force became the last weapon in the fight against Cars. The one wielding this sharp blade is his nemesis, Joseph Joestar. The people in front of you are several members of the resistance army under Kaio. The man who is still unconscious is Katsuki Nakajima, a highly skilled agent whose stand Rainbow Man is a humanoid stand dressed in brightly colored clothing and whose ability is to disguise himself. The woman in the passenger seat is named Takeuchi Kazuki. Her stand Rashomon is a thin, gray-blue humanoid stand with the ability to teleport, though no further explanation is given. The person driving is Zack Zobel, or ZZ for short. His stand Wheel of Fortune controls the car. He's the Central Asian guy with the big arms from the third movie. He's now a member of the Revolutionary Army, as an aside. Although the world is now ruled by Kaz, his control over it is not very strong. He has not made any changes to the existing human civilization system, and a very small number of countries and organizations can even defy his will to some extent. This is related to Katz's personality, in his view. Controlling human consciousness and social structures is perfectly acceptable. He'd rather spend his time figuring out how to take things a step further. Break out of Earthhand, become the ruler of the universe. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Where are we going now? And what's this black nursery rhyme you guys were talking about? We're going to hide in a secret base over here now. After saying that, Fu Yao began to explain the second question. Black Nursery Rhyme is a special operations team directly under the high command of the Cats regime. Its purpose is to assassinate and carry out special elimination missions. It is the head of the field operations forces. All the team members are extremely powerful stand users. Not only are their stand abilities formidable, but their physical forms are also excellent warriors. Just now though, my shame, I also underwent high-intensity training. But even with the use of Ripple, I could only barely keep myself from losing at the same time. Very little information is available about them, and the stand abilities of most of the team members are still unknown. As they spoke, the van made several turns and arrived at a two-story house. Kazuki Takeuchi was the first to get off the bus, and she gently knocked on the door. However, there was no sound from inside. After a long while, the door was carefully opened. "Excuse me, Mr. Azuno, are you staying here?" Kazuki Takeuchi spoke slowly. "No, it's not like that. There have only been 3 of us living here for the past 5 years. You can go and check next door." The voice sounds like a man's. Then both doors were quickly opened, and the van disguised as the Wheel of Fortune drove into the courtyard. Kaiojo didn't see the name on the doorplate, but after getting off the bus and seeing the man, he felt that the man looked very familiar. So many people. What on earth did you do? The commotion on the highway has probably spread throughout Morio by now. Never mind that for now. You guys help carry Kenji to the basement. And that young man from the Isomion go and help him up. Kazuki Takeuchi did not answer the man's question, but instead gave instructions upon hearing this. The man quickly glanced at Nakajima Katsuki inside the car. What happened to him? He doesn't seem to be injured. As he spoke, he picked up Nakajima Katsuki, who was still unconscious. He wasn't seriously injured. You didn't see it. Just less than 2 hours ago, he was almost chopped in half. ZZ chimed in from the side. Seeing the man's puzzled expression, Fu Yao quickly pointed to Dongfeng Zhangzhu, who was being supported by Kaiojo. It's all thanks to that guy named Jasuk Higashikata. His stand has a strong healing ability. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't have had a chance to come back alive. After saying that, he added, and the young man who was helping him, his name is Kaiojo. He was also a great contributor to the victory, to be honest. His fearless and courageous fighting spirit is really rare. Upon hearing Fu Yao's words, the man immediately became serious. Thank you both very much for your help to the Revolutionary Army. I never expected that you two would be so young yet so brave. You are truly rare talents, judging from your ages. You two should be around the same age as my younger brother. May I ask how old your younger brother is? Upon hearing Kaiojo's question, the man paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am. He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. The voice came from inside the house. Big brother, is someone here? After he finished speaking, a burly figure stepped out. Upon seeing the figure, the man continued. My surname is Honkun, and Honkun is a homonym. This is my younger brother Nijimura Okayasu. It's Mr. Nijimura, nice to meet you. Kaiojo originally wanted to reach out, but considering that Jasuk was still very weak beside him, he ultimately only replied with a single sentence. No rush, let's go inside and talk. After saying that, Nijimura Kacho called on Ikayasu to help carry the people. After entering the house, the group walked towards the inner room and arrived at a side room. Nijimura Keigo fumbled around for a bit, opened a small door on the floor, then hoisted Nakajima Katsuki onto his shoulder and went inside. Kaiojo hadn't expected there to be such a large space underground in this house. Please have a seat, everyone. Yidai, go upstairs and keep watch. Report any developments immediately. After Okayasu left, everyone continued chatting, while Jasuk used his newly learned ripple technique to heal his injuries. What's the situation now? Have you made any progress on your mission? It's almost done. We can try contacting headquarters about what the strategist needs to do. That's good, although I don't know what your mission is. The strategist's orders are always accurate. As they were talking, Jasukeheving regained his composure, walked over with Kaiojo following behind him. Thank you all for saving me and treating my injuries. However, I still have things to do. My mother and grandfather are worried about me at home. I hope you can allow me to go home for a while. Upon hearing Jasuk's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. At this critical juncture, sending them out into the public eye would greatly increase the likelihood of them being exposed. Of course you can, but you should be careful. It's estimated that the whole city is searching for us right now. Fu Yao turned around and gave instructions. Okay, by the way, could I borrow some change? I don't have any money on me. Upon hearing this, Nijimura Kacho immediately pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Jasuk. We don't need that much, just enough for a taxi. Take it just in case something unexpected happens. Seeing that Jasuk was about to leave, Kaiojo, who had hesitated for a long time, spoke up. I'll go too, so we can look out for each other. Jasuk did not refuse, and Choshu quickly followed. After leaving Honkun's house, the two went out onto the street to confuse the situation. They planned to walk to the next street and then hail a taxi. Jasuk, are you really going to join the Revolutionary Army? Kaiojo was a little hesitant and embarrassed to speak. I don't know either, maybe this isn't a good thing. I understand that as long as the current regime is not overthrown, we will always live in danger. But my mother and grandfather also need protection. I can use my power to change the world or to protect my family. But it's difficult to do both at the same time. If I had to choose, I would prefer to use this power to protect my family. Ultimately, my goal in changing the world is simply to protect my family. Hearing Jasuk's words, Kaiojo felt very uncomfortable. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. He was just an ordinary person, not very intelligent, and had no ambition to bring peace to the world. He just wanted to live and, if possible, to live a better life. He would never want to fight against enemies like vampires, stand users or even JoJo level creatures. But he is not as good as Jasuk. Jasuk has his own goals in life, things he cherishes, and reasons for fighting he didn't. He didn't know why he was alive, he had no family, no friends, and no reason to fight in this world this time. I even wanted to find a place to hide and never have to deal with these messy things again. After all, Ayatsuji should still be in Morio. As long as he finds her, he can start a new life. There's no need to fight for any revolutionary army. No need to face those terrible enemies, but he hesitated. He didn't even dare to make up his mind to find Sujiaya. Jasuk. Seeing that they had arrived on the main road, Kaiojo called out to Zhangzhu, what's wrong? Jasuk turned around and looked at Kaiojo, who was walking behind him. It's nothing, a taxi is coming. Kaiojo eventually changed the subject, and no one knew what he was trying to say. Go to Section 6, Zone 1 of Dingchen Temple, use the meter. With the driver present, it was no longer appropriate for the two to discuss topics like the Revolutionary Army and stand users. So they remained silent. A helicopter slowly landed in the center of Morio. A man jumped out of the helicopter as the door was opened. Like Lizzie Borden, he had a European appearance. One Lizzie Borden isn't enough. If I hadn't happened to be on a mission nearby, this matter wouldn't have been resolved right. As the man was complaining, someone came up to him. You must be the nooser sent from above. I've been waiting for you for a long time. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Have you got any news about your targets? Upon hearing this, the newcomer's face stiffened. The people below are incompetent, and the target is still under investigation. They haven't even found the person yet, and they've already sent 2 black nursery rhymes. What were they thinking, to everyone's surprise? The man's expression became even stranger, actually. There are 3, one of them hasn't arrived yet. The man was somewhat shocked upon hearing this. Who is this target? They actually sent 3 members at once. What do they take black nursery rhymes for? This is like putting sniper rifle bullets into a machine gun. Seeing the man lose his temper, the person whispered a few words in his ear. What? Such a thing exists. He then realized he had lost his composure and immediately lowered his voice. Do you have a general area? Take me there first, and let me know immediately if there's any news. Hey passengers, we've arrived at our destination. Looking at the familiar houses outside the window, Jasuk glanced around. Okay, how much is the fare? The driver looked down at the meter. The fare. Let me see how much it is. At this point, the driver suddenly changed the subject. The fare is 2 million yen. Huh. What nonsense are you talking about? Is the outer shell of your carriage made of gold? Or is the lining made of gold? Exactly. Even extortion doesn't start with this kind of blatant extortion. Don't be in such a hurry, gentlemen. My car is certainly not worth that price. But your heads are worth far more than that. Upon hearing this, the two instantly understood the situation before them. It's the enemy Crazy Diamond, the storyteller. Jasuk and Kaiojo simultaneously released their stands. In the confined space of a taxi, facing a double A in strength and speed, and a double B in strength and speed at the same time. Even Jataro would be in trouble, to everyone's surprise. The other party remained completely calm. And in the next second, he simply disappeared from the driver's seat. The attacks from Crazy Diamond and Storyteller only wrecked the car, without causing any real harm to the other party. Is it a stand with spatial abilities? Or some kind of illusion? The two quickly smashed the car door, jumped out of the car, and immediately switched to combat mode, of course. Kaiojo had never actually fought a real fight. He was just imitating the anime he had watched in his previous life. The two looked left and right but found no trace of the enemy. Zhangzhu, do you see anything wrong around here? Is there anything too much or too little? Or is there a place that would be more suitable for Tibetans? What? Kaiojo attempted to analyze the other party's specific abilities. I don't know, I don't usually look at things that closely. But it seems like there shouldn't be any problems. Then there's no other way but to wait here for now. After all, the enemy already knows your home address. If we leave, your family will be in danger. Before Kaiojo could finish speaking, Jasuk's pupils dilated in shock, and he ran towards his home with all his might. Upon seeing Jasuk's actions, Kaiojo understood what he was doing in just 1 second. He then muttered a curse under his breath and quickly caught up with Jasuk. "Mom!" Jasuk shouted this as soon as he pushed the door open and entered. Upon hearing Jasuk's voice, the person sitting on the sofa slowly turned their head. Jasuk, why are you back? There's still a while before school ends. Are you all right, eyes? Alright, today is the day to offer tribute to the vampires. I saw government people arresting people at school, and I was afraid of getting arrested. So I secretly skipped school and came back. What? Those guys went to the high school to arrest people again. Damn it, why don't they feed their own kids to those vermin? Every time this happens, they go to the school to arrest people. I really want to slap those scumbags to death with my own hands. I'm indignant, said Tomoko Higashikata. Then she looked at Kaiojo, who had just entered. The person next to you is a new face. Is he your classmate? Before the assistant could explain, Kaiojo immediately recited the story he had prepared. Hello, Auntie, my name is Kaiojo. I am 18 years old. I am a friend of Jasuk. I heard about Jasuk's situation today and was worried that something might have happened to him. So I came with him to check on him. Tomoko didn't find anything wrong with Kaiojo's words, and instead smiled and said, "Oh really? You're 2 years older than Jasuk. Why are you calling me auntie? It makes me sound old." Although he felt awkward, Kaiojo knew Dongfeng Pengzi's temperament, so he immediately changed his tune, "Hello, Tomoko-sama." Before he could finish his instinctive bow, Jasuk pulled him away. Mom, I have some things to do. But we'll be back in a bit, so don't worry about me." Once outside the gate, Jasuk appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Hey you. You were still fighting the enemy. How come you turned around and started chatting with my mom? No, that's not what I want to talk about. I can't just ignore what people say. Just as they were about to start arguing, a voice that sounded almost like a tirade suddenly rang out. You two bastards, do you not respect me at all? You know I'm around. Yet you still act like nobody's around and do whatever you want. Seeing the enemy appear before him without him noticing, Crazy Diamond threw a punch. Kaiojo reacted much slower, but still quickly followed up by controlling the storyteller to attack. Just like that time in the taxi, the other person disappeared right before my eyes. Then, in a few breaths, they reappeared 10 meters away from each other. It looks like a teleportation ability. Or maybe it's an illusion-creating ability. Generally speaking, such stands aren't very strong in direct combat, and the fact that he keeps flashing around confirms that. Kaiojo had watched many supernatural anime in his previous life, and now he was analyzing the other party's abilities just like the characters in them. Alright, this back and forth is pointless. Let me end this fight. As long as I bring you back, I'll be rich. Red light, green light, stand name, red light, green light. Ontology, landling on the mountains. Destructive power CA when the light is red. Speed CA when the light is green, range B, endurance B. Precision C, growth potential B. Ability creates a fixed traffic light. When the stand is within a 50-meter radius of the traffic light, the ability takes effect, granting the stand a bonus based on the traffic light status. In the green light state, the stand's speed is greatly enhanced. and it can teleport within the radiation range. In the red light stand's power is greatly enhanced, and it gains the ability to attack with sound waves. Additional notes: traffic lights cannot be directly destroyed. The speed in the amplified state is the standard speed of the Platinum Star. After summoning his stand, Yamagami Arashiro immediately threw a punch. The punch wasn't fast, but it was extremely powerful. Kaiojo dared not let the storyteller take the enemy's attack head-on, so he could only tactically dodge first. The punch missed, but Kaio and Joe felt no joy. What's with the power of that punch? It cleaved a tray in two. But his speed doesn't seem to be as fast as our stands. As long as we defend against his abilities, defeating him shouldn't be too difficult. Kaiojo and Zhang Zhu kept exchanging glances, and then the two stood back to back in the middle of the street. This approach is not wrong in the current situation. Without knowing the enemy's specific capabilities, it is easy to suffer heavy losses by rashly standing around buildings or other objects. To their surprise, the other party did not disappear again, but instead raised its arm and pointed it at them. Immediately, the two of them felt a splitting headache and could barely stand. You have no chance against my ability to turn left at a red light. Under the influence of the red light for left turns, Kaiojo could no longer think and could only subconsciously drive the storyteller to attack forward. Jasuk was still able to barely understand the situation, so he took further defensive action. Dula. Crazy Diamond punched the ground a few times, and the shattered stones were quickly reassembled into a stone wall more than 2 meters wide. The sonic attack was greatly weakened by the stone wall, allowing Kaiojo and Zhang Zhu to recover. This guy's abilities are outrageous. Could it be that he has more than one enemy? After all, he has shown too many abilities, possibly. Did you see any other people or stand-ins nearby? No, that's the troublesome part. And regardless of whether those abilities are his own or belong to someone else, the situation is extremely bad right now. Before the two could exchange more than a few words, Shanshang Lan Lang circled around the stone wall and came to stand in front of them. This practice of simply putting up a sign in an open space that says "keep out" is not suitable for a life-or-death battle. I am a mocking voice, said Yamashiro Arashiro. Thanks for your guidance in return. I'll give you a good beating with Crazy Diamond. As he spoke, Crazy Diamond threw another punch, Dora. Drip. Unfazed by the red light and green light incident, he directly confronted them with a punch. Although it is much slower, the superior strength can make up for it. Neither of them gained the upper hand after that punch. After a brief struggle, red light green light gained the upper hand, but he immediately stopped fighting and disappeared from their sight. Has it disappeared again, however? This disappearance made Jasuk realize some problems. This gave him some idea of the enemy's capabilities. The basement of the Nijimura family home, just now. Nijimura Kaiko sent a message to the Revolutionary Army base that the target had been found. And then he was waiting for further instructions. The main problem is that they don't know whether the mission has been completed or not. Only the strategist can detect the specific progress of the mission. After that, Fu Yao sat quietly to the side, occasionally taking out a piece of milk candy from his pocket and putting it in his mouth. No one knew what he was thinking after waking up. Nakajima Katsuki Nijimura Kaiko and Takeuchi Kazuki started chatting. Meanwhile, at the Nijimura family home on the first floor. Ding dong tilde. Upon hearing the doorbell, Yitai hurried to the door. Who? Through the peephole, Yitai saw a Western face, but he couldn't tell which country it was. Excuse me, is this the Nijimura Kaiko family residence? Yitai was taken aback for a moment, then said with dissatisfaction, hey, you know. This kind of thing should be written on the signboard, right? Oh, is that so? Then please open the door and let me in, okay? That won't do. My brother said we can't just let strangers into the house. I see, by the way, didn't two people just live from here? Although Yitai was foolish, he still sensed that something was wrong. Why do you ask? The man remained completely calm. I am his distant cousin. His mother is very worried about him. So she sent me out to find him. Now can you tell me? Yet I naturally didn't believe such a rudimentary explanation. Then tell me his name. The moment Yidai asked that question, he regretted it. Because he didn't know the names of the two people who had just left. The good news is he doesn't need to know. Hey you jerk, how many times has this happened now? Didn't your brother teach you not to answer questions with questions? After the facade crumbled, he immediately released his body double. A twisted person stand name Twisted Man. Original form, Distot, a member of Black Nursery Rhymes. Destructive power B speed C range D endurance B. Precision die growth potential B. Ability, freely twist the space within a radius of 2 meters, including the body centered on the main body. A somewhat disproportionate stand appeared behind Distot. Dressed mainly in gray and black. Wearing a tattered hospital gown and a few bandages. Before Yidai could react, the door in front of him suddenly disappeared. And he was exposed to Distot. You bastard, you really are an enemy at this moment. Dekongaming Yidai was completely certain of the other party's identity. Bombard space stand name bombing space. Ontology Honkun Yidai destructive power B speed B. Range D persistence C precision C growth potential C. Ability the right hand has the ability to erase space. Any space and objects erased will disappear completely. Bombard space slash down. Trying to pull the opponent over but the pull missed. Feeling the space mysteriously disappear. Distot's face turned solemn. It's actually the same spatial ability as mine. How interesting upon hearing Distot's words. Okasu also learned the type of the other party's ability. But he couldn't deduce the specifics of the other party's ability. Looking at the door lying on the street, Yatai was thinking frantically, suddenly. Distot approached Okasu in an extremely peculiar way. Like clothes being washed by a river. Then Yatai also had this feeling. And his body involuntarily fell to the ground. Even so, he seized the opportunity to attack his opponent. Bombardment space punched Distot in the chest. But his arm bent 20 centimeters away from the opponent's chest. Just as a soft ruler would bend at a 90-degree angle when it is pressed directly against a table. Bombardment space's entire arm bent down. The same injury returned to Okasu's arm fortunately. He was using his left hand. Otherwise, he would have been rendered unable to fight. What's going on? It's the enemy's stand ability. He guessed right, this was the power of the Twisted One. He initially achieved displacement by distorting space. But the move just now distorted the space along Yatai's attack path, thereby changing his attack trajectory and achieving a defensive effect. Just as Okayasu was about to raise his right hand to sever space, the Twisted Man punched Okayasu in the chest. This punch directly interrupted the bombardment space action, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of Yatai's mouth. You rascal, you're asking for trouble now. Seeing Yatai lying on the ground, Distot walked into the house. Hey, this isn't over yet. Where are you going? Distot turned around and saw Iktai slowly getting up. It's no use. Your ability is to make a space disappear, right? I already know your ability, you have no chance of winning. As he spoke, Distot approached Yidai. Let me tell you about the gap between us. The power of Twisted Man was activated again. And the space where Okayasu was located was distorted several times. What is this? Under his attack, Yatai's body bent several times. Although he did not feel much pain, he still felt a lot of discomfort. The most troublesome thing is that his ability to move around is completely restricted. Distot walked toward the main gate of the mansion without looking back. But before he reached the door, a sharp pain shot through his legs, and he almost collapsed to his knees. Is it a stand ability? Feeling the needle-like pains, Distot looked around but found nothing wrong. Where is the enemy? Is it that kid behind us? After repeatedly confirming that he could not find any trace of the enemy, Distot began to examine the injury on his lower leg. It's just small blood holes, mostly concentrated on the outside of the calf. Not a fatal injury. This attack method indicates that the enemy's attack angle is low and that it's coming from a few fixed directions. Is it a pre-prepared trap or a decoy attack? Before Destot could figure out what was happening, the next wave of attacks came again. The tiny bullets flew towards Destot's crouching body. If he had been hit this time, he would have been riddled with holes. A scream echoed throughout the mansion. But it wasn't Destot who was howling, but Ikia behind Destot. Yetai was also riddled with bullets, Yetai. Hiding inside the door, Nijimura Kaiko was extremely anxious upon seeing this. But he was unable to save Okayasu. The most important thing right now is to figure out the enemy's stand ability and then defeat it. He had only been there a short time, and the first scene he witnessed was the other party bending Yatai's body. Did he just use spatial abilities to redirect my attack behind him? Moriocho right at the doorstep of the Eastern family. As the mountain mists disappeared from sight once more, Jasuk Higashikata began to speculate about their abilities. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party was deliberately misleading him. So Jasuk immediately leaned close to Kaiojo's ear and whispered. His stand seems to have many powerful abilities, but he has never used them all at the same time. And there is even a 1-minute interval between their use. Therefore, I think his stunt double should be constantly switching between several states. And I have a plan for this. Their whispers went unheard by Yamashiro Arashiro, who was observing the enemy situation from 60 meters away. What are those two kids saying? I can't hear them even from this far away, however. He still saw some useful information. The stake-headed stand-in suddenly started punching the ground. What is he doing? I remember the intelligence said that his ability is healing. But Waithe also seemed to have built a wall just now, just as he was furtively watching Jasuk and Kaiojo's movements. The green light was about to expire in 3 seconds. Left with no other choice, he had to send the message back to the two of them. The red light and green light also changed to red light at this time. Red light for left turn, the sonic attack roared out. But Jasuk was prepared, and Crazy Diamond immediately struck the ground repeatedly. Because the street was quite narrow, the distance between him and the mountain was only 2 meters. This distance is exactly within the firing range of Crazy Diamond. Dula 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 dula. With a rapid-fire attack at speed A, Yamagami Arashiro had no time to react. By the time he came to his senses, his lower body and the substitute's hands were completely covered by stone. Your ability to make yourself disappear shouldn't be usable anymore. Right? Arashiro Yamagami looked horrified. But he quickly reacted. A vibration spread from the stone in the stand's hands. He intended to shatter it with sound waves, however. Crazy Diamond wouldn't give him that chance and immediately greeted him with a barrage of greetings. Dula 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 dula, however. The red light green light state in red light mode is comparable to Platinum Star in terms of power. Even with 2 large rocks weighing him down, it couldn't stop him from raising his arms to block. And just like that, he miraculously defended against a combo of power and speed double. The instant the stone on his arm shattered, Yamagami Arashi seized the opportunity to counterattack. Beep. Red light green light unleashed a full force punch. His punch speed wasn't fast, but his power was immense, making it difficult even for Jasuk to withstand boom. The powerful all-out attack hit its target squarely. But it wasn't Jasuk or Crazy Diamond that was struck. The person who got beaten up was Yamagami Arashiro himself. Behind him was the storyteller who had somehow circled around. That's right. While Arashi and Jasuk were facing off on the mount, Kaiojo was secretly maneuvering the storyteller to attack from behind. The punch landed on Shan Shanglin's spine, leaving him completely stunned and his movements halting. Because his legs were bound by stones, he couldn't even fall down or slumped down. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, is it resolved? The two exchanged a glance, and Kaiojo walked towards the mountain's lush waves. The next moment his eyes flickered, and the mountain ripples that had previously lost their ability to move disappeared once again. Damn it, he's still able to move. The two immediately became alert. But the enemy was already seriously injured. and the stand was not in a good condition for fighting. So it seemed that it wouldn't last much longer. Don't move. A roar interrupted Kaiojo's thoughts. He subconsciously turned around, and the scene he saw made him tremble. All that could be seen was Arashiro standing at the gate of the Dongfang family, with Dongfang Tomoko being held hostage by red light green light beside him. Mom, upon seeing his mother arrested. Jasuk's eyes practically blazed with fury. You bastard. Ignoring Jasuk's anger, Yamagami Arashiro reiterated what he had just said. I said don't move, didn't you hear me, as he spoke. Red light, green light brought the knife in his hand even closer to Tomoko Higashikata. Honestly, I was quite dedicated. He even teleported to the kitchen to grab a knife in order to take hostages. I didn't want to use this method, but you two pushed me to the limit. Now the two of you are standing together, you. At this point, Yamashiro Arashi was speechless. He actually had no idea how to deal with these two people. Adding to the fact that the storyteller's attack had almost knocked him unconscious, and that his hostage-taking was entirely driven by impulsive passion. He was now completely bewildered. The worst part is that, because he was too arrogant and wanted to take credit, he didn't report the situation here to anyone. Damn it, this is the only way. He made up his mind and then took out his phone to make a call. That's right. He's going to make phone calls to get more people. It's the best idea he can think of at this stage. Kaiojo and Zhang Zhu thought the other party's behavior was foolish. And of course, they couldn't think of any good way to break the deadlock. However, since the other party is going to call for reinforcements, I have to stop him, otherwise it's really over. Crazy Diamond, stop him. Jasuk dashed forward and appeared in front of Arashiro Yamagami. But Crazy Diamond's punch missed. It was only at this point that Yamagami Arashi realized his problem. Damatai can teleport anywhere within 100 meters. Why would I need to take hostages to make a phone call? You know what, this guy's really been beaten senseless. But before he could finish dialing, his phone was snatched away. Damn it, I'm an idiot. Looking at Tomoko Ayakata, who had broken free of her restraints, Yamagami Arashiro wished he could slap himself to death. Why did I bring this woman along? Damn it, I forgot. Before he could reach out to snatch the phone, Dongfeng Pengzi threw it down hard and stomped on it several times. Although I don't know who you are, it's obvious you're not a good person. So I won't let you succeed. Seeing their hope of survival crushed, the mountain mist collapsed. You despicable scum, die. Just then red light green light switched to red light mode. So he immediately controlled his stand to attack Tomoko. Jasuk over here with her last ounce of strength. Tomoko shouted in Jasuk's direction, her aim being to report the enemy's location. However, before she could finish speaking, she was punched through the chest. Amidst the splattered blood, a pinkish phantom appeared and disappeared. Tomoko also noticed that a strange humanoid figure had appeared out of nowhere and was attacking her. Then came a strange feeling. She sensed her body being reconstructed. The initially somewhat illusory pink humanoid figure gradually solidified. It's no use, my left turn, red light will crush you all. Red light, green lights. The pink figure spoke as soon as the hand was raised. Troublesome enemies, let me lend you a hand. Then a pale gold shield appeared on Jasuk and Kaiojo. The sonic attack came, but it couldn't harm them in the slightest. Dula 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 dula. I'll hit you, I'll hit you, I'll hit you, I'll hit you. I'll hit you, I'll hit you without sonic attacks. Yamagami Arashiro is no match for the combined attacks of the two. Before it could even switch to green light mode, it was already rendered unable to recover. Did you attack from behind the door? I heard you. Even though he knew that the opponent's stand might have the ability to break down the door, Nijimura Kaiko still locked the door in the blink of an eye. A large hole suddenly appeared in the doorway in front of him. What with the gate no longer in the way? Nijimura Kaiko and Destot stood face to face, staring at each other. The Extremely Evil Squadron. Open fire, stand name, Extremely Evil Squadron. Ontology, Hongkong Xingzhou, Destructive Power B, Speed B. Range C, Endurance B, Precision C, Growth Potential C. Abilities: multiple stands. Capable of controlling a small army of toy soldiers, including Marinestunksand helicopters. A large number of toy soldiers appeared around Discot, unleashing a barrage of firepower at him. A twisted person, however, Distot reacted quickly. The twisted man swiftly bent the space around his body, deflecting all the attacks aimed at him. Is it a spatial ability? This is troublesome. Just as Nijimura Kaiko took a slight step back, Distot, who was originally 2 meters away from him, suddenly appeared within half a meter of him. The twisted man immediately began to attack Nijimura Kaiko. Fortunately, had also learned some ripple techniques, and his physical abilities were far superior to those in the original work. By adjusting his breathing and raising his arms to block, he was still able to barely defend himself. Foolish move. You think you can defend against my attacks with ripples? Look at your arms. Nijimura Kaiko was startled. Without realizing it, his arms had already bent several times. There was hardly any pains, so it really did attack from the space. Damn it, these kinds of guys are the hardest to deal with. His extremely evil squadron is a stand with extremely strong home field combat capabilities. Generally speaking, as long as it fights on his home turf, the enemy will be intimidated by its unpredictable attacks. However, this time the opponent is the kind of guy who is a natural counter to his own stand. The ability to distort the space around him allows him to basically ignore the physical attacks of the extreme squadron. Although there were 4 teammates in the basement, Nijimura Kaiko did not want to call them out. Based on his assessment of the current situation, numerical superiority would be of little use to this person and would only make the situation worse. In this small courtyard, if he were to distort space and redirect his attack towards others, he could be guaranteed to hit them every time. Bombard space. While Xingzhou was still pondering countermeasures, Yitai, at the rear of the battlefields, had barely adapted to his bent body. Bombardment space raised its right hand again and slashed down hard at Distot in front of it. As expected, Distot dodged Yitai's attack again, and didn't forget to turn around and taunt him. Hey, you idiot, stop using that slow, wobbly move. That's like a toad jumping into water. You'll never hit anyone like that. Yitai ignored what the other person was saying. He just looked anxiously at his brother. However, Nijimura Kaiko seemed to be in a daze, staring blankly at the ground, as if looking at the small grass at the bottom of the steps, as if looking at the snail at Distot's feet, or as if simply looking at the ground. Hey, you idiot, are you scared out of your wits? You actually spaced out during the fight. Distot turned around and saw Xingzhou staring blankly, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. That's incredibly disrespectful. However, Xingzhou simply raised his head and gave him a blank look. Are you even listening to me? Enraged, Distot directly manipulated the twisted man to attack Nijimura Kaiko once again. Since you're so ungrateful, then just die. Just as this punch was about to smash Nijimura Kaiko's head, his eyes suddenly cleared, and he bent down and charged straight at Distot. I see. He was just pretending to be confused to familiarize himself with the bent body and then launch a sneak attack. Seeing this, Distot did not panic at all. Nijimura Kagami, who was swooping down, was thrown around his body like a magnet. Useless. My twisted man is a stand that can perfectly defend against all physical attacks. Bombard space. Just as Distot's attention was drawn to Nijimura Kagami, who was about to fall, Okayasu, who was still unable to stand up behind him, launched another attack on the ground in front of Yita. Several crooked words were clearly visible. Activate my ability on the enemy before my main body falls to the ground. That's right. This is the message that Nijimura Kaiko used the extremely evil squadron to convey to Okayasu. Because they are small multiple stands with high precision, the extreme squadron is almost a perfect intelligence transmission tool. His attack was just a feint. One of his purposes was to draw the enemy's attention. Damn it, it's a double attack, but it's useless. Space warped again, and Distot dodged the bombing space obliteration. It's no use, the winner is still the same. A plume of smoke rose above Discot's head. It was a shell from the Extreme Squadron. The explosion to his head rendered Disco unable to attack. And the Twisted Man ability also disappeared. The most evil squadron opened fire at full speed. In an instant, shell sniper rifle bullets. And rifle bullets all rained down on Distot, turning him into a SpongeBob SquarePants-like figure. This is my strategy. Yidai's attack is not a real killing move. Its purpose is only to remove a part of the space that you have distorted. Just now I discovered the weakness of your stand. After Okayasu destroyed the space, a snail that was originally unable to get close to you briefly appeared at your feet. In other words, those spaces that could isolate us from external attacks were temporarily eliminated. Based on this, I devised this strategy. I would attract your attention and block the direction of spatial transfer, while Yidai would eliminate the portion of the space used to protect you. Finally, you will be hit in the head by the most powerful shell from the Extreme Squadron. As a member of Black Nursery Rhymes, his physical strength must be very strong, however. Being hit in the head by a small shell should at least render one incapacitated. As it turns out, I succeeded. I admit you are very strong. And your abilities are very effective at countering, or even perfectly countering my abilities. In a one-on-one fight, even 10 of me might not be able to defeat you. But you lost, and there's only one reason you lost. That is, I have a very outstanding, good younger brother. After speaking to the corpse on the ground, Nijimura Kacho walked to the front door, picked up the unconscious Nijimura Okayasu, and slowly walked into the house. Duing Town, a certain street. Jasuk, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry while patrolling the street? Dongfeng Liangping was suddenly stopped by his grandson, and was momentarily confused. Never mind all that, just come with me. Duing Town, Hongkong family. What should we do with this guy's body? Let's just deal with it simply. There's no need to hide anymore. Since the enemy has already found this place, it means we've been exposed. There's no point in hiding it. But the base's orders haven't come back yet. And Jasuk and Kaiojo haven't returned either. We can't live. It's not that there's no way, we can only do our best. After collecting Distot's body, the group returned to the basement to discuss tactics. Poor Distot. He used his life to sound the rallying cry for the war that followed. This curtain puller also tragically became the first member of Black Nursery Rhymes to fall in this war. Duing Town Police Station. The location of those Revolutionary Army members has been pinpointed. Why didn't you say so sooner? Lizzie Borden was loudly berating everyone in the room. Although her height and physique were not intimidating, her sharp aura made everyone afraid to look up. That idiot Distot will do anything to steal credit. I'd rather he die there, that being said. Lizzie Bordenko didn't believe Distot would die at all. This was her confidence as a strong person. As a fellow Black Nursery Rhyme, his strength couldn't be that weak. Somewhere on Earth in a dark room, strategist news from Morio has arrived. A man held a telegram in his hand and respectfully handed it over. Before him, a mysterious figure dressed in a wide black robe was sitting on the ground, fiddling with tarot cards. No need to look anymore, they've found the right one. The mysterious man replied in a hoarse voice, then continued to fiddle with the cards. The magician has appeared, and all the cards are now in place. Those who survive the impending catastrophe will eventually reunite. And only then will they truly be qualified to ride the chariot to victory. As he spoke, several major arcana cards were drawn out. The magician, the lover's power, the wheel of fortune. Justice, the stars below these cards. The man in the black robe placed a few more cards. The Pope, the chariot, judgment, the perfect being. That day will come soon. Duing Town, north of the city. An ordinary-looking car had just entered the city, with two other people in the car besides the driver. Both men had East Asian features. The man in the back seat looked to be in his 30s, while the other man in the passenger seat looked to be no more than 16 or 17. At this moment, The boy was staring intently at the pedestrians on the road ahead. Or rather, his stand-in was staring intently at the pedestrians ahead. Now that I've brought you out, I should make the most of you. Watch carefully, don't waste your stand ability. The man in the back seat patted the boy on the shoulder. But the boy didn't respond and just continued to stare out the window. Suddenly, two people caught his attention. It was a tall, muscular man and a guy who looked like a primary school student. It looks like the student was knocked down. And the two are talking about something, those two people. The tall man in white and the child I saw them. They are both stand users. That's right, that's his stand ability. Stand name the Miyusi body, Tanshin fish. Destructive power D speed D range C endurance B. Precision C growth potential B. Ability can distinguish between ordinary people and stand users. When the ability is activated, stand users will change color in its eyes. Appearance, a yellow-purple humanoid stand dressed in travel attire, with a conspicuous orange goggles on its head. Upon hearing what Tan Shanyu said, the man in the back seat signaled the driver to pull over, then calmly opened the door and got out of the car. As you've probably guessed, he's the third member of Black Nursery Rhyme to arrive after accepting the mission. Asahara Hiizo. He was originally instructed to go to Morio Town, but since Tanzan Yu happened to be with him, took him along. Unexpectedly, I made a pleasant surprise as soon as I entered the city. Their target was none other than Jataro Kyujo and Koichi Heroes, whom they had met by chance. As expected, stand users are attracted to each other. Hey, are you two stand users? He just casually asked this inappropriate question. The reason is simple, he's in a very bad mood right now. So when he saw two stand users he didn't recognize, he wanted to cause trouble. If these two guys weren't allies, he would just arrest them. Anyway, it's going to be a fight. Do you think he'd be killed by two unknown guys? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Jataro remained expressionless, indicating that he did not know what the other person was talking about. Kangi hesitated for a moment but ultimately said nothing. Hey you bastards, you lie without even blinking. I'll give you one more chance. Just who are you two stand users? Don't force me to take action. Asahara Hina raised her finger and pressed it against Jataro's chest. Though of course no matter how high she raised it, it wouldn't reach him's Yalu. Jataro's expression gradually darkened. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, the current situation left him no room for restraint. Platinum Star stand name Star Platinum. Body Jataro Kyujo destructive power A speed A range C. Endurance A precision A growth potential A. Abilities powerful strength and precise operation. Because Jataro in this world never fought DI, he didn't have the ability to copy time stop until he was 28 years old. Even so, the powerful stats of Platinum Star should not be underestimated. Platinum Star suddenly appeared, and a punch so fast it was too fast for the naked eye to catch was aimed directly at the chest of this troublemaking bastard. To Jataro's surprise, the enemy did not summon a stand to block him, but was instead knocked back nearly 10 meters by this punch. Then coughing coughs. Asahara Hitsuru collapsed on the street, coughing incessantly, as if the blood clots in her chest were blocking her throat. Seeing this, Jataro didn't intend to linger any longer. He turned around, grabbed Koichi, who was still in a daze, and prepared to leave. Before he could take more than a few steps, a sharp pain shot through his chest, as if he had been struck hard in the chest. Turning his head in surprise, Jataro saw a large swarm of black insects flying towards him, while the guy he had just defeated stood there as if nothing had happened. Stand name Teru Teru Bazu Ontology, Asahara Rij. Destructive power E speed C range B duration D precision D. Growth potential C ability transforms physical injuries, disease special stand attacks, and other negative effects into a large number of insects inside the body, which are then expelled from the mouth. Insects can transfer the negative effects they carry to other creatures through biting. Insects that are not transferred within 1 minute will disappear. Stand users can also control insects to disappear on their own. Appearance, it has no specific appearance. The bug is the stand itself, and the panel is the bug's panel. Wow, that's some real power. Is this your stand? It broke my ribcage with a single punch. How interesting. Asahara Hizoki smiled slightly, then rushed directly towards Jataro. After a moment's thought, Jataro realized that the opponent's ability was probably something like transferring damage. Yay star platinum star reappeared, still with that unpredictable punching speed, and slammed it hard towards Asahara Hidenori. Asahara Hina instinctively tried to dodge, but he couldn't keep up with Platinum Star's speed at all. To his surprise, the punch only made his arm hurt a little and didn't cause much damage at all. Chinese letter, nevertheless. He still managed to convert this small amount of damage into a batch of insects and spit it out. Trying to test my abilities this way is a wise idea. But it's not enough. If that were enough to defeat me, I wouldn't be alive today. Asahara Hijiri didn't pay much attention to Jataro's battle strategy. He'd seen plenty of people like that, however. Asahara Hidenori was quite concerned about his stand, as none of the stand users he had encountered before could compare to Star Platinum's speed and power. Even Lizzie Borden's axe wielder wouldn't work. Although the destructive power is about the same, the speed is far inferior. He originally wanted to use his physical skills to beat up the two guys, but now it seems that's not very realistic. As for that brat over there, he had almost completely ignored him. Kang Yu roughly understood what was happening, but he didn't know what to do. He did indeed awaken a special ability by chance not long ago, but he has hardly ever used it. The scene just now showed that their power was a stand-in used in battle. But looking at that muscular giant with an exaggerated physique who could send someone flying 10 meters away with a single punch, and then looking at this big green worm next to me, Kang Yi was bewildered. The difference between the two was just too great. At this moment, the young boy felt the unevenness of the world. Stand name Echo ACT1 Ontology, Heroes Koichi. Destructive Power E-Speed E-Range B Endurance B. Precision C-Growth Potential A. Ability can attach text to objects, causing the objects to continuously emit the sound of that text. Just as Koichi was hesitating about what to do, Asahara Hina had already made her next move. He pulled a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into Jataro's waist with a swift motion. Platinum Star reacted immediately and broke Asahara Hidenori's right arm with a punch. Chinese letter with the spitting out of a worm. Asahara Hina's arm returned to normal. Then he pulled out a short sword with his other hand and began slashing at Jataro with both hands. Let me see how you block this. Jataro found it difficult to dodge the continuous physical attacks. But every time he blocked them, his opponent would spit out more insects. In this situation, he couldn't deal any damage, while the enemy grew stronger the more he fought. The best course of action was to run away. But Asahara Hina was chasing him like a mad dog, which made things very difficult for him. As the battle progressed, Jataro sustained numerous injuries, both large and small. And even with his physique comparable to that of a pillar man, not really. He was starting to feel the strain. Hey, you were so cocky just now, what happened to your silence? Come on. Seeing Jataro's humiliation, Asahara Hijiri felt incredibly pleased. Echo ACT1. Seeing that Jataro was at a disadvantage, Koichi finally couldn't help but step in to help. Through his observation, he learned that every time an enemy was injured, he would spit out a worm and then recover, and the worm would transfer the injury to Jataro. So he wanted to test whether his Echo could harm him, which might be the key to defeating him. Echo ACT. One appeared and launched an attack on Asahara Hijiri. Asahara Hijiri was not prepared for this slow-moving big worm and was directly hit by Echo. Immediately afterwards, the words "ah" appeared on his face, and at the same time, the sound of "ah" began to resound from inside his body. This was just a probing attack by Kang Yi, and he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. But then he was dumbfounded. Asahara Hitsuru opened his mouth and spat out a large piece of worm. They could even hear "ah" sounds coming from the worm. As soon as the insects landed on Jataro, Koichi quickly deactivated his ability. Useless, useless. All attacks are futile against my stand, Sunny Doll. As he said those words, Jataro's eyes narrowed slightly. Hey kid, your ability is to project sound into your body. Right, what's the limit? Koichi was also somewhat stumped when he heard Jataro's question. I don't know either, I haven't tried it. Forget about the limits. Just focus all your energy on injecting sound into his body. As much as you can, okay, I know. Koichi didn't understand what Jataro was going to do. But he had no other choice. Echo Act 1 Echo reappeared. This time not by punching one punch at a time, but by launching a barrage of attacks. Asahara Hina didn't pay any attention and continued to transform the sounds within her body into insects. However, before he could spit out the insect, Platinum Star immediately appeared and covered his mouth. With the top-tier speed and power of Platinum Star, Asahara Hina couldn't break free at all. Despite this, many insects still poured out of its mouth and bit at Platinum Star's palm. Taking this opportunity, Asahara Hydru took out a knife and stabbed his own arm repeatedly. All of these wounds turned into insects. Although only a few reached his mouth, they still caused considerable damage to Jataro. What's more troublesome is that more and more of the echo attacks are entering Jataro's body. Sir, would you like to deactivate your stand ability? No need continue at this moment. Asahara Hizo also realized that something was wrong. He had too many worms in his body that he could not expel, so he could only make them disappear. That's the problem, he can't make the echo ability disappear directly, because the echo ability will come back after the bugs disappear. Jataro had already guessed this, and just after Koichi deactivated his ability, the bugs in the Sunny Doll immediately disappeared. This shows that Kenji has a certain degree of control over these insects. Therefore, he surmised that the enemy could not fully control the insects transformed from other people's stand abilities. He was gambling and he won. Sharp screams, the buzzing of mosquitoes, the sound of fingernails scratching the blackboard. Gradually, Asahara Hitsuru was tormented by the countless sounds and lost his fighting ability. After Star Platinum knocked him out completely, the victors of this battle were still Jataro Kyujo and Koichi heroes. Koichi planned to take Jataro to the hospital first, but Jataro refused right after they left Tanshin Fish, who was hiding in the shadows. Originally wanted to take Asahara Hizuru away, but then a group of unidentified people appeared out of nowhere, took Asahara Hina in their car and drove off. Tanshin Fish hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. Morio Town near Nijimura's house. Damn it, how could this happen? Jasuk originally wanted to take his family to the Nijimura family, since they had already been exposed, and he had to do so for their safety. As soon as they arrived on the nearby streets, they saw that the area had been cordoned off by the police. As for what's inside, he can't see it at all. This is bad. If the Revolutionary Army's base is destroyed, it's only a matter of time before we die. Kaiojo was filled with regret at this moment, wondering why he hadn't just gone to get a face transplant, which would have given him a better chance of survival. You've messed with the Revolutionary Army. Stop joking, do you know the consequences of doing that? Do you want to spend the rest of your life being hunted by the police? Jasuk Higashikata. Upon hearing that his grandson was involved with the Revolutionary Army, Dongfeng Liangping was so enraged that he wanted to beat him up. I know, there's nothing we can do. It's already happened. And it was the government that started it. Jasuk recounted the events that had transpired to Tomoko Higashikata and Ryohei Higashikata. After listening, the two fell silent, neither knowing what they were thinking. You mean you also have that double? Dongfeng Liangping works at the police station. Although he has never been a police officer, he has heard of stunt doubles in his mind. Stand users were very rare, but it was said that there were 1 or 2 stand users in several towns in his area. However, he had never seen them and did not know their specific identities. In fact, they remembered correctly. There were indeed 2 people. One named Sky Island Hunter and the other named Yamagami Arashi. These two people have something in common. They were both brought to light by their grandson. Dad actually not only Jasuk, but you are the only one in this car who is not a stand user. Hearing his beloved daughter say this, Dongfeng Liangping began to ponder. If the government helps them gain the ability to protect themselves by having a substitute, then rebelling against the existing government is not out of the question. Ryohei Higashi works at the police station, but that doesn't mean he's loyal to the new government. Before cars ruled the world, Ryohei Higashikata had already become a junior police officer at the Morio police station. After working for about 5 or 6 years, Katz returned and quickly conquered the world. Due to the fear of trouble, local units at the grassroots level, such as the town police station, basically remained unchanged, of course. All the new blood that joined later were basically young people who had been poisoned by Car's rule. In addition, with the major reshuffle of the high-level personnel and the presence of special forces such as stand users and vampires, these units were also firmly controlled. Against this backdrop, Dongfeng Liangping worked diligently in this position for over 20 years. That's what they say. But when it comes to national and personal grievances, no one can easily let go of them over the years. He couldn't be said to have outwardly complied with, but inwardly defied the instructions from above. But he did try his best not to go against his conscience or harm the residents of the town. He would help the people in his jurisdiction whenever he could. Over the years, although he had not received many great favors from people, he had certainly given them many small favors deep down. Ryohei Higashima always hoped that someone would come forward to overthrow Katz. But that person did not include himself. He had a wife who is no longer with him, a daughter, and a grandson. He wanted to use all his abilities to protect his family. Therefore, he did not want Jasuk to be associated with the Revolutionary Army. But just now he figured it out. Jasuk now has a substitute, a power bestowed upon him by heaven. If even someone like him cannot step in to oppose the Katz regime, then Katz's rule will continue indefinitely. For the sake of the future of all humanity, and for the sake of his grandson having the opportunity to live under the blue sky of humanity itself, he had no choice but to let his children take this risk. At this moment though he wished it was him, the old man, who would gain the powers, who would be able to fight against the alien race. But he didn't, Morio Town somewhere. Lizzie Borden, who was suddenly teleported again, looked at the car exhaust fumes in the distance. Her face as dark as could be. It's like they have CNM written all over their faces. She never imagined that she would be fooled twice by such a stupid ability. Just now, she led a large group of people to block off the streets near Nijimura's house. To prevent the previous situation of being inexplicably teleported, she deliberately instructed her subordinates to intercept cars. Of course, it doesn't matter if the car crashes out. That long wind-up time is enough for her to kill her way through the Rainbow Village. Just as she stepped into the courtyard, ready to wreak havoc and finish the battle quickly, she saw a woman use her stand ability on her. That double was the same double she had seen with the masked man last time. She then summoned the Axeman to prepare for battle, but was blocked by a group of toy soldiers. She had only fought for a minute, barely breaking through the toy soldiers' blockade. And the next instant she arrived here. Rewind a little over an hour to the Nijimura family home. The group was discussing strategies in the basement, with a map of the entire Morio town on the table. Based on the calculations we just did, this is the best hiding place. As Fu Yao spoke, he added a bold stroke to the map. There are many places to hide, and the location is just right from the base. So if I'm going to hide here, I'll have to go here first and wait. And then you guys will call me, ZZ confirmed. This is an extremely dangerous mission. If you are discovered while you are in good combat condition, you will be very careful. That's such a comforting thing to say, thank you. They finally finalized their strategy, and ZZ was marked before setting off. Their plan was simple, have ZZ drive the Wheel of Destiny to hide in advance. And when the enemy arrived, mark the strongest one with the Rashomon mark, and at the same time call him to drive in the opposite direction from the base. Directly teleporting at a distance, ZZ then hid. And after the enemy left, he returned to the vicinity and repeated the operation. This plan can at least hold off one of the strongest enemies. The rest is up to them, of course. They also made a lot of decorations at Hong Kong's house. After all, it was a small local base for the Revolutionary Army. So they still had some arms reserves at this moment. Takeuchi Kazuki and Fu Yao were on the second floor, holding rifles and preparing to attack, while Nakajima Katsuki carrying a large number of pistols, daggers and other weapons, was behind the door in a fighting stance. The Extreme Evil Squadron ambushed in multiple locations, including the entrance and inside the house while Ikutasu still injured hid in the basement. The police and soldiers on the street outside did not dare to make any rash moves. Just like with Dongfeng Liangping mentioned before, many of them were not sincerely working for the cat's government. In addition, the enemy was so strong, and the leader was not theirs. So charging in would only be suicide. While Lizzie Borden was still practicing the Amino language, a timid figure walked over trembling. "Excuse me, are you Lady Lizzie Borden?" Lizzie Borden turned her head and saw a guy who looked like a student. "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Her attitude was naturally bad, given her personality. If this guy hadn't seemed to have something to ask her, he would have been beheaded long ago. "Lady Lizzie Borden, you finally arrived just now." Lady Asahara and I were on our way to the police station when we spotted two very suspicious stand users. Lady Asahara tried to arrest them, but she was no match for them and got beaten up before passing out. I originally intended to take the adult back to the car, but then several suspicious guys appeared and took the adult away without a word. I followed them all the way here. I see a lot of stand users going in and out of here. It's clearly not a good place I'm in. Tan Shanyu spoke these words with tears and sighs. His emotions were sincere, and he did so in one breath without daring to take a few breaths. He might have passed out if Lizzie Borden hadn't interrupted him. After hearing the description from the Tanshin fish, Lizzie Borden became unusually serious. As a member of the same squad, he knew about Asahara Hizo's abilities. If she were to fight him, she was confident that she could quickly determine a winner. Her axe wielder has the ability to instantly kill her opponent with a single decapitation strike. Asahara Hina would surely die. But Lizzie Borden also knew that she could hardly bring herself to beat him up in a direct fight without killing him. That's why she was so wary of the two guys who beat up Asahara Hina. In addition, as Tanshinyu just mentioned, there are many houses belonging to stand users. At this moment, she felt somewhat fortunate that she had been teleported here and encountered Tanshin fish. "Come on, take me to see this place, by the way. Have you reported the situation here to your superiors?" I've reported it. I told the driver to go to the police station to report the situation first. And I'll stay here and keep watch." After listening, Lizzie Borden nodded. "Okay, I'll go in and check on things in a bit. You stay outside and wait so as not to hold me back." "Yes, my lord," led by the Honolulu fish. Lizzie Borden arrived at a villa nearby. A building of this size. Is it really a professional stand user organization? I didn't expect there to be such an organization in this small town. Interesting, I've never heard of it before. She knew that there were a large number of stand users in the world who were not subject to government control. In other words, there are many different kinds of civilian stand-in organizations around the world. She also knows a lot about some of these organizations that have partnerships with the government. Europe's held China's Magic Rock Russia's Katyusha, and the United States Queen, etc. However, there are also many local bullies who are not easily controlled. But most of them are not very powerful. Thinking about it, she rang the doorbell. Who? Soon a man's voice rang out from the other side of the door. Tinged with hostility, "People from the government," Lizzie Borden said coldly. Upon hearing that they were government officials, The man quickly winked at his companion on the other side, followed by a series of footsteps, however. His every move was clearly seen by the axe wielder above the door. Because they have no doubles, the axe wielder is never seen. When someone came to report the news, Lizzie Borden could no longer bear it and immediately ordered the axe wielder to break open the door. Asahara Hina is still in this house, and there are a large number of stand users whose identities and abilities are unknown. Once they are prepared, things will become difficult. The bodyguards inside the compound were terrified when they saw the suddenly broken gate. However, was a gangster elite after all, and immediately pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Lizzie Borden. "Hey, you bastard, don't point a gun at me." Lizzie Borden's pent-up emotions finally erupted, and with a single axe blow, she sent the bodyguard to meet Gojo Satoru. She then lightly touched the ground and charged towards the bodyguard who had come to report the news with overwhelming speed. With that one axe blow, the bodyguard was instantly reduced to a mangled mess. After slicing one person in half at the waist and chopping off half the head of another, Lizzie Borden arrogantly kicked open the villa's door. This commotion was quite significant, immediately alerting everyone on the first floor of the villa. "Bring out your managers," Lizzie Borden shouted, then looked around. "Hey, who do you think you are, daring to cause trouble here? Do you even know where you are?" A robust man came down from the second floor, his expression somewhat cynical. Lizzie Borden looked at the guy coming down the stairs with disdain. An American cowboy holding a revolver. "So, are you going to use a whistle to call your horse in from outside?" As you can probably guess, this person's identity is. He was Hall Horst, who had wandered here. "If you can see my emperor, then you're also a stand user. If I'm not mistaken, that big guy with the axe next to me is your stand, right?" He looks pretty intimidating as he spoke. Hall Hess's expression grew increasingly serious, because he had already guessed the identity of the person who came. Legend has it that most of the members of Black Nursery Rhymes are mysterious and unpredictable. But there is a young woman whose behavior is unusually arrogant. Her stand axe wielder has exaggerated close combat abilities, and her own combat strength is also at the top level of humans. That woman's, you're Lizzie Borden from Black Nursery Rhymes, aren't you? Upon hearing that her identity had been revealed, Lizzie Borden didn't waste any words and immediately sprinted forward while manipulating Axeman to strike. After all, her axe-wielding man has a short range of less than 10 meters. Seeing the enemy charging towards him, Hall Hess raised the Emperor and fired a shot. He also shouted upwards, calling for backup. Stand name Emperor main body, Hall Hess destructive power B. Speed B, range B, persistence C, precision E. Growth potential E ability, the stand is a semi-revolver. Semi-automatic pistol. The gun and the bullets it fires are part of the stand and are controlled by the will of Hall Horse. Some people on the first floor tried to rush up to intercept Lizzie Borden, but she killed them all with a few axe blows. The Emperor's bullet hurtled toward Lizzie Borden, but the Axeman immediately scrambled back to defend, knocking her away with a single axe blow. Seeing that things were not going well, Holmes fired several shots and then flipped down the stairs. He then maneuvered the bullets to fight Lizzie Borden while dodging around. Just as Lizzie Borden was about to succeed, a yo-yo approached her at an extremely fast speed. Along with the yo-yo came several throwing knives. "I don't care who you are. Don't even think about causing trouble on our Duwang gang's turf." A large group of people appeared at the stairwell. After the Axeman knocked away the yo-yo and the throwing knife, Lizzie Borden immediately turned her attention to the group of people. The yo-yo that was knocked away is now being held in the hand of a gold and blue stand. And in front of the stand is a person who looks like a high school student. Stand name Fire of Youth Body, Jifaliang. Destructive power B, speed A, range C, endurance A. Precision A, growth potential B. Abilities, this stand possesses incredible yo-yo skills, allowing it to easily perform various high-difficulty maneuvers. Its main combat ability is to attack using a yo-yo. The Flame of Youth attack, to be honest. This guy's stats are very deceptive. They're practically from his grandfather's generation, with the abilities of a carrot chicken. Judging by the rating alone, his stats are even the same as Dios but in actual combat. Most of them are not very useful. The following is a panel analysis. Destructive force B, the destructive force of the yo-yo when it is thrown. Speed A, the hand speed controlling the yo-yo and the speed at which the yo-yo travels. Shooting range C, the maximum extended range of the yo-yo is 10 meters. Duration A, the yo-yo can spin for a long time. Precision A, world champion level yo-yo technique. Growth potential B, this is undeniably useful. But it's geared towards the future for now. We should still focus on growth, in summary. Once your yo-yo skills are maxed out, your combat level just needs to be better than the Emperor's. As for the panel, you can get Mr. Chen to test it and it won't be much different. Upon receiving Jeffrey's command, Youthful Flame spun around and once again hurtled toward Lizzie Borden. Upon seeing this attack, Lizzie Borden didn't even bother using Axeman and simply turned to dodge. To her surprise, the yo-yo actually made 2 turns during its journey. This attack was aimed directly at the area behind Lizzie Borden. At this distance and speed, the axe wielder, who was some distance away from the main body, had no time to react and defend. However, Lizzie Borden remained calm and raised her axe to block the attack. Based on the characteristics of stands, ordinary people cannot touch them, but stands also cannot attack by crossing obstacles. Jeffrey thought that Lizzie Borden, a woman whose figure was not particularly outstanding, would not be able to resist the fire of youths. But the result he saw surprised him greatly. Lizzie Borden took the blow unscathed, taking only a half step back. Even the axe in her hand was intact with not even a broken tip. Holy crap, is she even human? If her real body can hurt a stand, I don't even have the right to let her use a stand. Jeff Liang finally realized the difference between himself and these guys. The others nodded in agreement after hearing his words. That's professionalism. Their group is just a slightly stronger gang of thugs. It's not the same concept as a regular army. But we outnumber them with so many stand users. How can we let ourselves be bullied on our own turf? The speaker was a man with unkempt long hair, who pulled out several throwing knives from his waist as he spoke. The others were also ready for battle. Breaking the wind to cross the night. Stand name Zhefeng Duyontology, Tetsuya Yamiyama. Destructive power C, speed B, range B, endurance B. Precision C, growth potential D. Ability when launching a flight attack. It will automatically track the target, and the flight duration will also be slightly extended. 8 throwing knives were tossed out casually, and after adjusting their direction in midair, they rushed towards Lizzie Borden. The ability to control objects or aiming attacks. Mere child's play while fighting. Lizzie Borden was also analyzing her opponent's abilities, but this was just based on her combat instincts. She still looked down on these people. Just as the axe wielder came in front of her to defend herself, she suddenly felt an itch all over her body. No, it hurts. She immediately realized that she had been attacked by the enemy's clone. Looking behind her, the scene she saw made her very uncomfortable. A large number of small yellow insects were swarming towards him, and they even used their mouthparts to pierce his skin. Try my harvester at the back of the crowd. A chubby guy who could vaguely be identified as a person said with a sly grin. Stand name Harvester. Main body Shijikyo Yasuhisa Fat Shijikyo. Destructive power E, speed B, range A, endurance A. Precision E, growth potential C. Abilities multiple long-range stands, totaling approximately 500, with an extremely long range capable of covering the entire Morio town. But no obvious special abilities for a moment. Lizzie Borden faced a 4-pronged attack, bullets from the Emperor, yo-yos from Youthful Flame, throwing knives from Windbreaker, and attacks from the Harvester, Ha-hoo-hoo. She took a breath in less than half a second, and at the same time, the axe wielder changed to holding the axe with both hands. Thento everyone's astonishment. The axe in the axe wielder's hand began to spin in an extremely bizarre and rapid manner. That's not all. Lizzie Borden, standing behind the axeman, also made the same gesture, and just like that, the rapidly swinging and spinning axe formed an impenetrable defensive net, knocking away all the attacks from the four clones. Lizzie Borden and the axe wielder were isolated in a shield woven from the paths of axe swings. With the attack completely blocked, Lizzie Borden withdrew her moves, and the two figures reappeared before everyone's eyes. What is that all you've got? What a disappointing battle. I've killed countless pieces of trash like you. Du Wangbang base, second floor of villa. The man sitting in the chair was watching the monitor screen with a serious expression. When he saw Lizzie Borden block the combined attack of 4 stand users without getting hurt, his expression turned extremely ugly. Has Kenji not arrived yet? The man held his phone, his voice icy. Boss. As soon as he heard that the opponent was Black Nursery Rhyme, he absolutely refused to come. The underling on the other side was so anxious he was almost in tears. On one side was his boss, and on the other was a high-ranking member of the organization. He couldn't afford to offend either side. That bastard here, you stay close to him. Don't let him get away, keep in touch. I'll send someone over right now. After hanging up the phone, the man turned to look at the group of people beside him. Yamagishi, go find Sano Kenji. If he doesn't come, just kidnap him. He's the only one who can deal with the guys down there now. Seeing the woman beside him nod, he looked to the other side. Kobayashi, Vagi, you guys aren't very strong. Go out the back door with Yamagishi in a bit and find the boss. Tell him what's going on here. Yes, sir. Seeing this, the man waved his hand, and the group left the room through a side door. Damn it. That bastard Miyamoto brought all this trouble to me. He can't even do his own job properly. Yet he keeps giving me work to do every single day. After finishing his rant, the man looked helpless. The problem is my men can't beat them. Hello, is this Mr. Yamashiro's house? Inside a telephone booth on a street in Morio, Kaiojo, who was wrapped up tightly, was on the phone with someone. The reason for having him fight is simple. Jasuk's beef head is too conspicuous. After exchanging the secret code, the talisman on the other side quickly began transmitting information. The base is currently surrounded by military and police. ZZ has temporarily held off Lizzie Borden, so a fight won't break out here anytime soon. You'd better find somewhere to hide. The strategist has already arranged for reinforcements, who are expected to arrive in Morio within 1 to 2 days, at which point the next phase of the operation can commence. Having roughly grasped the situation provided by Fuyao, Kaiojo considered his next move. Were there any casualties among your people? It's nothing serious. Just that Yitai suffered some minor injuries. A guy known as Black Nursery Rhyme came knocking on their door, but was killed by Yitai and Xing Zhao working together. Kaiojo wasn't too surprised by the news. While the members of that team were indeed powerful, he was very clear about the Nijimura brothers' stand abilities. Although the extremely wicked squadron didn't have much screen time in the original work, they once pushed the powerful Jasuk Higashikata to the brink of defeat in a home field battle. Bombardment Space is considered by many JoJo fans to be one of the top stands because of its ability to destroy space. This combination could probably defeat over 90% of stand users. That should probably work too. No matter what, you must ensure your safety. I will let you know when reinforcements arrive. At the end of the call, Fuyao carefully gave some instructions. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Kaiojo informed the Dongfang family of the current situation. Duwang Town in the base villa of Duwanggang. The lobby on the first floor was now filled with people lying haphazardly, including most of the ordinary members without stands, as well as stand users who had just fought against Lizzie Borden. The scene was so despicable that it could be described as a field strewn with corpses. Of course, those stand users still have a breath left, since they might still be useful in the future. After kicking aside the corpse lying at the bottom of the stairs, Lizzie Borden carried the axe up to the second floor. I only wanted to catch a mouse, but I ended up disturbing the whole nest. Looking at the man sitting in the second-floor lobby, Lizzie Borden spoke calmly. You guys really have plenty of people here. How many stand users did I just kill? 7, 8, 10. Sure enough, you wouldn't remember how many pieces of trash you cut down. The man felt somewhat helpless listening to Lizzie Borden's words. He thought to himself, these are still a bunch who slipped out the back door. I should have known better than to call so many people. Damn it, they're just cannon fodder anyway. So you're in charge here, may I ask your name? I am Oda Gayoshi, the leader of the Du Wang gang. After hearing Oda Gayoshi's words, Lizzie Borden straightened her axe. As expected, he's the leader here. Since he's the boss, let's fight. I'm quite curious about what kind of ability this guy has to attract so many stand users. Ma'am, I think there might be some misunderstanding. Before he could finish speaking, the axe-wielder's axe struck him from the side. Don't try to fool me with this nonsense. Fight if you want or surrender. What are you dawdling about? Oda Gayoshi was cursing under his breath when he heard this. Damn it, if I could fight, I would have done it already. So many people below couldn't stop you. How could I possibly fight the market all by myself? There was nothing he could do but keep dodging Lizzie Borden's attacks. Damn Miyamoto, damn Sano, if I die here today. You two bastards will both die a horrible death. Seeing that the other party was only avoiding her, Lizzie Borden sneered, you think this will work? Show some serious effort. Just then, a dark purple humanoid stand-in suddenly appeared behind Oda Gayoshi. The classical Chinese phrase, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The stand-in barely managed to grab the axe of the axe-wielder. And Oda Gayoshi took the opportunity to close in on Lizzie Borden at full speed. Damn, this stunt double is incredibly strong. Faced with this situation, Lizzie Borden remained completely calm and even had time to make sarcastic remarks. No, to everyone's surprise. When she opened her mouth, all she could come out were incoherent shouts. Taking advantage of her distraction, Oda Gayoshi pulled out a pistol from his pocket and shot her. Stand name Jihuje Ontology, Oda Gayoshi. Destructive power B speed D range B endurance A. Precision degrowth potential C. Ability causes the target to lose the ability to understand and use all written language. Those affected by the ability are unable to speak right, nor can they hear read written language. This ability is almost useless in one-on-one combat. Its greatest potential lies in distracting the opponent during brief exchanges. Of course, this only applies to one-on-one battles. In war, this ability could be extremely useful if one were to infiltrate the enemy and use it on their commander. Back on the battlefield, in theory, it would be almost impossible for the enemy to dodge when shooting at a distance of 1 or 2 meters. However, he still underestimated Lizzie Borden's combat instincts and experience. Or perhaps he underestimated the fact that he never intended to kill Lizzie Borden with that shot in the first place. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. It's just a desperate gamble. Even Lizzie Borden couldn't escape unscathed in this situation. But she turned her head just in time, allowing the bullet, which could have killed her to graze her temple. Although not fatal, the wound was not shallow, and blood trickled down her cheek in less than a second. Oda Gayoshi pulled the safety again and fired. But Lizzie Borden knocked the gun out of his hand with an axe, and the bullet went astray and hit the ceiling brush. A flash of light appeared, and a short sword about 30 centimeters long extended from Oda Gayoshi's left sleeve, slashing directly at Lizzie Borden's neck. Lizzie Borden hadn't anticipated this attack, and by the time she retreated it was too late. A small cut appeared on the right side of her neck, and feeling the blood flowing, Lizzie Borden panicked completely. In just a few seconds, she had already been injured twice. She hadn't been this disheveled when she had just fought her way through the first-floor lobby. During this time, the axe-wielder had kicked the classical Chinese characters and cut a large gash in his chest. At the same time, a hideous wound appeared on Oda Gayoshi's chest, which was gushing blood continuously. Lizzie Borden raised her axe and struck Oda Gayoshi, who was kneeling on the ground with a backhand blow. As for hitting him with the back of the axe, that was to spare his life, since there aren't many guys who can actually injure you. Seeing Oda Gayoshi lying on the ground, Lizzie Borden kicked and broke one of his legs to prevent him from escaping. Oda Gayoshi, who had just been struck on the head with the back of an axe, immediately fainted. Finally, we can talk properly. What a disgusting stand ability. She was still not satisfied, so she raised her axe and chopped at Oda Gayoshi's arm. However, she missed with that axe strike what it missed. Lizzie Borden immediately realized that she was probably under attack. She immediately looked up in one direction and, sure enough, there were two people standing there. Thankfully, I arrived in time. It was a man and a woman. The woman looked like a high school student, and the man was being tied up with her hair. What kind of combination is this? Lizzie Borden was somewhat interested in the enemy before her. After all, she hadn't even figured out the ability he had just used. Did you just say this guy was low on health? Looking at Lizzie Borden, who was practically alive and kicking except for a little blood on her face, Kenji Sano was at a loss for words. My stand is only good for supporting in battle, but it seems like I don't have any teammates now. Upon hearing Sano Kenji's words, Yamagishi Yukako immediately started cursing. You bastard, how dare you say that? If you hadn't been so absent, would things have come to this? And now you're complaining, hey. You two are stand users of this organization too, right? What, wanna fight? Upon hearing Lizzie Borden's words, Kenji Sano swallowed hard. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. I don't want to fight. But he was interrupted by Lizzie Borden halfway through his sentence. If you don't want to fight, then just die. Not only Lizzie Borden but even Yukako Yamagishi, who was standing next to him, smacked him with her hair. Damn it, why are you people always pushing me like this? Just as he was feeling frustrated, the axe wielder attacked. Such a terrifying scene forced him to use his stand ability. Is she not a subject of the king? Change the probability of her hitting me. Stand name Mofei Wang Chen, all my people body, Sano Kenji. Destructive power E, speed C, range B, endurance E. Precision B, growth potential A. Ability changes the probability of the outcome of an event that is happening in the short term to 50%. Appearance, a half-humanoid stand with a strong sense of separation between left and right sides. Its body is a two-sided symmetrical die, and its head is similar to soft and wet. Note that this must be something that is happening in the short term, such as the probability that a person is eating ice cream and accurately puts the ice cream into their mouth, or the probability that a person is chopping wood and splits the wood in half with one stroke. The probability of such a short-term, single event can be manipulated. Those events that have not yet occurred are too complex, or are too long in duration, cannot be intervened in. For example, the probability of a person suddenly dying, the probability of a successful surgery, and the probability of a basketball star surviving a plane crash are all things that cannot be manipulated. Applications related to gambling also depend on the specific circumstances. Games like slot machines and lottery numbers, where the final result isn't generated until the very last second, can be interfered with. However, this doesn't work for card games, since they can't control the beautiful online dealers. Of course, even so, the number of events that all subjects of the king can interfere with is infinite. There are countless events that can be interfered with in the lives of almost every person and every object. It has to be said that Sano Kenji was quite lucky. This attack did not hit him. It's a 50-50 chance anyway, so let's gamble. That's why he dislikes fighting. This is a real gamble, and the odds are only 50-50. Upon seeing the enemy launch an attack, Yukako quickly led Sano Kenji to escape. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sano Kenji pulled out a pistol from his waist and pulled the safety. With a bang, the bullet shot out, and the conditions for activating the ability were met. Could she be a subject of the king? Change the probability of the bullet hitting her. The appearance of Sano Kenji's stand directly alters the probability of the event. He knew that with his marksmanship. The probability of hitting the enemy was less than 1%. However, the shot ultimately missed Lizzie Borden, which was unavoidable given her abilities. Yukiko, I think I need your help. I see it now, what am I supposed to do, just like last time? Upon hearing what Sano Kenji said, Yukiko understood. Purple Lovers stand name Purple Lovers. Ontology Yukiko Yamagishi Destructive Power B Speed B. Range C Endurance A Precision A Growth Potential B. Ability controls her hair, which can be extended freely and used to attack or control opponents. Once activated, Purple Lover immediately entangled Sano Kenji. With this outer garment, Sano Kenji's mobility was greatly enhanced, after all. It's a B-level speed, which is much faster than an ordinary person like Kenji Sano. Boom! Another shot was fired, and is he a subject of the king? Once again altered the probability of the bullet hitting its target. This time Lizzie Borden wasn't so lucky. There was a 50% chance she would be shot directly. Even though it was only her arm that was hit, it still made Lizzie Borden very angry. If it were the situation just now, I would accept it after all. Oda Goyoshi's fighting level is really high, but this guy, he uses some inexplicable ability and has absolutely no fighting spirit. Being injured by such a bastard is an extreme disgrace. While Lizzie Borden had time to rant, Kenji Sano wasn't distracted. He continued shooting with his 50% accuracy, after all. If he stops and starts spouting nonsense, he won't even know how he died. Facing the now completely insane Lizzie Borden, Kenji Sano continued to fire relentlessly. Within seconds, Lizzie Borden had been shot 3 times. During this time, Ish never gave up on rushing at her opponent. But she could only barely keep up with his speed. His only attacks were blocked by the woman's hair and did not cause much damage. However, at this moment the opportunity has arrived. Just as Sano Kenji pulled the trigger again, a click told him that the gun was out of bullets. Lizzie Borden also noticed this and seized the opportunity during the opponent's attack to control the axe wielder to slash down. Sano Kenji felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, followed by a stiffening of his body, thanks to Yukiko's timely use of Purple Lover to pull him back. Otherwise, even with his hair covering him, he would have been half dead. Your gun's out of bullets, aren't it? Let's see what tricks you can pull now. Lizzie Borden stood 10 meters in front of the 2 men, her expression fiercely carrying an axe. Suddenly, some background music seemed to start playing. Even the usually timid Sano Kenji put away his pistol, spread his arms and struck a strange pose. Execution theme song plus JoJo pose. Lizzie Borden also sensed that something was wrong. Just as the enemy's stand reappeared, looked up alertly. The magnificent chandelier on the ceiling was falling straight down on her. Could she be a subject of the king? Change the probability that the chandelier will hit her. Under the influence of the stand's ability, Lizzie Borden, who could have escaped, was forcibly pulled into a 50% probability situation. Kenji Sano is gambling, Yukiko is gambling, and Lizzie Borden has no choice but to gamble. Clang. The enormous chandelier struck Lizzie Borden squarely, knocking her unconscious instantly. Sano Kenji and Yamagishi Yukiko exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. Kenji Sano's attack just now wasn't intended to hurt Lizzie Borden, but rather to cover up his act of destroying the chandelier. Their escape route was simply to lure Lizzie Borden under the chandelier. With this, Lizzie Borden, member of Black Nursery Rhymes, was unable to rise again at Cat's Palace, Australia. What? All 3 combatants are missing and are suspected to be dead in Morio Town. What are you bunch of useless idiots doing, a burly, dark-skinned man with messy white hair was yelling at the person who had come to report. Lord Escalation, what should we do now? Should we send more people over? All right, I'll figure something out. Just don't let anyone else know about this. Yes, Lord Escalation. Escalation showed no intention of punishing them, but instead turned and walked into the depths of the castle. He was now even more certain of his previous suspicions. Morio must hold some secret, and this secret must be very important to the Revolutionary Army. To uncover this secret, we need to mobilize troops to Morio. Given the current situation, mobilizing soldiers to encircle and annihilate Morio Town is not difficult. But it is hard to say who should deal with the real enemies. If it were him or Vamu going, he would be extremely confident of winning. But that's unrealistic. Black Nursery Rhyme is a sharp sword in their hands. But 3 team members have already fallen in more. And sending a few more would probably not be of much use. So he came up with a bold plan. One that hadn't been done in 30 years. At the same time at the Morio police station, Tanshin Fish was lying on an iron chair in the police station. Staring blankly at the ceiling, it was already evening. Just now, seeing that Lizzie Borden hadn't come out for a long time, Tanshin Yu couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Just as he was hesitating about whether to make a run for it, several more stand users arrived at the villa. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that someone came out to meet them. Now he had no choice but to believe that the boss he had just found had been a waste of time. After all, with the precedent of a Sahara Hitsuru, he was much more accepting of such things. So he quickly flagged down a car and went to the Morio police station. Fortunately, he was also a stand user. After all the stand users the police could contact disappeared, he became one of the highest-ranking people in the police station. This is what we call the bloodthirsty man without pillars. Dior reigns supreme. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Even though no one's giving me orders now, I can't possibly defeat any of these enemies. He now particularly misses those stand-ins who used to order him around and exploit him. They have the resources. They're really good at fighting when they have enemies. Why is a mere support stand getting involved? Reinforcements, hurry up or I'm really going to die. Duwang Town inside a resident's house. Kaiojo was sitting on the floor mat, familiarizing himself with the operation of the stand, with Jasuk giving him instructions beside him. I don't know how long this can last. I hope reinforcements will arrive soon, thanks to Mr. Ryote. If it weren't for his friend who was willing to take us in, we would probably be sleeping under a bridge tonight. Duwang Town Hongkong family. Let's take turns on duty, Mr. Xingzhou, you should rest for a while anyway. They can't see the extreme evil squadron and can't judge the current defense strength here. What? Fu Yao gently patted Nijimura Kaiko's shoulder and whispered. Okay, didn't ZZ say that Lizzie Borden was captured? The enemies sent down in the next few days will probably be even more troublesome. It's definitely not good if you're not in good condition. Fu Yao nodded, relayed the message to everyone, and then stayed at the door to keep watch. I am back under the cover of night. A small, thin figure pushed open the door. Upon hearing the sound, a woman quickly turned her head. She looked anxious and picked up the phone to make a call. Why are you so late coming back, Kangyi? You didn't even call. Just then the call went through. Mom, Kangyi is back. You and Dad should come back too. He's fine. After hanging up the phone, Heroes Ayana looked down at Koichi. What happened? Your parents are very worried about you. Seeing that Koichi didn't reply, Heroes Ayana sensed something was wrong. The smell on you. Did you go see that thug? Morio Town, a secret base of a certain Basazoku clan. Thank you all for your care. I won't stay long. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Upon hearing Jataro say this, the 2 people in front of him immediately became displeased. One of them went straight up and hugged Jataro's neck. Hey, what are you saying, Brother Kyujo? Putting aside the fact that Brother Koichi and I are best friends and brothers, I've long disliked those guys in the government. You not only saved my brother today, but you also avenged us. If you weren't still injured, I'd be thinking of just praying to Guan Yu right away. Although Jataro found the guy next to him a bit annoying, he felt that the guy had been trying his best to help him, taking him in and treating his injuries. It would be too impolite for him to curse at him. But it doesn't matter. I just like to befriend heroes like you. Even if I can't worship Guan Yu right now, I still want to say here that you are my savior. Kangya Savaran, my good brother, Yu Yi's good brother. Standing at the foot of Jataro's bed, Heiskura Miki was momentarily confused about the situation. He was just an alien who crash-landed here a while ago due to a spaceship crash. and by chance met heroes Koichi, who had just started high school, and Yuya, a member of the biker gang because of his unique abilities. Yuya was also very fond of him, and he subsequently lived in this base. It seems that Yuya is pursuing Koichi's older sister, so he treats Koichi very well. However, he couldn't understand why Yuya would do such a thing. His way of thinking is ultimately different from that of Earthlings. Dueng Town, the base of Dueng Gang. You bastard, do you know how much we've suffered? Look at the state of this place. Look at how many of my men are almost dead. Oda Gayoshi was sitting in a chair furious, with a man in a white suit opposite him. Don't be like that, Wuyi, you understand. We work for the same boss, so it's normal for us to cooperate. Besides, do you think our job is easy? Snatching people from the government is no simple task. Despite his statement, Oda Gayoshi disagreed with it in the slightest. Miyamoto Teranasuke, you bastard, how dare you say that? You've messed with Black Nursery Rhyme and brought this mess upon yourself. If it weren't for the 2 healing-type stand users being brought in at the last minute, you'd be collecting our corpses by now. 5 o'clock in the morning in a conference room in Tokyo, Japan. You all know the objectives of this mission, right? At the head of the conference table, a dark-faced British man slowly began to speak. Hey boss. What's going on this time that requires almost the entire Black Nursery Rhyme team to be mobilized? July 10, 1999. Ad Morio, a peaceful and tranquil town. 7 o'clock in the morning on the edge of the town. Damn. So my ability hasn't worn off yet. I was surrounded by the military as soon as I entered this strange town. A man who looked to be in his early 20s sat on a bench by the street. He had come here to visit relatives, but he had just entered the city that morning when the entire city was under lockdown. And now he was completely trapped in Morio. Just when he was at his wit's end, a man walked towards him. Hey bro, what's going on here? Why are there so many military and police people up ahead? Upon hearing this, Mishima Kenji, who had been keeping his head down, raised his head and looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him. I don't know either. It wasn't like this when I first came here this morning. Upon hearing this, the man in front of him showed a barely perceptible hint of panic. Damn it, now we're in deep trouble. We finally managed to sneak out, but now we can't escape. Seeing that the man's expression was off, Kenji Mishima keenly sensed something was amiss. Do you know something? What do you mean by knowing or not knowing? I don't understand what you're talking about. Kenji Mishima, who had originally intended to continue asking questions, suddenly glanced down at his watch and then sat back down dejectedly. Sayaniwa, the effect of my ability won't disappear for a while, so there's no way I can get any information out of it now. Ability? What abilities? Now it was the man's turn to be curious. It's nothing, just an ominous ability. Getting involved with me will only cause you more trouble. After he finished speaking, he glanced down at his watch again, but thankfully it passed quickly. Just then a military truck drove up. Hey, who are you two? What are you doing here? The man in the driver's seat yelled at them. It's nothing. I just went for a walk this morning, I'll be leaving soon. Before the man could finish speaking, Kenji Mishima made his escape. This scene enraged the people in the truck, and the man in the driver's seat immediately pulled out a handgun. Damn it, why is that guy running? Damn. I'm still within my capabilities. Otherwise, I'd be waiting to die. Just as he was about to continue his escape, a stone suddenly tripped him. Damn it. This power is incredible. On the truck in the distance, the woman sitting in the passenger seat smiled slightly and summoned her stand-in. 10 rabbits. 7:00 a.m. Morio Town, Morio Gang Base Villa. By this time, the villa was surrounded by military and police personnel. Knowing that there's no way to escape Morio, you're planning a desperate fight. 2 aloof-looking white men were watching the situation inside from the front gate of the villa. That's strange. Even if they have many powerful stand users, they shouldn't be this calm, brother, you mean. There's probably something wrong here, since we don't know anything about their stand abilities. It's all right, let these soldiers go in and scout ahead first. It won't hurt. The man in the lead seemed to agree with what he said. So he nodded in acknowledgement. Then another person summoned the military police behind to launch a strong attack. With a bang, the rocket launcher was fired, and the villa's gate was blasted to pieces. Immediately afterwards, a large number of military and police personnel filed in. Hey, they've broken in, there's no other way. We can't get out of Morio Town right now. We can only do our best to hold out until reinforcements arrive. After all, the boss won't give up on this place. Oda Goyoshi comforted everyone. By the way, Leki, you must control the timing well. If the situation is not right, immediately deactivate the stand ability. Seeing the large number of military police storming into the building, the members of the Duwang gang summoned their stand-ins to fight. At the same time, the two people at the gate also summoned their own stands. London Bridge, the Song of the Juniper. 7:00 a.m. Moriacha. The street in front of the Nijimura family's house. The people in here defeated Distort and took away Lizzie Borden, taking down 2 members of Black Nursery Rhymes in a row. That's truly admirable, hearing his teammates say this. The people around him also became somewhat interested. I just don't know if they can withstand the combined efforts of the two of us. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the man shook his head. That's not the case. We still don't know how they moved Lizzie Borden away. If we get hit by the same ability later, then we'll be fighting them all by ourselves, who cares? In a situation like Thisven, if I'm alone, I won't lose to them, then try if not. The cage is sewn shut, the cage is sewn shut. The Cat's Rope Ballad. 7:00 a.m. Morio Town, a certain biker gang's base. The guy who beat up Asahara Hina is in here, isn't he? There weren't many military or police personnel here. Only a handful of a dozen or so. The group was led by an East Asian man wearing sunglasses and a listless-looking European. This is the place that was found on the surveillance footage. Interesting, this guy is really interesting. He actually sent me specifically to deal with him. There aren't many people that the boss is so wary of. Although I'm not happy with your attitude, your ability is actually quite useful in certain situations. The listless European listened to his teammates' words and simply shook his head silently. That's right, Cyrus. When it comes to large-scale team battles, my clone is extremely useful. Hey, don't flatter yourself. A stand with almost no ability in direct combat. Don't push your luck. Hearing Cyrus say that, Shino was not in a hurry, so Cyrus. Our two substitutes complement each other perfectly. Don't you think? After saying that, Shino took a photo from the person next to him. So all we have to do is use our stand ability on this guy. It doesn't seem that difficult, let's go, Cyrus. An orphanage, Solomon Grandi. At 7:00 a.m. in front of a house in Morio Town, Ding Dong. A doorbell rang, attracting the homeowner's attention. Out of caution, the wife who arrived did not open the door immediately. Who are you looking for? Through the peephole, he saw a shadowy figure dressed in a black robe, whose gender he couldn't immediately discern. East. It was a hoarse male voice. Upon hearing this reply, the wife instinctively wanted to turn around and report the news. But it was already too late. 10 little black figures. 7:00 a.m. Morio Town City Center. So many people. Hahaha, I really do prefer missions like this. I'll wipe out the rebels in this town. Looking at his teammates who were acting like madmen in front of him, the man behind him looked helpless. That crazy woman. How did I end up being teamed up with her in the first place? Just then the woman impatiently released her double, and the man followed suit, little sister carrying a doll. Useless scattered corpses, Morio Town border. Surrounded by military and police forces, Kenji Mishima, who originally wanted to seek refuge with relatives, was trapped in Morio Town at that moment. Kenji Mishima suddenly tripped over a stone, and the unfamiliar man behind him began to run wildly. Abilities recorded. As for that guy, tell the men up ahead to stop him. After saying that, the woman in the passenger seat opened the door and got out of the car. Are you a stand user, little brother? Her smile was like that of a demon. Her chilling smile sent shivers down Mishima Kenji's spine. While they were still relatively close, Kenji Mishima got up and ran away. Even while fleeing, he didn't forget to glance at his watch. As he watched the minute hand make its final movement, a smile appeared on his face. It's no use. Your actions have been locked onto by 10 rabbits. That's your fate, however, just as he was feeling smug, the woman behind him spoke as if delivering a verdict. The moment those words left his mouth, Kenji Mishima, who had been running with all his might, suddenly tripped and fell flat on his face. This is, no. What? Shouldn't the effect of my ability have disappeared by now? With a slight attempt, the watch on his wrist immediately changed, and a small pink stand-in appeared on his arm, as expected. My bad luck curse has failed. Is this just a matter of pure luck? That was his first thought after he got up. Stand name Everything Sucks Ontology, Kenya Mishima. Destructive Power E-Speed D Range E Endurance A. Precision Day Growth Potential A. Ability, compress the good luck of the next 24 hours into the next hour. This means you will have super luck for 1 hour, but will be unlucky for the next 23 hours. Please note that this kind of bad luck cannot be called a calamity, and in most cases does not affect personal safety. Moreover, he can gain a certain amount of good luck by interacting positively with people who have normal luck. However, luck is a finite thing. If you get someone else's luck, then that person will be unlucky. Furthermore, when you're having a stroke of good luck, positive interactions with others can also make them luckier. Appearance: a small and cute pink half-humanoid stand-in with a clock on its back, which can be transformed into a watch or other personal timekeeping device. Kenjiro Mishima didn't have time to think too much. After putting away his stand-in, he got up and ran away again. Surprising lithe woman behind them didn't rush to catch up, and even the armed soldiers didn't launch an attack. Looking back, Kenji Mishima noticed a rabbit-shaped stand-in behind the woman. Before he could think it through, his foot suddenly slipped. After a dizzying spin, he fell to the ground for the 3rd time. No, this isn't a coincidence, nor is it my stand ability. Then there's only one possibility. That was his first thought after his face hit the ground. After getting up, Agent didn't continue running away, but instead turned around. Hey, you over there. I just fell for your stand ability, didn't I? The moment he uttered those words, his entire aura changed. It has a kind of domineering, what's the use of throwing caution to the wind attitude. Oh ho, you figured it out now, that's really good. Just then, the man who had run less than 200 meters also turned back. Hey, you're pretty fast. You're lucky you weren't shot by the soldiers in front of you. What? Looking at the woman with a mocking expression in front of him, the man felt somewhat unconvinced. What are you doing? I didn't do anything wrong. What do you mean by this? Unexpectedly, the woman burst into laughter upon hearing this. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. You participated in the murder of a Sahara Hizo, a member of the international government's high-ranking organization, Black Nursery Rhymes. And Lizzie Borden, and now you're trying to flee. As she spoke, the woman took a stack of documents from the person next to her. You really think we can't find anything out, Kenji Sano? Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Sano Kenji was truly on the verge of tears. Damn it, why am I being so chivalrous? I should have run away earlier. Why did I get involved in this mess? Finally can't keep up the act anymore, huh? Then prepare to surrender. As you can see, this place has been sealed off for a long time. You can't escape. Sano Kenji knew that what the woman said made sense. But he wasn't stupid, so how could he possibly surrender? Hey buddy over there, you're a stand user too, right? How about we team up and escape? Upon hearing the suggestion, Kenji Mishima nodded in agreement. Her ability is very strange. I fall down whenever I run. Although I don't know how she caused this, it shouldn't be an ability that affects my legs. Okay, my stand isn't a combat type. What about yours? Mine isn't either. Sano Kenji and Mishima Kenji were exchanging information rapidly over there. while the woman not far away was not in a hurry and let them make their plans. Because she was fearless, possessing extremely strong physical combat abilities and excellent stand skills, coupled with the assistance of so many military and police personnel. She was truly fearless. Since you're not a combat-type stand, you'd better get some kind of weapon. As he spoke, Sano Kenji pulled out a short knife and a pistol. How's your aims, If you have a stand ability to help you, you'll almost always hit the target. Holy crap, that's awesome. You have a stand ability that assists in shooting. Do you have a gun on you? I don't think so. My stand ability is related to luck. Okay, then you can take this gun. After saying that, Sano Kenji actually pulled out another gun. Kenji Mishima was not surprised by this after all. The woman had just said that the guy in front of him was a terrorist who had participated in the murder of a high-ranking government official and was now on the run. It wouldn't be surprising if someone like that pulled out a Gatling gun. Damn, luckily I found some equipment in the base's armory. Otherwise I'd be in real trouble right now. That's what he said. But he was not optimistic about his future. Who among us is not a subject of the king? Sano Kenji shouted and then fired his gun. The appearance of Mo Fei Wang Chen directly changed the probability of bullets hitting the target. The woman was initially dismissive of such an attack. But when she saw that the other party had summoned a substitute, she still dodged it, but this surprised her. The bullet struck her right arm directly, causing her to feel a sharp pain. Interesting. It's clearly a very amateurish shooting posture, with a hit probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Yet it still managed to hit me. It doesn't look like a stand that assists in shooting. So what kind of ability does it have? At the same moment she was shot, the two soldiers next to her immediately opened fire. Despite Mo Fei Wang Chen changing the probability of bullet hits in time, a bullet still struck him. HMPH. My stand 10 rabbits has locked onto your movements. That is your fate. Stand name 10 rabbits. Ontology Chen Zhu destructive power E speed D range A. Endurance A precision C growth potential C. Capability mark several consecutive events and chain them together in chronological order E. G events ABC, then one event A occurs. Events BC will inevitably occur in succession. Its appearance is that of a large worn-out and strangely shaped rabbit doll, for example. The incident where Kenji Mishima was marked was a sequence of getting up, right arrow, running away, right arrow, falling down. That's why he kept falling. The event that marked Sano Kenji was fire a shot, right arrow, use ability, get hit. Sano Kenji struggled to raise his arm. And what if I were a king's subject? Change the bullet's hit probability once again. He was unaware of Chen Zhu's stand ability, so he could only continue attacking. This action resulted in another bullet hole in his body. There's no other way, this is the only option. Everything's going wrong, compress my luck. In an instant, Kenji Mishima's aura changed. Duwing Town Hunkun family, watch out. An enemy's clone is coming at this moment. The courtyard of the Nijimura family's house was covered with thin red threads, and the scene looked like an infiltration scene from an American spy movie. However, this is not to prevent outsiders from getting in, but to prevent insiders from getting out. Stand name flipping ballad main body, Sally Brad. Destructive power D speed B range A endurance A. Precision C growth potential D. Ability can place stand threads at will. Any creature that touches the stand threads will have its blood sample extracted, and the stand threads will then hunt it down. Once it makes contact with the target, it will continue to absorb all of its bodily fluids. The substitute threads can track multiple targets simultaneously and have an extremely long range, covering at least the entire Morio town. Appearance: a humanoid stand-in made of red threads, which looks very strange just now. A large number of red silk threads completely surrounded the yard of the Nijimura family. And then a small bird accidentally landed on the silk threads. Then the little bird was sucked dry and turned into a mangled, riddled with holes bird. The people inside immediately became alert and closed all the doors and windows tightly. Now, A body double resembling a gaunt old man walked into the courtyard. Whether it was because it was a stand or because the enemy did it intentionally, this stand did not trigger the red line attack. Just as the stand-in reached the door, the extreme squad hiding behind the door opened fire. All sorts of bullets and shells were unleashed on the body double. However, when the smoke cleared, the double was completely unharmed. Before anyone else could react, the stand-in suddenly accelerated and arrived behind Takeuchi Kazuki. As the stand-in reached out towards Takeuchi Kazuki's back, its arm actually disappeared directly into Takeuchi Kazuki's body. The wind is blowing on the way home, rainbow people. The most evil squadron. The three stands attacked simultaneously, but they were unable to inflict any damage on the enemy's stand. Then the stand-in pulled its hand out, and a cage appeared in its hand. Inside the cage was a miniature version of Takeuchi Kazuki. Hey, what just happened? Takeuchi Kazuki looked dazed, somewhat confused about what had happened. Stand name Cage Seam. Cage Seam hereinafter referred to as Cage Seam. Body Bamboo Wood Turtle and Crane Destructive Power C. Speed C Range B Endurance B Precision C Growth Potential E. Ability Long Range Automatic Stand. Immune to physical attacks. Can return to the user's side at any time. A concrete timeline can be extracted from behind the target, and the attacked target will lose the memory and influence of the timeline that was taken from it. It can also affect the timeline within the cage, and the effect will be returned to the target after the cage is returned. This is a versatile ability that can be used for both offense and defense. It can be used to attack enemies or to remove damage by detaching from the timeline. Cage Seam slowly opened the small door of the cage and reached out to pinch Takeuchi Kazuki inside. Whatever he's trying to do, stop him. This was Fu Yao's first reaction. Nijimura Kaiko also understood the situation and immediately took control of the Extreme Evil Squadron aircraft to launch an attack. The helicopter struck the Cage Seam's arm, briefly interrupting its movement, however. This had little effect as its attack quickly followed, and one hand reached into the cage again, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Because the person inside had been shrunk to the size of a palm, Cage Slit easily picked her up with a slight exertion. The miniature version of Takeuchi Kazuki was crushed beyond recognition. This scene sent chills down everyone's spines, and Takeuchi Kazuki even summoned Rashomon to block it in front of her. However, Rashomon, with its power level of only D, was no match for Cage Gap, whose power level was at its peak of C, and could only flee in all directions. Be careful, don't let it touch Sister Xiang Yu. Fu Yao immediately shouted a reminder, and then used her own substitute ability. The wind is blowing on the way home. Wind on the way home waved his fan repeatedly, creating several wind fields that surrounded everyone present. Although the wind intensity is not high, only around level 6, it is still enough to slow down the stand's attack. Morio Town in a certain Basazoku base. Seeing the two uninvited guests suddenly appear in front of him, Yuya was somewhat wary. Who are you two looking for? Faced with this gangster-like guy in front of him, Shino simply picked up the photo in his hand and compared it. Looks like it's not you. Tell me, do you know the person in this photo? Upon closer inspection, Yuya realized it was a somewhat blurry screenshot from a surveillance camera. However, you can still vaguely make out that the person in the photo is Jataro Kyujo. He looks familiar. What do you want with him? Yuya roughly understood the identities of the two men, but he still tried to play dumb to get away with it. It's nothing, you said you don't know him. But the surveillance footage from yesterday clearly showed him coming, and it didn't even show him leaving as Shino was speaking. Yuya's gaze gradually shifted to what was behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Shino had already released his stand. Yuya carefully examined it. It was a humanoid stand with clown makeup and arrows covering its body. Where are your eyes looking? Are you looking at my stand-in, Orphanage Paradise? Since that's the case, you're a stand user too. Stop acting and hand over the person. Are you looking down on me, you bastard? As he spoke, he pulled out a gun and sprayed it onto Yuya's forehead. Damn it, we've been found, Jataro-san. Takashi Miki saved me upon hearing Yuya's cry for help. Jataro and Miki Takashi from inside the house rushed out. Hey, that's your mission target. Upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, Cyrus pointed at Jataro and shouted, I'm not blind, you don't need to remind me. Jataro didn't care about them. Once he realized the two in front of him were enemies, he was about to make his move, Platinum Star Aura Aura. However, as soon as Jataro arrived in front of Shino, before Star Platinum's fist could even hit him, his stand stepped in front of Shino. Jataro didn't pay much attention to this stand after all. The power of his Star Platinum was invincible. But when that punch was thrown, it was like a mud ox sinking into the sea. That punch didn't hit anything at all. Although I don't know your names, you've already fallen into the Orphanage Paradise ability. Have a pleasant journey, stand name Orphanage. Body Shino Destructive Power D Speed E Range E. Endurance A Precision B Growth Potential D. Ability, those marked by this ability will be unable to encounter other people. And all future encounters will be transferred by cause and effect. Attacks launched by a substitute against the main body will be eliminated. 7:30 a.m. Morio Town Morio Gang Base Villa. Looking at his injured comrades lying on the ground, Oda Goyoshi felt a pang of heartache even now. They have only eliminated a small number of enemy troops, while their own losses have been enormous. In just half an hour, 7 or 8 stand users alone lost their fighting ability. Not to mention the ordinary gang members who were not stand users. Although they are an organized criminal gang, the gap between them and the regular army is still difficult to bridge. Fortunately, they had secretly stockpiled a lot of weapons over the years. And they also had a large number of stand-in users at their disposal. So they were probably all dead by now, boss. There are more and more dead people just now. The soil on the ground sculpted into a large number of human figures. At first they didn't realize what was happening, but soon they found many familiar faces among them. This made them realize the impact of this ability. Create living zombies, moreover. These zombies are highly resilient. Even if they are beaten to the point of losing limbs, they can still continue to move. Stand name Song of the Juniper Original Body, Dean Hewen. Destructive Power A Speed D Range D Endurance A. Precision B Growth Potential C. Ability by pounding the earths. One can summon the souls of the dead buried underground. Using mud as a body, the resurrected souls retain their fighting abilities from their previous lives. But their overall actions are completely controlled by their stands. The undead are unconscious, feel no pain, and do not stop moving when injured. Appearance, a ragged skeleton that moves slowly but is extremely strong. That's probably not the most troublesome thing. Has the leader made a move yet? Upon hearing Oda Goyoshi's question, a woman who was using a stand-in to observe the distance replied, Nabos has been guarding the door the whole time, and his double hasn't made a move either. Upon hearing the woman's report, Oda Goyoshi felt a surge of dread. If this one person has such troublesome abilities, and another guy seems to be of even higher status, then his strength is probably even more troublesome. Watch out, another zombie with a clone has appeared. A gasp reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing that another zombie with a stand had appeared, Holmes and Tetsuya Yamagami immediately used their stand abilities to attack it. Emperor breaking the wind to cross the night. Although zombies do not stop moving when injured, they can be destroyed until they can no longer move. For example, Ethy completely destroyed its legs. They have used this method to intercept a large number of zombies. Lou, watch out for the missile on the left. Upon hearing Oda Goyoshi's reminder, a punk-style man immediately moved his stand barrier slightly towards the left window. Mei, how are the wounded being treated? As soon as he lowered his head, Oda Goyoshi inquired about the situation behind him. The situation is not optimistic, there are too many people, and most of them have been attacked by stands and shot. A few have also suffered blast injuries. With just the abilities of a few of us, we cannot heal them in a short time, I see. Okay, I understand, after asking his questions. Oda Gayoshi came to the side of a boy. Lecky, hold on a little longer. The situation is not optimistic. We may have to deactivate our abilities and run away soon. Still no news about reinforcements, boss. Upon hearing the boy's question, Oda Gayoshi shook his head. It's a pity, but there's really no news. But don't worry about it. The boss will definitely not give up on Morio. You are the key to this battle. All you need to do is protect yourself. Oda Gayoshi offered words of comfort to a boy named Rakuchi. Okay, boss, I understand. Oda Gayoshi was also very anxious. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't take the initiative to contact his boss. Morio Town, inside a private residence. A housewife who looked to be in her 50s lay dead at the door, surrounded by a large puddle of water. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that she was dead. And judging from the water around her mouth and nose, she had drowned. In the living room of the house stood a man dressed in a black robe, with a black double floating behind him. At his feet lay a boy with a steak-shaped haircut, his face flushed and panting heavily. Not far away at the stairwell, there was a woman lying in a pool of blood, and an old man also lying in a pool of blood. The woman had a large hole in her chest, while the old man had a gunshot wound. There is one more person. The man in black robes glanced around and slowly walked towards the second floor. Hey, where are you going, you bastard? You think you've beaten me? Jasuk forced himself to stand up, his gaze fixed firmly on the man in black. I've roughly guessed your abilities. Now I'll send you to hell with my crazy diamond. As he spoke, he strode towards the stairwell, boring a foolish people unwilling to face death. With a slight murmur, the man in black robes dodged the attack of Crazy Diamond with incredible speed. Even so, a slight smile appeared on Jasuk's lips. Due to a persistent high fever, his consciousness was already somewhat blurred. So his first reaction was not to attack the enemy, but to save people while he was still conscious. So his real target was actually his severely injured and unconscious mother and grandfather. Crazy Diamond, fix it for me with a speed rating of A. Crazy Diamond moved with exceptional speed, saving the two who were on the verge of death with 2 consecutive punches. But that's all, they haven't woken up yet, Jasuk withstood the mental pressure, holding onto the handrail to block his mother-grandfather, and the path leading to the second floor behind him. Although I can't crack your ability right now, I think you shouldn't be able to use your ability on the same person repeatedly. As Jasuk spoke, the man in black robes shook his head. I never expected to run into someone like you. You're the perfect counter to my abilities. The information I received only said that you were a very capable healing stand. But I never imagined that you had such a powerful ability. Despite saying this, the black-robed man's voice remained completely flat. But just as the intelligence said, you can't heal yourself. So what, even so? I'll still use Crazy Diamond to grind you into mincemeat. You're really good at talking big. There are only the two of us standing here now. Do you really think you have a high chance of winning? Unexpectedly after hearing this, Jasuk seemed to suddenly remember something. Thank you for reminding me. Then he suddenly shouted upstairs. Kaiojo, this guy's ability is stand name 10 little black men body, Emilica. Destructive power C speed B range C endurance E. Precision B growth potential B. Ability, select a target person and recreate the moment when they were closest to death. This is why the injuries sustained by everyone inside the house were different. The homeowner had once fallen into the water, which was the closest she came to death. So when the scene was recreated, drowned similarly. Jasuk's closest brush with death was a high fever of over 40 degrees Celsius, while Ryohei Higashikata's closest brush with death was being shot while chasing a criminal. As for Tomoko, the closest she came to death was yesterday afternoon when she was punched through the chest by red light green light. The biggest problem now is that Jasuk is unable to treat his high fever. The enemy's attack was imminent. My name is Yoshikage Kira and I am 33 years old. She lives in a villa area in the northeast of Duwang Town and is unmarried. I work at Gyu Chain department store, and I always get home before 8 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke and I only drink in moderation. Go to bed at 11 p.m. to ensure you get a full 8 hours of sleep before bed. Drink a glass of warm milk and do 20 minutes of stretching exercises to warm up before going to sleep. You can usually sleep soundly until dawn like a baby, without any fatigue or stress, and then greet the next mornings. The doctors all say my body is perfectly normal. It was an ordinary morning and I went to work as usual. On my way to work, I encountered the hands of a beautiful young woman. Good heavens! Why are these beautiful young girls always so shameless, exposing their hands to entice me to commit crimes? The owner of the hand was a girl with somewhat strange behavior, and she had a strange rag doll on her back. But that didn't matter anymore. I followed her into a small alley. The alley was deserted, and the entrances on both sides were very narrow, making it an ideal location for murder. No, for courtship. I slowly approached her, my eyes fixed on her hands. To my surprise, she actually saw my killer queen. So she launched an attack on me directly, I swear. I've never seen such a formidable woman in my life. Nor has any man, however. She was still powerless against my killer queen and was blown to ashes. All that remained was the beautiful thing I held in my hand. Wrong, why are my hands a rough man's hands? I was so scared that I blew those hands to smithereens. However, I soon learned that this was only the beginning of a nightmare. Still shaken, Yashikage leaned against the wall, panting heavily. He didn't understand what had just happened. That was clearly a beautiful woman's hand. How could it be like this? Muttering to himself, Yashikage leaned against the wall and walked out of the alley. But before he could even look up, what he caught sight of took him by surprise, those hands. How is that possible? Yashikage suddenly looked up, and a somewhat familiar face came into view. No. Impossible. Before him stood the woman he had just blasted to ashes. It's not that they look alike or anything like that. They're exactly the same person. Yashikage was a serial killer for over 10 years, and he had seen countless victims. I may not have any other skills, but I'm absolutely certain I can distinguish between hands. In his mind, no two hands in the world are exactly alike. This could be considered a kind of ordinary people in ordinary life, in a way. So the woman in front of you is the same person from before. Killer Queen, stand name Killer Queen. Body Yashikage destructive power A, speed B, range D. Endurance B, precision B, growth potential A. Ability turns anything it touches into a bomb, which can be detonated via a hand button. Without the slightest hesitation, Yashikage summoned Killer Queen. The woman launched an attack just as she had before. Despite their equally fierce physical attacks, they still couldn't gain the upper hand against the Killer Queen, with an advantage in both strength and speed. Turning a melee target into a bomb is a piece of cake. Before Yashikage could even catch his breath, several more figures came running from afar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be entirely based on that woman's appearance. Yashikage gasped, realizing he had truly encountered a ghost today. What is this thing? Stop bothering me. Killer Queen stood in front of Yashikage constantly fighting with the women. However, the fact that he could only convert one bomb at a time put him at a great disadvantage in group battles. So Yashikage was forced to flee. As an ordinary office worker who abides by the rules and doesn't want to attract attention, Yashikage still remembers to call the company to ask for leave while he's on the run. Hello, manager. Yes, this is Yashikage. I've run into a bit of a problem. I probably won't be able to come to the office today. On the other side of the manager, standing in front of the locked floor-to-ceiling window of his office on the top floor of the company, was on the phone with a constipated expression on his face. Kira, was your area also hit by a terrorist attack? Upon hearing this question, Yashikage looked at the people relentlessly pursuing him. Yes, could it be that the company is also looking at the mess below the company building. With blood everywhere and occasional flashes of fire. The company manager felt like cursing, "Okay, be careful. I'm hanging up now," hearing the busy tone in his ear. Yashikage Kira put his phone into his suit pocket. The situation is extremely critical. From the very beginning, he abandoned the strategy of having the Killer Queen turn people into bombs, and instead opted to blow up the ground beneath his feet. But this had little effect, as more and more women rushed toward him from all directions. Looking at their agile movements and the weapons in their hands, Yashikage Kira knew that if he were caught, he probably wouldn't even be able to live behind a complete corpse. So he seized the opportunity, grabbed a bicycle, and started pedaling. Fortunately, he had learned to ride a bicycle and was quite skilled at it. Killer Queen sat in the back seat, a position that somewhat limited his performance. However, Yashikage Kira soon found something that could solve his immediate problem. It was a seafood shop, with various seafood displayed at the entrance. Yashikage Kira rushed overran after a drift. The Killer Queen found herself with a large bucket in her arms. It was a box full of fresh fish because it was morning. The fish on display hadn't been sold yet. The buckets were full of fish, and they were all lively and jumping around. Killer Queen, the first bombshell. Killer Queen took a fish out of the bucket, turned it into a bomb and threw it at the pursuing troops. Bang! The violent explosion hindered the enemy to some extent, which made Killer Queen feel that her actions were effective. So the Killer Queen began throwing torpedoes at an extremely fast speed, without even needing to aim, because there were too many people, and she could hit a large number of them with just a random throw. It's very useful for both opening up the path and covering the rear. Hey, watch out. The fish in the bucket are jumping onto my head. Despite saying that, Yashikage Kira didn't care about his image, after all. He had witnessed dozens of explosions and had just been doused with water. He was practically a refugee now. He was afraid of delaying his bicycle ride and being overtaken by the people behind him. Just as he rode to an intersection, he unexpectedly encountered someone, Yuya, who was fleeing for his life on a motorcycle. Arrived at this intersection just now, Jataro was hit by the enemy's ability and disappeared shortly after, while another gloomy white man suddenly turned into a 3-meter-tall strong man. He abandoned his stand-in to buy time, and then rode away on a motorcycle. But upon arriving here, he witnessed a bizarre scene. A large group of women who looked exactly alike were chasing after them, while a ragged, blonde man was pedaling his bicycle with all his might. On the back of the bicycle is a large pink humanoid cat throwing exploding fish backwards. The world is crazy, friend. Do you believe in fate? We all know that destiny is fixed and cannot be changed by human intervention. However, as a derivative of fate, cause and effect can be manipulated slightly and directly. Of course, such an ability is extremely rare, however. Right before our eyes are 3 individuals who can manipulate cause and effect. The 10 rabbits that inevitably connect the events. Modifying the probability of events is a skill that can be applied to both the emperor and his subjects, and the ability to control one's own luck through bad luck. At this moment, Chenzu was extremely vigilant because Miss Hima Kenji had just fired several shots at her, and all of them had hit her. Furthermore, she could no longer use her abilities to mark him for bad things, because he himself had not triggered any adverse behavior. Don't even mention things like fell down or was shot. Not even sneezed, bent over, or dazed. Looking at myself, I've been having a run of bad luck ever since this started. Everyone opened fire on them. Upon hearing this, Sano Kenji was about to use his ability. However, he also knew that the probability of Mo Fei Wang Chen being able to change something at once was such that he couldn't withstand so many bullets being fired at the same time. However, Kenji Mishima remained calm and pulled Kenji Sano along as they ran. To Chenzu and the others' surprise, the guns either jammed or missed their mark, despite firing simultaneously by more than a dozen people. Only 2 bullets hit Sano Kenji, causing him only a graze. Holy crap, is this even human? This is just too outrageous. Her surprise stemmed not only from the bullet's accuracy, but also from the fact that he had unexpectedly deciphered her abilities twice. Firstly, he unintentionally prevented Sano Kenji from firing a gun and using his stand ability. Secondly, he unintentionally disrupted the markers of his abilities several times, causing the state of his abilities to be completely altered. Although it sounds simple, it is theoretically almost impossible, at least in the past. Very few people could disrupt their own abilities. The reason is actually quite simple. Just like how two time-based ability users will experience changes when they use their abilities at the same time. The changes resulting from the clash of abilities between causal ability users are more dramatic and harder to predict. This is not a simple case of Guan Yu fighting Qin Qiang, but a complex transformation of abilities, damn it. Chase after them. Chen Zhu shouted and jumped onto the truck, followed closely by all the soldiers present. But as soon as the driver started the engine, the car came to a thud. No way this works by this time. Kenji Mishima had already run a considerable distance smoothly. Dude, do you have any transportation? Seeing that this wasn't a solution, he asked. Yes, I drove here. When I saw that the area was surrounded by the army, I parked my car in front of it. Okay, I'll take you there now. My ability can last for about 50 minutes. During this time, I'll be absolutely lucky. You just need to drive. Even if we can't win, we can still escape. After hearing Mishima Kenji's words, Sano Kenji's confidence soared and he ran even faster. Soon the two spotted a somewhat old car. That's the car. The keys are in my pocket. Taking the keys, opening the door. Getting in the car. Starting the engine, the whole process went exceptionally smoothly. On the other hand, the pursuers behind them encountered all sorts of troubles before they had even taken a few steps. Besides Chen Zhu, whose truck stalled, there were others who tripped over stones, had their clothes snagged on bushes, and were chased by stray dogs on the roadside. They are clearly a regular army, but they are acting like villains in a comedy. Phew, we finally escaped. Looking at the city ahead, Sano Kenji took a deep breath. No, buddy, are you okay? Seeing Sano Kenji riddled with bullets, Mishima Kenji felt a pang of worry. It's not anything else, but mainly because his abilities will immediately become ineffective. And for the next 23 hours, he will be weaker than an ordinary person. With a teammate by his side, he would always feel safer. It's nothing, just a minor injury. The bullets didn't hit any vital areas, is this so? Kenji Mishima nodded. By the way, is there any safe place around here? Before he could finish speaking, he was terrified by the sight before him. What came into his view was a somewhat dilapidated urban area, with many soldiers and police officers and a large number of women who looked the same. What to do? Sano Kenji and Mishima Kenji looked at each other at the same time. Then Kenji Mishima gritted his teeth. Go. Anyway, I can maintain my ability for another half hour. Just drive like crazy for the next half hour. And I trust my luck. Meanwhile, on the eastern coast of Morio Town, a car was speeding wildly towards the city center, with two young men sitting in the back seat. A man with a blank expression wearing a black coat and carrying two knives. The other person had a flamboyant hairstyle and wore a green top. This looks bad. If it's just the two of us, we might be in trouble. Seeing the scene outside the window, Rohan Kishibe couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, the man on the other side secretly clenched his fist. No trouble, go and bring someone over here in a bit. I want to see what's going on. The black-clad man called Wuluan showed no change in expression, simply nodding in response. Rohan then instructed the driver to find a secluded spot to park, and the man in black simply opened the door and got out. Once on the street, he immediately became the target of a woman. The woman also had a doll on her back and was holding a submachine gun in her hand. This weapon configuration is quite good. It's almost the strongest on the field. The moment the woman noticed him, she immediately opened fire on him. What a foolish thing to do. Rohan inside the car complained. The submachine gun fire was unleashed on the man in black. But apart from kicking up some dust, it did not cause any damage. The woman was clearly surprised. But she didn't back down instead. She fired even more fiercely. The man in black, however, walked step by step through the gunfire to stand before her. Seeing that she was being approached, the woman decisively abandoned her submachine gun and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Her fighting skills were exceptionally strong, but she still couldn't inflict any damage on the man in black. A minute later, the man brought the prisoners, whose hands and feet had been severed to the car. You still act the same way, don't you? I still hate guys like you as much as ever. Stop teasing me. Rohan-san, just use your abilities already, you. Well, Heaven's Gate, stand name Heaven's Gate. Main character Rohan Kishib, currently a Revolutionary Army cadre. Destructive power D, speed B, range B, endurance B. Precision C, growth potential A. Ability turns a person into pages of a book, allowing the user to view and modify all information about the target. The ability can be activated by touching a stand or by looking at a drawing. Let me see, it really is a stand creation. It's a pity that I can only see the stand information and the memories after they were transformed. This way, I can't find the stand user of the source at all. Stand-in name, little sister carrying a doll. Original body, lispel, destructive power E, speed B, range A. Endurance A, precision A, growth potential E. Ability, continuously replicates doll stands by splitting and attaching them to the backs of other non-stand users, thus transforming them into clones of the stand user. The transformed clones obey the original body's commands and can share some intelligence. The original body can switch to any clone's perspective at any time. The clone is completely identical to the original in appearance and genes, and any damage will not be returned to the original. The user can deactivate their abilities at any time. They will also automatically deactivate upon death or loss of consciousness. So, Mr. Rohan, you mean we should go directly to the base? That's right, since we can't solve it for the time being. Let's get down to business first, I see. The two quickly got into the car, and Rohan reminded them. To prevent the vehicle from being attacked, you'd better shift your abilities, okay, Mr. Rohan? Stand name, don't waste it, original body, Zai Wuluan. Destructive power C, speed A, range B, endurance A. Precision E, growth potential C. Ability, grants objects or creatures the effect of immortality. Anyone or anything possessing this effect will be indestructible and will not decay naturally. Only one target can be granted the immortal effect at a time, and the limit of the ability is approximately 2 cubic meters of total volume. Note, this ability can block most stand abilities, but it is easily countered by spatial abilities. Zai Wuluan transferred his stand ability to the car, and then the car started again. Morio Town, Morio Villa. Wow, F*******, where is everyone? Dane Huans, who had finally broken through the layers of defenses, looked at the empty villa and his face turned as dark as Nick Fury's. As expected, they won't be taken down so easily. I initially thought they were still useful, but they turned out to be so difficult to deal with. Back at the door, Dean Huan's face was filled with "fuck you" and "what a load of crap." Don't deactivate your stand ability yet. We don't know what type of ability they used. If it's an illusion or a space-time ability, we can't let our guard down. 3 kilometers away from here, in a 2-story building, the members of Du Wang's gang hid here. We were able to maneuver this time thanks to Lachi's abilities. Stand name Lukang Town Ontology, Rakuchi Yamaguchi. Destructive power E, speed E, range A, endurance A. Precision D, growth potential E. Ability, overlap 2 regions. After the overlap, everything in one region will move to the other region, but its original form will still exist in the current region. Once the ability is removed, the overlapping parts will return to their original state, and the previously overlapped items will return to normal. Appearance: 2 mechanical discs, each half a meter in diameter, which activate the ability when placed in 2 different areas. Boss, what do we do now? Oda Gayoshi sat in the center of the room, and everyone around him awaited his further instructions. Oda Gayoshi frowned deeply. The current situation is extremely serious. Jasuk Higashikata lay on the ground covered in wounds, while Emilika standing in front of him also had some minor injuries. Instead of ending Jasuk Higashikata's life, he turned and went upstairs. Kaiojo was sitting at the other end of the second floor, waiting for him. The intelligence didn't mention your abilities. Are you a blank stand user? Or someone who's hiding something very well? Emilika spoke slowly, sitting like a king like this. Where does your confidence come from? Kaiojo smiled slightly, you guess. Emilika's expression was not normal. She kicked away the cardboard box at her feet. There was nothing inside the cardboard box. Huh. The bomb isn't in here, Emilika was somewhat surprised. The fact that you're holding a remote control means there's a bomb in this house. Judging from your tense expression, the bomb is most likely in a key location. The most likely place is somewhere near me. Emilika kept trying to figure out Kaiojo's logic and his trump card. He then pulled out a gun. He first took 2 quick steps back, then fired several shots in quick succession, hitting all the possible places in the house where bombs might be hidden. Nothing happened interesting. What exactly are you planning? Are you just bluffing or do you have something else in mind? You guess. Emilika felt increasingly powerless, wondering what this guy in front of her really meant. Unfortunately, his 10 little black men had a relatively short range. Only about 5 meters, the two were about 10 meters apart. So his ability was ineffective. As for the shooting, he dared not gamble on the opponent's trump card after all. He was only a mortaland without the help of other stand users. He simply could not withstand the bomb. Kaiojo, this enemy is so weak. In my first battle, I was able to use my stand to tank the bombs. Crazy Diamond, this is all my doing. Rain Girl has nothing to do with it. However, Emilika quickly found a solution. The house has a spacious layout, and the second floor has a height of nearly 4 meters. He drew his sword from his waist and planted it 2 meters in front of him. Then he leaped up and used the hilt of the sword to propel himself into the air. 10 little black figures lifted him up by his heels in midair. At this moment, Emilika was in midair at the back of the room, less than 5 meters away from Kaiojo. In this suspended state, no matter which direction the bomb explodes from, it will not cause much damage. As for bullets or grenades, he could easily dodge those small attacks with a single dodge. His ability is guaranteed to hit within its range, making it impossible for Kaiojo to dodge. This guy can't just pull out a cannon out of thin air, can he? It's a tiny place, barely the size of a palm. 10 little black figures. Emilika decisively activated her ability, and a jet black stand appeared in front of him. As he expected, a phantom appeared in front of Kaiojo. At such close range, Emilika clearly saw Kaiojo's expression. He hadn't noticed from a distance that Kaiojo's face was covered in sweat, and behind his seemingly calm smile were twitching facial muscles. He was terrified, he was astonished, he was nervous. But beneath that complex expression lay a genuine hint of smugness. What exactly are his attack methods? What trump card does he have that makes him think he has me? A member of Black Nursery Rhymes figured out. These were 2 questions that flashed through Emilika's mind. He was confident that, regardless of which direction the bomb was hidden in this location, it could only cause him minor injuries at most. As he pondered with a mixture of surprise and doubt, Kaiojo closed his eyes and pressed the button in his hand with all his might. It's clear that he made a very strong decision. Boom. A violent explosion occurred from a place that Emilika could never have imagined. Behind Kaiojo from the beginning, Kaiojo did not place the bomb in the front, but in the back of the chair. Emilika hadn't reacted yet. Logically, such an attack shouldn't have been able to harm him. But that was not Kaiojo's goal. The force of the explosion propelled Kaiojo into the air, directly towards Emilika had not yet landed. The closest he came to death was when he was attacked by the dreadful city bombing. So 10 little black men directly recreated the explosion in front of him. Kaiojo right now is a giant human bomb. With a mighty effort, he reached out and hugged Emilika tightly. The violent explosion rendered the two incapacitated, and they both fell to the ground. This strategy is a complete brain-dead attack, causing 800 casualties to the enemy but 1,200 casualties to yourself. And the success rate is not high, however. The difference in strength was too great, and his opponent had a wealth of combat experience. Without resorting to some unexpected and underhanded tactics, he had no chance of winning. At least he can guarantee that as long as the enemy is within 5 meters of him, he has a high probability of hitting them. What happens next is up to fate. If Jasuk or Tomoko could wake up before I die, I could live. Conversely, he's doomed regardless. Emilika, a member of Black Nursery Rhymes, is unable to rise again. Duwang Town, a certain street. A bewildered Jataro was wandering around aimlessly. Since parting ways with Yuya and the others, he hasn't seen a single living person. The key point is that he could still hear the sounds of fighting. But when he got there, there was nothing there. What a strange ability. I wonder how the others are doing. As they were speaking, the sounds of battle could be heard again not far away. Jataro immediately ran towards the source of the sound. At that moment, a battle was taking place on the street not far away. It was the stand user who had been found by chance fighting against Rysel Bell and her own army soldiers. Broken Bridge and Lingering Snow. Stand name: Broken Bridge and Lingering Snow. Ontology: Zyoshin Zuji Destructive Power B Speed C. Range: E Endurance E Precision Degrowth Potential D. Ability: transforms a certain type of object within a certain area into an untouchable state. Koyama Asahi used his ability to make everyone present fall to the ground, and then quickly ran away. By the time Jataro arrived, the place was deserted again. This is the purpose of the orphanage. He cannot meet with other people, and therefore cannot fight alongside them. Before Shino released his power, he was an existence abandoned by cause and effect. Of course, this ability is not entirely unbreakable. If he could stop time now, he could still briefly seize upon the loopholes in the causal chain. This gives him the opportunity to briefly meet other people during the time stop. But it will only be a fleeting encounter at most. Unfortunately, he can't now. Moriacho, the gathering place of the Morio gang, back gate. With the help of a stand user who could conceal their presence, a large number of Du Wang gang members left the mansion. Hanako-nichan, where are we going now? Fat Chong sat in the back seat of the car, looking at the hellish scene outside, feeling terrified and uneasy. He and Yukako and the others found a car, and then Harvester and Purple Lover successfully pried it open. Several rag dolls tried to climb onto their backs, but Hanako easily dealt with them. After everyone got into the car, they realized that the situation outside was something they had never seen before in their lives. The group of people in the car at this time included Holmes, Jeffrey Fat Shide Yukako, and another female gang member with observational abilities. Watch out, a black car is driving towards us, and the person inside looks like the enemy leader. Upon hearing this, Hall Hess stepped on the gas and drove off. Just kidding. He wouldn't dare to go head-to-head with the enemy. His few experiences fighting the Black Nursery Rhymes made him realize how big the gap was between him and those monsters. This is bad, very bad. The other car is going faster than us. If this continues, we'll be caught up soon. Holmes was driving recklessly, paying no attention to the direction. Just as he was turning a corner, a car suddenly appeared and startled him. Holy crap. Why the hell are people speeding on roads like this? He cursed inwardly, completely unaware that he was also speeding, fortunately. He swerved sharply and narrowly avoided the car's vital parts. Otherwise, the explosion from the accident alone would have been enough to kill them. Even so, the two cars still collided. Holmes tried to start the engine, but the vehicle was not as fast as he was running. Get out of the car, this car is unusable. The other car seemed to be the same, but no one got out. A black sports car stopped at the bend, and a lithe white man got out. You guys from the Du Wang gang, you ran pretty fast. Looking at the crowd before him, the man smiled. I am Jack James. the captain of the King's Blade Black Nursery Rhyme Squad. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Now let me see what you're capable of. You bastard, do you think we wouldn't dare? The flame of youth, Jeff Liang immediately made his move. And youthful flame appeared throwing out the yo-yo. A very fast attack. And the single target damage is also quite good. Through the battle in the villa just now, Jack has roughly observed their stand abilities. London Bridge. A stand-in like the Grim Reaper appeared before him. As soon as Jeffrey's attack touched the stand, it quickly fell to the ground. He tried to retrieve the yo-yo, but found that it had disappeared, to be precise. It didn't disappear. Judging from the direction of the string, the yo-yo looked like it was buried underground. Purple Lovers Hanako followed closely behind, her strong hair quickly extending and wrapping around Jack. London Bridge blocked Jack's path and activated its power again, this time targeting Yukako's hair. Yukako's hair quickly collapsed into the ground, and she felt herself losing control of it. Watch out, this guy's abilities are something else. I can't sense my stand anymore. Upon hearing this, Fatty immediately used Harvester to attack the enemy. His stand Harvester is a plural stand, meaning that even if several of them it won't harm him. Multiple stands with no offensive capabilities, this kind of attack is a bit too condescending. Jack dodged several times, avoiding more than a dozen harvesters, while London Bridge dealt with dozens more. The harvester that was dealt with landed on the ground just like before, and then disappeared. Jack tired of this passive fighting, charged straight into the crowd. Because the yo-yo had been pinned to the ground, Jeff Liang's movements were restricted and he, standing at the front of the crowd, became the first target of attack. London Bridge threw a punch that landed squarely on Jeffrey's chest. Then Jeffrey was quickly pressed to the ground. Only then did everyone realize that Jeff Liang had neither disappeared nor been buried underground. Instead, it was stuck to the ground like a sticker. Moreover, even though Jeff Liang was stuck to the ground, he could still move around like a normal person, just like someone on TV. However, they couldn't hear Jeffrey's voice. OMG. What kind of ability is this? Everyone was shocked. And Holmes even exclaimed in surprise, be surprised. This ability is indeed very strong, but you will soon be able to fail it. Stand name London Bridge original character, Jack James. Destructive power B speed B range D endurance A. Precision C growth potential. Ability dimensional reduction attack, which can reduce a three-dimensional person or object to a two-dimensional state. Two-dimensional states typically cannot affect three-dimensional states, and three-dimensional states typically cannot affect two-dimensional states. Stand abilities in two-dimensional space do not affect three-dimensional space, except for those activated through vision. Two-dimensional characters also have normal physiological needs. For example, they will experience hunger if they do not eat for a long time. Stands can designate those whose dimensions have been reduced to a higher dimension. The stand's ability will be lost if the user dies or loses consciousness. Note that this does not mean that visual ability can control him. For example, Heaven's Gate, although his drawings can have an impact across dimensions, can only turn other people into books and cannot perform any further operations. Another thing is that abilities that inherently possess dimensional attributes can also have an impact. But abilities involving dimensional attributes are extremely rare. Moriocho near the city center, a burly man, over 3 meters tall with dark skin, was running wildly in one direction, with a man holding a small screen sitting on his shoulder. Why is that guy heading towards the city center? Did he guess something? Shino held Cyrus's secret technique with one arm and held the tracker in the other. As for why they don't drive, it's because it's inconvenient. Cyrus's efficiency and agility on the road are unmatched by cars. Stand name Solomon Grandi original body, Cyrus Gold. Destructive power A speed A range, none endurance A. Precision A growth potential E. Ability transforms oneself into a peculiar monster that is half human and half zombie, greatly enhancing strength speed defense. And regenerations, however, it slightly affects rationality and intelligence. and its excessive size makes it impossible to perform precise operations. After being transformed, Cyrus can touch his stand. Morio Town near Nijimura's house. Ugh. Dressed in black, Zai Wuluin got out of the car and walked straight towards the Hankun family's residence. Countless soldiers and police officers attacked him on the road. But he killed them all, and so amidst a sea of blood, he arrived at the door of the Nijimura family's house. Brad and Kame had already entered the house, but their stand abilities were still active. Zai Wuluin grabbed a soldier or policeman next to him and threw him into the courtyard. The soldiers and police had no time to dodge and directly touched the red line of crossing the rope, and were subsequently drained of their life force without any ability to resist. Is this so? Seeing this, Zai Wuluin stepped directly into the courtyard. He touched the red ropes without any hesitation, and the red ropes reacted, trying to drain his body dry. But it couldn't break through the defense at all. The ability "Don't Waste It" allows Zai Wuluin to completely ignore this purely physical attack. And so he entered the house without any hindrance. The scene inside the room was horrific. All the revolutionaries were severely injured. While Brad and Taiki Kame stood aside, I sensed it just now. Someone triggered my ability. But the feeling was very strange. How did you get in? Brad was somewhat puzzled. You don't need to know, you're just a dying man. After saying that, Zai Wuluin rushed straight towards Brad. Brad and his companion were also injured in the previous fight, but he still believed they had the advantage in a 2-on-1 situation. But just as the bamboo-wood tortoise and crane beside them struck Zai Wuluin with a knife, they realized something was wrong. Nanny. He swung his sword with all his might, but the military-made samurai sword couldn't leave a mark on his opponent. Instead, the blade trembled slightly. He even wondered if he would break the knife if he kept hitting it. Brad's attacks were similar. Zai Wuluin felt like indestructible steel to him, and his own threads couldn't break through his defenses at all. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously launched a head-on attack, each move employing underhanded tactics. They attacked every vital spot, including the ears and neck, with all their might. Although Zai Wuluin was not injured, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. In that brief moment, an arm reached into his back. It's the arm of the cage seam. Since the cage gap attack targets a person's timeline and is not a physical attack, even Don't Waste It cannot defend against it. A cage was easily lifted out, and inside it was Zai Wuluin from just 10 minutes ago. At the same time, Zai Wuluin also lost his memory of what had just happened, and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. However, he quickly realized that he must have been hit by the enemy's stand ability. Cage Seam reached directly into the cage and pinched Zai Wuluin inside. To his surprise, he was unable to harm this tangible timeline. This guy's abilities are outrageous. This can't even hurt him. After observing the reactions of these two people, Zai Wuluin roughly understood that they were enemies. Although I don't know your stand abilities, it seems you can't handle me. Morio Town, the hideout of the Morio gang, Oda Guzoshi, the leader of the Morio Gunga local Yakuza group in Morio, has an unknown stand ability and was involved in the murders of several high-ranking government officials, including Lizzie Borden and Asahara Hina. They are now refusing to negotiate with the military and have declared war on military special forces. Dean Hewen stood at the door, listing Oda Gayoshi's crimes. Oda Gayoshi was standing less than 20 meters away in the house, with the window open and facing him. In fact, logically speaking, you are also an extraordinary person, leading a group of mediocre gangsters. It's quite an achievement to fight a regular army for so long. Dean Hewen then changed the subject. You know how hard it is for me. So why don't you just withdraw your troops? Listen to yourself. Is this even human language? You're all Sita gangster boss, only caring about yourself and not having anyone else to worry about. We're under pressure from an entire government. One wrong move and we could lose our heads. Upon hearing Dean Hemen's words, Oda Gayoshi lowered his head and smiled. You idiot. You're just chatting. Why are you trying to trick me into telling you things? The two stared at each other, then burst into laughter at the same time. You're really something else, I can't fool you. Each other, you know what I'm asking. Since I've asked, it means the government has already found out something. Even if you don't say anything, the higher-ups will always find out. And if I spare your life, perhaps I can find out something more later. Judging from your tone, you don't intend to let me live. Do you? That's not how you say it, I never said anything like that. After saying that, the two of them burst into laughter again. My abilities have been exposed, so what are your abilities? After laughing, Dean Hall spoke again. Hey you bastard, how can you ask such a question? Oda Goyoshi laughed and cursed. Anyway, you're just stalling for time, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Oda Goyoshi's expression changed almost imperceptibly. But his experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure. You're trying to scam me again, aren't you? Dean Huan's expression remained unchanged. What fraud? It's just waiting for someone to come. Waiting for the person behind you to send someone. Are you still trying to trick me into revealing information? And there aren't many people left in the house behind you. Are there? If one person is full, the whole family won't go hungry. Oda Goyoshi did not give a direct answer. They used themselves as bait to mislead us and give their companions a chance to escape. Then why are you still spouting nonsense to me? Most people would assume that as the leader of an organization, you would prioritize your personal safety. Since you are here negotiating with us, it means that your subordinates are all here. But quite the opposite. You chose to trade your personal safety for your subordinates' departure. Because staying here would have made you too conspicuous and dangerous. Oda Goyoshi's expression turned serious. Since you've pointed this out, it means you've already achieved some results. Didn't you notice our boss is gone, as expected? Also, the outside area has now been taken over by my teammates. It's been taken over by your teammates. That sounds interesting. I believe you wouldn't want to face either of them. Moriocho, located near the city center. 2 cars and a motorcycle are speeding toward the city center. A drone was also flying in the sky. Yuya Izumi is in the driver's seat of the motorcycle. And Yashikage Kira is on the back seat. Yashikage Kira was still holding a basket of bananas and was constantly throwing them at the enemies around him. One of the 2 cars carried the Inoyo brothers, Sano Kenji and Mishima Kenji, while the other carried Revolutionary Army Cadre Kishibe Rohan. That drone was transformed from an alien's unfinished cargo hold. How did these 6 people come together? After Rohan investigated the enemy's abilities on the shore, he originally planned to rescue his comrades at the base first. However, at Zai Wuluan's request, the 2 reanalyzed the situation and finally decided to let Zai Wuluan go first, while they would use Heaven's Gate to find the enemy's true form. Then they encountered Yuya and Yashikage Kira, who were fleeing. The 3 hit it off immediately and decided to work together to find the enemy and resolve the turmoil. As for why the 2 of them got together, it's because Yuya was attracted to Yashikage Kira's powerful stand ability and pulled him onto his motorcycle. However, since it was a drone that was following him from the beginning, it followed along with him Kenji Mishima and Kenji Sano. Guided by their bad luck, head to the city center, where they encounter Rohan Kishibe and others. Thus, a squad composed of several elite stand users is heading towards the center of Morio Town. Jasuk, when Dongfeng Pengzi woke up, she saw her son lying to the side and rushed over to him. Her memory only goes back to when she went downstairs and a large hole was ripped into her chest. She knows nothing after that. After shaking him awake, Tomoko also summoned her stand. Monica stand name Monica Ontology Tomoko Tauhu. Destructive power B, speed B, range E, persistence C. Precision C, growth potential B. Ability accumulates shield value after taking damage. The shield energy can be used by the user or applied to other targets. While accumulating shield value, damage received will not be eliminated, and shield energy can be permanently retained and will not disappear passively. Stand users can actively absorb the injuries of other targets. but they must bear the consequences themselves. Appearance: a female humanoid stand with pink as the main color, and a few gold accessories and white patterns on her body. After using Monica to absorb some of Jasuk's injuries, Jasuk regained his mobility and was also using Crazy Diamond to heal Tomoko Higashikata. However, Jasuk quickly remembered Kaiojo. Since they were alright now, it meant that the enemy had likely been defeated. He didn't know how Kaiojo could defeat such a powerful enemy. But now he had to get to the second floor first. I ran up to the second floor as fast as I could and was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. Bullet holes, explosion, mark, splattered blood, and a jumble of furniture. All sorts of traces together tell the story of the fierce battle that took place here. Seeing the two lying in a pool of blood, Jasuk Higashikata immediately used his stand ability. Crazy Diamond, Dora 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 Dora. A series of blows struck Kaiojo, repairing his mangled body. Looking at Kaiojo, who was still unconscious, Jasuk carefully reached out and checked his breathing. Phew, thank goodness I'm still alive. Note that this does not mean that dead Crazy Diamonds cannot be revived. He simply couldn't bring their souls back. But repairing their bodies was still quite simple. Therefore, based solely on the fact that this can be repaired. He cannot yet determine Kaiojo's condition after that. The treatment continued while waiting for the others to wake up. To be fair, Monica and Crazy Diamond are truly complementary stand-ins. Although we cannot harm you, you cannot defeat us either. The longer this situation drags on, the worse it will be for Yawanit, Bamboo Wood Tortoise. And Crane felt a headache coming on from the strange creature in front of them. I will not surrender. This was Zai Wuluan's answer, concise and to the point. No, who said you were to surrender? Is that even human language you're talking about? Without replying, darted to the table, grabbed the items from it, stuffed them in his pocket, and ran outside. Holy crap, what did he just take? Brad gasped in surprise. I didn't see clearly, Zhu Muge gritted his teeth. We can't worry about that now. Let the others keep watch and the two of us will go after him. After saying that, the two of them rushed out of the courtyard with all their might. North of Morio Town in a basement. No, you've arrived really early. Any later and this town would have been razed to the ground. The man in the white suit spoke with a mocking tone. Stop being sarcastic. You've gotten a good deal and you're acting all innocent. The boss specially arranged this perfect partner for you. And you're already finding faults. The man opposite him didn't back down at all and immediately retorted. Besides, look at all these layers of security outside. If it weren't for my abilities, even the Heavenly King himself wouldn't have been able to bring these people in. Stand name: Lost Lamb, main body, Goken Chigaku. Destructive power D, speed C, range C, endurance A. Precision B, growth potential D. Ability: creates a passage from the main body to the desired destination, which automatically avoids all dangers. Passing through this passage requires the stand user's permission, and one cannot turn back while passing through. The maximum distance between the two ends of the passage shall not exceed 5 kilometers. They just came through the underground passage opened up by the Lost Lamb. Here, this is the perfect partner the organization found for you. Seikiro Katano as he spoke. Goma Tomoyuki pulled the person behind him over. He was a terrifying-looking guy. Judging from his school uniform, he was probably a high school student. Hello, my name is Teranosuke Miyamoto. The two shook hands, and Katano Seikiro humbly gave Goma Tamagaku half a step of his body. Is this person's double really that evil? Teranosuke Miyamoto stroked his chin. Anyway, I've never seen it before, and I don't want to do something that would be dangerous. Why don't you take a look for me? No, I can't let anything happen to me. If we delay any longer, Oda Gayoshi will be beaten to death. You seem quite worried about him. That's a good point. Even though we're not in the same department, anyone who knows that guy would respect him from the bottom of their heart. Is this so? You're really tough to deal with. Looking at Dean Hemen before him, the heavily injured Oda Gayoshi couldn't help but sigh. However, Dean Huan was unable to respond at this moment because he had been affected by the classical Chinese ability and had lost his ability to understand words. Seeing this, Oda Goyoshi actually had his stand remove its power. I was just saying you're really tough to deal with. Hey, you're the one who's the real troublemaker. You led a few people and held out for so long against the combined attacks of so many undead and soldiers. The hand-to-hand combat skills you displayed when you fought me just now were incredibly professional. If it weren't for your abilities... He suddenly realized something halfway through his sentence. Your abilities may not be strong, but they can still disrupt my battle rhythm. Why did you suddenly cancel them? Upon hearing this, Oda Goyoshi smiled slightly. Because I guessed you would praise me. And I wanted to hear some nice things, that's all. You're really something else. Before he could finish speaking, Dean Huan lost his ability to speak again. Looking at the two people on the ground who were spinning around like headless flies, Jack James shook his head, Holmes and Fatty. Standing to the side were two, frightened to speak. You bastard, what did you do to my comrade? Enraged. Yukako paid no heed and used Purple Lover to attack Jack with the remaining hair. Of course Ash wasn't stupid either while attacking. She deliberately separated her attack paths to avoid being hit by the enemy's abilities. Unexpectedly, Jack suddenly moved, dodging the hair attack with lightning speed, while London Bridge continued to reduce the size of Hanako's hair. For a time, Yukikaho's movements were already restricted, found it even more difficult to move. Seeing that things were not going well, Hall Hess immediately turned around and ran away. Pang Zhang is still quite loyal and keeps releasing Harvester to disturb the other party. But Jack ignored the two of them and went straight after Hall Horse. The reason is simple: why bother catching prey that has already been caught? Holmes, wielding the Emperor, attacked Jack, but the bullets he fired were instantly reduced in dimensionality. In less than a minute, Holmes was imprinted on the ground like a cartoon character. Jack, on the other hand, was someone who was downgraded from fat to heavy. At this point, Yukako was still able to fight, but she was also locked in place. Jack manipulated his stand to grab Yukako, intending to reduce her to a lower dimension. You bastard. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. Before he could even touch Yukako, a heavy punch landed on the back of his head. It was described as a heavy punch, but the power wasn't. It was at most the level of an average adult. Looking back, there was a green, half-humanoid stand-in. London Bridge rushed back to defend, but the stand-in got away then. In the car that had just been involved in the accident, a short man pushed open the door and jumped out. Echo Act 2. Stand name Echo ACT2 Ontology, Heroes Koichi. Destructive power C, speed D, range B, endurance B. Precision C, growth potential A. Ability, fires projectiles from the tail that can transform into words. Touching the words will reveal the corresponding effects. Looking at the short man in front of him, Jack smiled. Koichi Heroes, a first-year student at Grape Hill High School. You are also our target this time. Duwing Town in a certain alley, this is a dead end. You can't get out, just surrender. Zai Wuluan was surrounded in the alley by Zhu Mu, Gith, and Brad, who led a large number of clones. There was also a cage gap that had just been taken back next to it. With a soft sigh, Zai Wuluan drew the knife from behind him. It was a Tang sword, with dark gold patterns on the black hilt and a sharp blade that reflected a cold glint. Using the ability to not waste the enemy, Zai Wuluan charged directly into the encirclement. Although Lisbeth Bell's physical skills are the worst in Black Nursery Rhyme, her sheer number of opponents still poses a significant threat. If it were someone else, the chances of successfully breaking through physically would be slim. However, Zai Wuluan was different. His physical skills were no weaker than those of the Black Nursery Rhyme fighters. And he also had a suitable weapon, most importantly. He will not be harmed. Neither firearms nor melee weapons pose a threat to him. All right. Zai Wuluan let out a low groan and charged out with his Tang sword in hand. Wherever they went, there were corpses everywhere. Of course, these corpses were all bizarre and varied. and were all clones controlled by Lispel. Seeing that these clones were unreliable, Bamboo Tortoise and Crane immediately brought Cage Seam to join the battle. Brad was somewhat embarrassed. His stand ability was countered by his opponent, and the stand itself had no fighting power at this point. He was caught in a dilemma whether to fight or not. After thinking it over, he decided to join the battle. Unbeknownst to him, his actions enabled Zai Wuluan's plan to be carried out. Seeing that everyone had entered his expected reign, Zai Wuluan calmly pressed the button on his belt boom. A violent explosion erupted centered on Zai Wuluan, engulfing everyone present in a fierce flame. This is the place that Heaven's Gate investigated. Looking at the tall building in front of them, the group got out of the car and walked over. Behind Yashikage Kira, the Killer Queen continued to throw banana bombs. All the clones that tried to block their way were dealt with by Yashikage Kira and Yuya Senjougahara. Stand name Highway Star Body Yuya Sprayed. Destructive Power C Speed B Range A Endurance A. Precision E Growth Potential C. Ability Long Range Automatic Stand with a sense of smell far exceeding that of a hound. Capable of rapidly absorbing the life energy of other creatures through contact. Once it locks onto its prey, it can pursue it at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, if the stand is attacked, it will not return to the user, and the stand will not be injured as a result. The soldiers and clones guarding the building were routed. A mobile turret and a dance of death, these two stand-ins are practically weapons of mass destruction in group battles. After using the gates of heaven to read the memories of those around him, Rohan Kishibe led everyone into the gate. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rohan Kishibe suddenly felt a pain in his arm. He rolled up his sleeve and saw that a piece of flesh had been torn off his hand at some point. Watch out, an enemy has launched an attack. My memory just mentioned that there are 2 members of Black Nursery Rhyme here. This is probably another guy's stand ability, meanwhile. In a corner not far away, a man in military uniform hid in an inconspicuous spot, mingling among a large number of military police and clones. He was also holding a small roasted lamb leg in his hand. Let my useless scattered corpses taste your flavor. Stand name Useless Scattered Corpse. Main body Gratlin Usel's Destructive Power A Speed B. Range C Persistence C Precision A Growth Potentials. Ability locks onto a target using the stand user's gaze, and can retrieve food from the corresponding body part of the target's body from the oven on the stand. After ingestion, the corresponding body part will also suffer the same damage. For example, if you take out a pig's trotter and take a bite, then another person's foot will also lose a piece. That's how it is. Appearance: a muscular humanoid stand with many scars, wearing a tattered chef's uniform with an oven on its chest. He didn't choose to eat the head directly, but instead ate all the body parts of these people bit by bit. This was his habitat according to him. Dead food was not worth eating, since they hadn't been able to detect the enemy's abilities. Rohan was now extremely cautious. Gratlin devoured the lamb leg in no time, leaving Rohan's arm as a bone. No, he's trying to suppress the power of Heaven's Gate. Rohan was shocked, and the others around him also realized what was happening. Soon, flesh began to disappear from Rohan's other arm as well. Horrifyingly, the same thing happened to Yashikage Kira's arm. Wow. You got it done so easily. Looking at the piece of paper that had contained Dean Huan, Oda Gayoshi felt a little unreal. We still have to rely on Kitana, but let me tell you, that guy's abilities are really weird. So don't look at his stand lightly. Okay, so what do we do now? Let's find the leader of that Black Nursery Rhyme squad first. Didn't you say he's chasing our people? Indeed. I just received a message from Hall Horst, and he gave me an address. But there are still so many soldiers outside. Are you sure we can get out? Oda Gayoshi pointed outwards. That's not difficult, suddenly Goma Tamoki spoke up. London Bridge. The hero saves the damsel in distress scenario did not occur. After a struggle, Hero's Koichi was unsurprisingly reduced to the ground. But his heroic and fearless figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. Give up my stand, London Bridge is invincible. It has the ability to never lose to any opponent. All stand abilities are useless against me. Wait, didn't someone just mention invincibility again? You say he's young now, no, middle-aged. No, he's not even 40 yet, much younger than Zhu Nan. You know people these days. They all seem to think they live too long. All right, now you're all alone again. Indeed, now only Yukako Yamagishi remains. She had used up all her weapons, and her hair had been reduced to the ground. Jack, carrying London Bridge, once again walked towards Hanako's location. Just moments before Yukako had been silent and dazed, when she was suddenly startled and began to run away. However, instead of running backward, she ran to the side. It's normal for her to run like that, because her hair restricts her movement and prevents her from running very far. Since the London Bridge cannot stray too far from his body, Jack's main body must pursue it, that doesn't matter. After all, Hai's physical abilities are top-notch. As Emilika said in her previous match against Kaiojo, it is almost impossible for an ordinary person like him to pose a fatal threat unless there is a bomb. He didn't think Yukako had any heavy weapons. If she did, she would have used them already. He subdued all the stand users present, rendering their stand abilities ineffective against him. So there's really nothing to be afraid of. Click. The sound under his feet startled Jack, and he immediately looked down. Although his shoes partially obscured his features, he could still vaguely recognize him. It was a huge one. Boom! An explosion powerful enough to blow a car away occurred at Jack's feet, sending him flying. Jack, who had been blown away, tried with all his might to get up, but he soon lost consciousness. As he lost consciousness, the London Bridge ability naturally dissipated, and the members of the Du Wang gang and heroes Koichi returned to normal. Lako ACT 2 has the ability to give two-dimensional text a three-dimensional effect, which is precisely the power that can defeat Jack. Yukako wasn't just spacing out. She was watching Koichi deliver a message. As expected, the four main characters are indeed powerful. The group temporarily withstood the clone's attack and pried open another van parked by the roadside. 9 people could barely fit in the car, but thankfully many of them didn't take up much space. The biggest guy, Holmes, was in the driver's seat. Damn, Mr. Kira and Mr. Kishibe have both been attacked by stands. So who's going to deal with these guys? Sano Kenji was truly panicked. His abilities were practically useless in group battles, unable even to protect himself. These 4 elite stand users were severely weakened as soon as they entered the room. What, you're asking why there are only 4? Because Kenji Mishima's abilities had already failed, and Miki Takashi Hasekura had gone to get reinforcements. Fortunately, there is still Yuya Spray, whose highway star is unaffected by the original body. In the original story, Yuya was bedridden and unable to move, but the highway star could still catch people at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. So even though Yuya's right leg had been gnawed down to the bone, his stand was still performing the dance of death. Moreover, Highway Star also helped him to some extent. It can truly be described as a top-tier stand that combines offense and defense, capable of both attacking and healing. If it weren't for being held back by the flying body, it would have been a top-tier stand long ago. Damn it, is that guy's stand unaffected by his user? Is it an automatic stand where the user and stand are independent? I've encountered this type before, but his abilities are just too strong. He's already killed dozens of people in such a short time. Gratland, who was not far away, was having a headache because what countered him the most was this kind of long-range automatic stand. His stand ability is extremely difficult to counter any living being. And the stand's combat stats are also top-notch, with a power rating of and speed of B top-tier combat skills, and the ability to counter all living beings. He is invincible in ordinary stand battles, however. What he fears most is the kind of stand that exists independently of the user. An automatic stand. That kind of stand is a real counter to him, however. This is nothing after all, he is still very strong. Even automatic stands have been taken down by him before. What's more this time, he also has the support of Rysel Bell, whose sister carrying a doll is the stand ability most suitable to cooperate with him. Upper floors of the building in the monitoring room. Liz Bell was sitting on the sofa in the monitoring room, watching the footage on the monitor. Lady Lispel, I have done as you instructed. Beside her was Tan Shanyu, who looked terrified. At this moment, Lisbeth Bell's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Her original mission included not interfering with other people's battles. But as the battle situation continued to change, she also became more involved, therefore. She knew that the current situation was not optimistic. At least she knew that those who had failed included Tsurugi, Sally Braddeen, Hewan Amilicon, their Captain Jack James. She had never encountered a battle that could cause such great losses to their Black Nursery Rhymes faction. However, she would never back down. She had her own pride. And a few surviving teammates. For example, Cyrus and Shino are heading this way. And there's Gratlin downstairs. And Chen Zhu, who was guarding the outskirts of the town. Their enemies also suffered heavy losses. And she refused to believe that they could still lose. Just as she was sulking while staring at the monitor, another clone sent her intelligence. This information greatly alarmed her just now. Jasuk Higashikata and his group, who were hiding in a house near Nijimura's house, have now met up with the long-haired man who can transform. Furthermore, they used the long-haired man's abilities to break through the encirclement and enter the Nijimura family's residence. Meanwhile, the unharmable man in black entered the encirclement and fought his way out. In just over 10 minutes, the situation had completely changed. Duwang Town, a certain street. Jataro had been wandering around like a headless fly for half a day. But there was nothing around him except for corpses scattered everywhere. Damn it, what do these bastards think human lives are? Nevertheless, he did not give up and continued to travel around. He would occasionally look at the ground to see if there were any people still breathing. But he found nothing. Inside a trash can in a small alley in Morio. Damn, where did these bastards come from? It was a figure who looked extremely disheveled, peering through a hole next to a trash can towards the alley entrance. Now I'm in such a sorry state, damn it, my guitar. Looking at the broken guitar with several strings missing, Akira Otoshi couldn't even cry. He was just playing his guitar in the square when suddenly a large group of identical-looking people and a large group of armed soldiers attacked him. He could have used a double to deal with them. But as the number of people increased, he had no choice but to run away. Thanks to his ability to carry his guitar around every day, his physical condition is beyond that of ordinary people. And with the help of his stunt double, he was able to escape those guys' pursuit. The only price he paid was that he had been hiding in the trash can for half an hour. His stunt double, Red Pepper, was hiding on a nearby telephone pole. Just then, a figure came running from a distance. The figure was exceptionally imposing, which completely stunned Akira Otoshi. Holy crap. What is that thing? It's taller than the houses next to it. What the hell is wrong with this world? That's right. The thing that you can vaguely make out as humanoid is the zombified Cyrus. Before he could react, a burst of gunfire rang out ahead of him. That wasn't an attack launched by the military or police, but rather an attack coming from all directions. Through the perspective of Spicy Red Pepper, he saw the target launching the attack. That was something he hadn't noticed before. A large group of special forces soldiers the size of toys. Damn it, this world must be insane. Clone warriors. Mutated giant monsters Tontata special forces. What else could be next? Autobots transforming. Then a red car appeared in front of him, deforming as it drove. Speechless, Otoshi Akira felt only profound speechlessness. Duwang Town, a certain intersection. As soon as Oda Goyoshi and his group stepped out of the Lost Lamb ability portal, they saw a scene of utter devastation, of course. Morio is now a mess everywhere. But this place is even more devastated. They've already been arrested. This was Oda Goyoshi's first thought just then. A figure dressed in a tattered black robe slowly stood up from the ground. I never expected that guy would have the ability to attack across dimensions. We've really been caught off guard, however. When he looked up, he saw Oda Goyoshi and the others who had just arrived. You dare to come here to us, then you can just die. Jack was furious. Despite his injuries, he charged straight at Oda Goyoshi. Upon seeing the enemy charging towards them, the gang members behind Oda Goyoshi launched an attack. But Jack dodged them all. His combat ability is no joke. Ordinary attacks really can't hurt him. This is what angered him. He had actually been defeated by a high school student. However, the ability to attack across dimensions is not very common. And he was confident that he could take down these people in one fell swoop. As he had predicted, the already seriously injured members of the Du Wang gang were no match for him. And he quickly defeated 4 people including Oda Goyoshi. The attack came so fast that Teranosuke Miyamoto and Seikiro Kitano had no time to react. By the time Kitano realized what was happening, they had already been reduced to the ground level call. After overwhelming everyone present, Jack finally unleashed his pent-up anger. Fuck you, I don't believe you can turn against me. At this moment, Jack was thinking, you think you can turn against me, you think you can kill me. You think you can kill me in 2-dimensional space. I'll eat the car next to me right now, however. When he looked down, the sight before him almost made him gasp for breath. Because of Seikiro Kitano, his stand was released. Exaggerated stand name, Exaggeration. Ontology, Kitano Seikiro Destructive Power E-Speed. Range E-Endurance E-Precision E-Growth Potential E. Abilities, Nuns. That's right, this is his stand panel and stand ability. An incredibly powerful 6E panel. And it's a blank slate substitute. But this seemingly useless blank slate is actually the secret weapon of the boss behind the Du Wang gang. He was the one who partnered with Teranosuke Miyamoto and instantly killed Dean Hemon. Because there's one more setting he didn't mention. Appearance, the stand has an extremely terrifying appearance. This terror has exceeded the physiological limits of humans. Even those who have undergone professional training cannot resist it. It can even scare timid people to death or make them into a vegetable. This is a horror that words cannot describe. Even Dio, who is not humans, would experience a tremendous psychological shock upon seeing it. This stand cannot be seen by the user, and its terrifying appearance is merely due to its horrific looks. Not its abilities, since Kitano was merely downgraded. Jack could still see the exaggeration. The moment Jack saw the word exaggerated, his mind went completely blank. The prolonged, high-intensity combat had already exhausted his mind, and the exaggeration caused his brain to shut down completely. The invincible Jack has fallen once again. The Du Wang gang members, who had been subjected to a dimensional reduction attack, were transformed back to normal. This guy's stand is freaking weird. Oda Goyoshi did not see the exaggerated appearance, but that did not stop him from marveling at it. Just then, Oda Goyoshi's phone rang. Holy crap, you even have a phone. Teranosuke Miyamoto was surprised. This guy was almost beaten to death, yet his phone was still intact. Oda Goyoshi only replied with one word: Nokia. The crowd seemed lost in thought, and we have no way of knowing what conclusions they drew from this word. Hello, who is it? Upon seeing that the number was unfamiliar, Oda Goyoshi first inquired about the caller's identity. Boss, it's me, Sano. Upon hearing that it was Sano Kenji, Oda Goyoshi was about to start cursing. You dare call me, you little brat. You're a bastard who runs away before the fight even starts. No, boss, don't yell at me yet. Listen to me, the situation is urgent. I'm in the government office building in the city center. The clone's original body is here, if possible. Please send someone over to help as soon as possible. I can't hold on much longer. Upon hearing what Sano Kenji said, Oda Goyoshi immediately became serious. Okay, you wait here, we're coming right away. Hurry up, boss, I'm about to die. The kind where there's no trace of my body left. Ignoring Sano Kenji's wailing, Oda Goyoshi hung up the phone and immediately relayed the situation to everyone. Goken Tomoyuki, can you still use your abilities? Goma Tomoyuki shook his head, it can be used. But the distance is too far, I can't get there. It's okay, let's drive there then. Government office building in the center of Morio town. Rohan, who had lost both arms and one leg, knelt on the ground. With Yashikage, Kuraho had lost both hands beside him. However, Kira Yashikage cut off his own left hand. And just as he expected, the severed left hand did not disappear. This allows the Withering Heart attack to function properly. Stand name Killer Queen's second bomb Withering Heart attack. Body Yashikage Kira destructive power A speed C range A. Endurance A precision E growth potential A. Ability an auto-tracking stand that pops out from the back of Killer Queen's left hand or is created after the user cuts off her hand. It is a single-shot bomb vehicle that automatically tracks the heat source and explodes when it gets close to the target. Its explosive power is directly proportional to the heat of the target. The explosion does not harm the body itself. It can attack the target multiple times. And it has extremely high defensive capabilities. Thanks to the protection of Withering Heart Attack and Highway Star, the group still has basic survival security. Did that call you just made even work? Why hasn't anyone come yet, that guy Hasekura Mikatsuki? He's calling in reinforcements. They're really at their wits' end now. If it weren't for Yuya's support, they would have been crushed to pieces long ago. Who among us is not a subject of the king? Sano Kenji unleashed his ability again, altering the trajectory of a cannonball. Highway Star instantly killed the clone that fired the cannonball. Yuya exclaimed in surprise as his right leg began to disappear. Before this, his body was already riddled with wounds. Unable to hold on any longer, Yuya collapsed to the ground. But even so, still maintained his stand ability. Damn it, this is really the end. More and more replicants approached the area, and the apocalyptic scene filled everyone with despair. If there weren't any substitute arrows here, Yashikage Kira would probably have awakened Bite the Dust directly. Just as another large number of clones poured into the building, the sounds of fierce fighting rang out at the entrance. Crazy Diamonds, Emperor, Purple Lovers. The Flame of Youth, The Harvester, Echo ACT2. The Storyteller, The Wind Blows. The Fruits of Midsummer, Parting Blossoms. Bombard Space, Monica, Kissing Everywhere. Various stand-ins emerged one after another. And at this moment, all the reinforcements converged and attacked the building entrance. Holy crap! Where did all these people come from all of a sudden? What are the other team members doing? The people of Glatland were dumbfounded when they saw at least 20 stand users pouring in. His abilities are insufficient to deal with so many enemies. Lisbellin, the top floor, was furious. These guys had already gotten this far. However, his teammates were stopped halfway. What a load of rubbish, why should I fight alongside them? That being said, Akirashi did not skimp on the damage output he was supposed to receive. He had just realized that this big guy was on the same side as the clones. As for the people on the other side, he didn't know their allegiance. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's not the main point. The main point is that they lack offensive capabilities. The bullets from the dwarf soldiers were completely ineffective against the Titan and the youth on its shoulder. The transforming vehicle, though it hit the Titan's body, was simply blown away. Several people emanating different colored lights launched an attack. But they only managed to repel the giant, which quickly returned to its former vigor. Instead, they suffered considerable backlash. Even Zai Wuluan was slapped and sent flying. After all, he is just immune to injury, not immobile. The other stand users were also unable to harm the two. And he even knew some of these stand users, indeed. The Duwang Gungas, a local gang, does have a certain degree of notoriety, based on the idea that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold if the nest is overturned. The eggs will be broken. Atoshi Akira directly joined the battle, of course. Someone like him wouldn't go out and fight on his own. More importantly, there's no need for him to. He was simply remotely controlling his stand. Red-hot chili pepper in the battle after all. It's a power-type stand with an extremely long range. Jataro, huh? Is this a stand that's completely different from my Star Platinum? Stand name Spicy Red Pepper Ontology, Yin Shimming. Destructive Power A Speed A Range A Endurance A. Precision C Growth Potential A. Abilities Manipulates Electricity. Can assimilate with electricity. And can enhance strength and speed after absorbing electricity. It once absorbed all the electricity in Morio. And its power overwhelmed Crazy Diamond. Reaching speeds close to the speed of light. You can reach them across the internet and slap the idiot on the other side. The addition of Spicy Red Pepper to the battle turned the tide to some extent. When Akira Otoshi was hiding, he wasn't just cursing in the trash can. He was also secretly absorbing electricity while the town was in this apocalyptic state. Previously, if he wanted to absorb electricity, he had to risk being discovered. Now he's not afraid anymore, damn. He can't even save his own life. So who would care if there's a power outage at home? Having absorbed a large amount of electricity, Spicy Red Pepper has surpassed Jasuk's Crazy Diamond in power, and can even rival Star Platinum. The main issue is that Akira Otoshi is not far from his stand at the moment. Only a few dozen meters away. Jataro, listen to this, is this even human language? Red Pepper employed a flanking maneuver, using her size advantage to evade Cyrus's attacks. After all, one of them is about 1 meter tall and the other is over 3 meters tall. The size difference is like that between Frieza and Hulk. Even so, neither of them could gain an advantage for the time being. Is this thing even a living thing? Even Chili Pepper's punches can't do much damage to it. And its regenerative abilities are insane, honestly. If Cyrus hadn't been so slow with his reflexes and lacked precision, Soundstone would have been beaten to pulp long ago. Hey, you guys in the back, do you have any teammates? Seeing that they were all silent, Otoshi Akira sighed. Sigh, it still has to be me. It's not that they didn't want to call for help. It's just that they had too many people. So many of them were trying to take on just 2 people. But they couldn't deal any damage and had to rely on a bird-headed man who suddenly appeared to help them. Now we have to call in people for help, which is really making things worse, to be fair. Cyrus, as a member of Black Nursery Rhymes, is quite prestigious. To be honest, it mainly comes down to self-control. To deal with such a high defense tank, any one of the following can easily take it down: Bombardment Space, Heaven's Gate, Highway Star, or Killer Queens. Unfortunately, they didn't come. As for the other man, they couldn't do any damage either. All their attacks were like throwing mud into the sea when they hit that guy. They can only clear out the clone minions on the sidelines now. I'd say you all probably understand what this guy's abilities are like. Right. This is what Fu Yao said, who was watching from a distance. He has been using wind on the way home to help others withstand attacks. His stand can absorb attacks, but it can't block them all. It can only absorb half of them at a time. But his stand moves extremely fast, making it difficult to break through. At least our stand ability can't break through it. To defeat him, you need to cooperate. Yes, but I already have a way to break through. The group discussed the matter amongst themselves and quickly came up with an attack strategy. Government office building in the center of Morio Town. The situation in the lobby on the first floor was now under control, with a large number of clones and military police being blocked outside the building by stand abilities. The interior is basically controlled by the Stand User Alliance of Morio, and all surviving enemies are surrounded in one area. Jasuk was distributing a stack of papers. Don't turn the paper over. Don't see what's on the back of the paper, just show it to them. Okay, got it. The group arrived at the place where the prisoners were being held. After seeing the contents of the paper, the prisoners turned into books. That's right. This stack of papers is all Rohan Kishibe's manuscript. If it weren't for Rohan Kishibe's habit of carrying manuscripts with him, there really wouldn't have been any way to do this today. Found him, this is the guy. Upon hearing that the enemy had been found, the group rushed over in a swarm. By perusing Glatlin's books on anatomy, The effects of the useless corpse scattering ability were revealed to everyone. That's it, and Jasuk seemed to be deep in thought. Then summoned Mad Diamond and punched Gratlin in the stomach. A single punch pierced Gratlin's chest and abdomen, creating a large hole. All the food he had just eaten flew out and began to recombine. All sorts of meat and bones were restored to their original state in just a few seconds. At the same time, everyone's body parts were also restored. To be honest, this ability is really useful. Rohan's side Yoshikage Kira stood to the side. Deep in thought and no one knew what he was thinking. Let's go upstairs soon. An advanced team went upstairs. The healing stand in the crowd treated the injured person's injuries. And then everyone divided up the tasks and went upstairs in batches. Along the way, they only dealt with a small number of enemies. And the people of Morio Town made rapid progress and gained an advantage. The top floor of the office building, fuck. You guys had such trouble getting a helicopter to come here. Lizbel is standing on the rooftop, cursing. In an effort to hold off the army below, she had mobilized all her clones back to defend the building. But the stand users left on the first floor blocked them at the door. Left with no other choice, she had to convert most of the people in the building into clones in order to deal with those enemies. Now, only a few high-ranking government officials around her have not been converted. Having no other choice, she wanted to escape by helicopter. But the helicopter was delayed. Morio Town, northwest. An army was marching toward the city center, with an angry woman sitting on the truck at the front. Chenzu knew how dire the situation was. Even she had to participate in the battle in the city center. So you can imagine how heavy the casualties of the squad were. Just when she was at her wit's end, a guy in a high school uniform stood in front of her car. Then came a man in a white suit. "My lord, I have important news to report." The man immediately knelt down upon seeing Chenzu's convoy. Seeing the man's tearful and distressed appearance, Chenzu was somewhat puzzled out of caution. She maintained a distance of 10 meters after getting out of the car. But what she didn't know was that this was enough. Kitano. Exaggerated Enigma stand name in main body Teranasuk Miyamoto destructive power E. Speedy range C endurance A precision C growth potentials. Ability to collect targets that show signs of fear on their faces into a piece of paper. The moment Chenzu saw the exaggerated description, a look of fear involuntarily appeared on her face. Then Enigma appeared and sucked her directly into the paper. Upon seeing this, the others immediately launched an attack. But the two disappeared from their spot in the next instant. Holy crap, where are they? Where's Commander Chenzu? Seeing that the situation was completely out of control, the leading soldier almost fainted. Moriocho, a street near the city center. Jataro continued to wander aimlessly around the world. He could sense the earth-shattering changes happening around him. But he couldn't see anything. Just as he casually walked out of a convenience store with a bottle of drink, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It felt like some kind of shackles had been removed from my body. He tried to walk forwards, and the scene that appeared before him delighted him. A yellow bird-headed man was fighting a huge monster. In any case, he can see other people now. What he didn't know was that this was because Shino had already been defeated by a group of people. "Hey, who are you peoples?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice came from the air. "Mr. Jataro, that giant is the enemy." Jataro recognized the voice as belonging to his friend from yesterday. "Miki Heiskura." Looking up, I saw a drone hovering high in the sky. Upon hearing what Miki Takashi said, Jataro immediately wanted to join the battle. "Hey. That big guy in the white shirt, he's not easy to deal with. Ordinary attacks won't do any damage. You'd better not make things worse." Seeing Jataro walking towards them, Akira Atoishi issued a warning through the voice of Red Hot Chili Pepper. "Yay Star Platinums." An extremely powerful and robust stand appeared in front of Jataro, its physique drawing gasps of amazement from everyone present. Then Platinum Star punched Cyrus. Creating a dent in his body, this punch stunned Akira Atoshi. This purple, muscular stand was actually stronger than his own Red Hot Chili Pepper. You should know that his fiery red chili peppers have absorbed all the electricity within a 3-kilometer radius. However, its power is nowhere near as effective as this punch. However, such attacks can only cause superficial injuries to Cyrus, and cannot damage his core. Such power can't even cause harm. Just as Jataro was pondering, Cyrus turned around and counterattacked. However, his speed was not as fast as that of Platinum Star, which was close to the speed of light instead. Platinum Star dodged the attack and then threw another punch after the opponent was stunned. The punch landed squarely on Cyrus's head, smashing half of his skull. Holy crap. He held back just now. Is this even a stand power that a human could possess? If that punch had hit mate would have turned me into shit. A completely unrecognizable piece of shit. Akira Atoshi was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. It felt just like when Goku and the others first met Frieza. Although, however, Akira Atoshi is the real Frieza. Enough of this nonsense, let's get back to the battlefield. At this moment, Akira Atoshi and Jataro were each thinking about something. What Akira Atoshi was thinking was, this guy's stand is so powerful and it looks cool too. Its speed is just as good. If my red-hot chili pepper could have this kind of power, I would be willing to reduce its range to 3 meters. Jataro was thinking, the bird-headed man's true form doesn't seem to be among this group. As a power-type stand, it has such a long range. If my star Platinum could also have this range, I could accept it even if the stand's power was a bit weak and the speed a bit slower. So everyone, remember this, human joys and sorrows are often not shared. Government office building in the center of Morio Town. Later at this time, Oda Gayoshi was leading the construction of defensive fortifications, and a large number of stand users were under his command. His exceptional command skills made it impossible for the clones and military police outside to break in. The remaining stand users are rushing to the top floor, since the stairs and elevators leading upstairs were destroyed by Lisbeth Bell. They had no choice but to use their stand abilities to get up. Fortunately, their stand abilities are diverse, so going up to the next floor isn't too difficult. However, Lispel on the rooftop was going crazy now, including Cyrus. There's only 1.5 survivors in the entire squad. She doesn't think she can take down so many enemies by herself. Damn it, where's the helicopter? Where's the helicopter? Enraged, Lisbel grabbed the high-ranking military officer next to her and unleashed a torrent of abuse. At this moment, Tan Shanyu, who was waiting to the side, suddenly pointed, "Sir, the helicopter is here." Lisbel immediately turned her head and looked at the empty sky. She instantly realized what was happening. But it's too late. Tan Shanyu fired a shot directly into her back. At that distance, Sesh had no chance of dodging. She could only ensure that the bullet wouldn't hit a vital spot. Turning around, Lisbel kicked the gun out of Tan Shanyu's hand with a roundhouse kick. Then kicked him 10 meters away. "You fucking tricked me." The Tanshin fishwitch had fallen to the ground. Shakily propped itself up. "This isn't my fault. I'm a stand user too. I've worked my ass off for you. And now that things have gone wrong, you're going to abandon me and run away? No way." Lisbel laughed after hearing what Tanshin Fish said. "You bastard, you are just a useless support stand. How dare you challenge me?" As she spoke, Lisbel went over and grabbed Tanshin Fish by the neck. "You don't think you can drag me down with you, do you? You don't think you can kill me, do you, idiot?" Tanshin Fish opened his mouth, but his throat was being choked, preventing him from speaking. "He doesn't need to kill you. He just needs to prove his position." A hoarse voice rang out which startled Lisbel, who. A tall, thin figure emerged from the rooftop stairwell. Surprisingly, the person didn't sound as old as his voice suggested. He was a man in a high school uniform, with a cold expression and a blank look. "Who are you?" "According to the intelligence relayed by my clone, none of the allied forces below have reached the rooftop yet." "Amazing. I'm the person you've been investigating these past 2 days." The aged voice sounded again, but the man's mouth did not move. "You. What kind of magic trick are you performing?" Is this your stand ability? The voice paused for a moment. You seem to have misunderstood. Why don't you take another look? After hearing this, Liz Bell discovered the reason. The person she was just talking to wasn't the high school student, but rather a photo hanging around the high school student's neck. To be precise, it's the bald old man in the photo. See. Let me introduce myself. I am Yashihiro Kira, a local from Morionde, the boss behind the Morio gang. So it was you, so hiding in the photo is your ability. Stand name, Father of Atomic Heart. Ontology, Yashihiro Kira, destructive power, E-speed. Range, non-endurance, A-precision, E-growth potential. Ability, can control the world within the photograph it is in. Any action taken on the people or objects in the photograph will be reflected in reality. People and objects photographed alongside this substitute will be separated from their original world, and their soul energy will be sealed within the photograph. That's right. Yashihiro Kira is the mastermind behind the Du Wang gang. Moreover, he was a leading figure in most of Japan's underworld. All of this was done to give his son a peaceful life. In this world, Yashihiro Kira uses the stand arrow and his own hard-earned money to gradually take over most of Japan's Yakuza industry. Kira Yashihiro knew that in this chaotic world, a peaceful life required the guarantee of power. Yashikage Kira was unaware of his father's true identity. Nor did he know that his peaceful life was a Truman show fabricated by his father's subordinates. So that's how it is. You guys came up here a while ago, huh? It's quite impressive that you managed to evade the guard's search. But did you really think you could defeat me? Upon hearing this, the high school student slowly spoke. I've blown up the stairs here, so there's no way the military and police can get up here. Your double has no combat ability, and the three officials next to you are just ordinary people who can't even use firearms properly. So you can't win. Upon hearing this, Lisbeth Bell sneered. HMPH, who lives and who dies is still uncertain. Little sister carrying a doll in an instant. 3 clone dolls appeared and jumped onto the backs of the 3 government officials. After a groan, the 3 officials were directly assimilated into Lispel. The assimilated clone opened fire directly at the high school student, its skilled marksmanship making it difficult for him to dodge. However, he did not dodge, instead he put on the photos. Donned his helmet and ran towards them. Is this guy insane? Even with a bulletproof vest, he can't be this reckless. Could it be some kind of stand ability? Indeed. The high school student had many gunshot wounds of varying sizes on his body. But he calmly took out, or rather summoned, a book. The Book of Life. Stand name, the book body, Hasumi Takuma. Destructive power, E-speed, E-range, B-endurance, A. Precision, E-growth potential, A. Ability, a book that records the life of stand user Hasumi Takuma, with content continuously added as the stand user's life progresses. Anyone who reads the book will have the same feelings, including the hurt they suffer at their inner emotions, and the details of their memories. Hasumi Takuma simply turned one page, and the injuries he had sustained vanished in an instant. Because the content recorded on that page was the process of him being healed by a healing-type ability user. After he read this passage, the process described in the book was replicated in his life. Therefore, he completely ignored the damage caused by the firearm. At this moment, Hasumi Takuma had already arrived in front of Rise Bell. The Book of Life has turned a page, now prominently displayed in front of several copies. In an instant, several clones covered in blood collapsed to the ground, their stand abilities forcibly deactivated. Then a similar situation occurred with Lispel herself. You did what? It's nothing, just letting you experience my past. That part refers to the time he was in a car accident when he was a child. After saying that, Hasumi Takuma took out the photo. Boss, should we keep this guy? No need. This guy is too dangerous. It's not suitable to take him under my command. Okay, I see. After saying that, Hasumi Takuma picked up the gun on the ground and pulled the trigger at Liz Bell's head. Thus, the major crisis in Morio was initially brought to an end. Standing in front of you is a burly man, 1.9 meters tall. Muscular, wielding a long-handled broad axe that can cut through iron like mud, staring at you with a fierce and menacing expression. You think you're finished. Even if this guy doesn't know martial arts, he can still send me to heaven to meet Kaiojo with one axe. As a result, when you made a tentative attack, the burly man immediately used the ghostly steps to dodge your attack. Then raising his battle axe, he performed a pole vault behind you, held the weapon horizontally with one hand, and used the axe tip to deliver a series of acupuncture blows to your back. You might say he can't fight, but his strength and martial arts skills are top-notch. You said he could fight, but something seems off. This was my first impression of Nijimura Okuyasu. Today we're going to talk about one of the most underrated stand users in the entire JoJo series, Okuyasu Nijimura. This statement requires another premise. He possesses one of the most overrated stands in the entire JoJo series, the hand. First, let's set up the basic panel of the stand. Stand name: the hand ontology, Honkun Yita. Destructive power: B speed B, range D, persistence C. Precision C, growth potential C. Everyone knows about stand abilities, so I won't go into detail. Let's discuss those two sentences one by one. One of the most underrated entities, Nijimura Okuyasu. Many people's understanding of Yidai is limited to the image of the super smart guy who has a god-level stand-in, but doesn't know how to use it. However, it has been shown more than once in the original work that Okuyasu's stand development ability is very strong. A power to shave off space under Yidai's control became telekinesis, teleportation, blocking enemy movement, close combat in coordination with one's own stand, adjusting attack patterns, brief airtime. To be fair, this level of capability development is already quite impressive. One capability can generate so many other capabilities, which shows that Yidai has put a lot of effort into capability development. It's important to know that although Okuyasu obtained a stand very early on, he didn't have many actual combat opportunities. Even so, he still demonstrated a lot of skill usage at the beginning of Part 4. One of the most overrated stands, bombardment space. At first glance, relying on abilities to block enemy movement and assist stands in close combat seems useless. After all, most people would rather just cut off their own head than waste that effort. This is what's known as opening doors to everyone you see, creating a head-cutting space. This person can be considered a high-level phantom god in the JoJo worldview. In front of him, neither JO-level creatures nor the golden spin are worth mentioning. Actually, that's not the case. This involves a very crucial issue: the principle of not killing. The so-called principle of not killing also has specific circumstances. Because of the inner conviction not to kill, or perhaps it's due to societal constraints that prevent them from killing. When facing enemies, most members of the Joe family and their associates adhered to a principle of not killing. The bombardment space skill is extremely destructive, which is due to its mechanics. It directly and irreversibly obliterates space. This incredible mechanism makes its destructive power even surpass that of the perfect spin of Tooth 4. This is both his strength and his weakness. Extremely powerful and uncontrollable. Destructive skills when they are used. They are usually deadly. There is no need to kill most enemies first. Those people did not deserve to die second. The influence of society on an individual. Indiscriminately attacking other people's bodies with bombardment space is inherently inhumane, especially for those who are into the fourth installment. For Nijimura Okuyasu, a native of Morio Town, interactions between people in such a rural town are very cautious. He has no family, no boss, no organization, and not even family members behind him. All he had left was his bombing space and a few friends. In other words, if Jataro kills someone, the Joestar family and the SPW Foundation will clean up his mess. Moreover, since he didn't kill anyone in his own home, there's basically no problem. The supporting characters in the fourth installment are different. They killed someone near their own home and had no powerful backers. Once or twice is fine, but doing it too often will only cause trouble for yourself. Or to put it another way, if he just opened fire on anyone he saw, he'd practically slice off parts of their bodies. So what's the difference between him and a serial killer like Yashikage Kira? If it's a numerical monster like Platinum Star, you can fine-tune your combat state by controlling the attack power. However, due to the strange mechanism, it is very difficult to perform this operation. Other monsters with similar mechanics include Void Miasma, Killer Queen Youthful Years, and Devil's Shackles. What they have in common is that they either don't make a move at all, or they use ruthless tactics. Vanilla can kill, Kira can kill. Giocolat can kill, Muka Muret can kill. This is their identity, persona, and power. But Nijimuro Kayasu, he can't, therefore. Opening doors to everyone and creating head-cutting space is unrealistic. Then there's the issue of the stand itself. Bombing space, every stand has its flaws. And even the most powerful abilities are not invincible. As a mechanic monster created in version 4, bombardment space has both obvious advantages and disadvantages. Advantage: no skill cooldown, usable at all times, no downtime. It has strong destructive power and absolute dominance over most enemies, with both strength and speed at B level. His close combat skills are quite impressive. The removed portion disappears completely, effectively dealing with enemies that cannot be killed. These are all very powerful advantages, combined to create a stand that looks very strong. Things to note: the wind-up animation is too obvious, making it easy to react to or counter with abilities. As demonstrated in the first battle against Jasuk, the short range hinders the ability to perform. Its output point is singular, and it relies too much on the right hand of its stand. It has a low tolerance for error and is prone to causing irreversible damage. For example, if you have equal information, the moment you raise your right hand, the other side will immediately respond with Echo ACT 3 and you'll be obedient. Furthermore, once you develop the habit of using your abilities carelessly, it's easy for things to go wrong. For example, you're fighting, and suddenly your teammate uses a spatial erasure, accidentally sending your arm into another dimension. Who can you reason with, therefore? Bombing space is the kind of stand that looks very powerful, but actually has many limitations in its use. The so-called high-level Phantom God, 1 Echo ACT 3 and it was all quiet. One-time-based ability and they'd behave. Once you reach speed B or higher, you'll behave yourself. A long-range capability makes it behave. A zero-frame start capability is all it takes to behave itself. A sub-atmosphere miasma, a mirror image, a hanging man, a flying man, a hell's highway. They behaved themselves. Therefore, bombing space is not as powerful as it seems. Nijimura Okuyasu's impressive record was largely due to his own fighting ability. Let's talk about De Kongaming again. I've always thought De Kongaming is a very interesting person. As a member of the protagonist group in the 4 era, the Golden Spirit and the Dark will coexist in him in a strange way. It's roughly 7-3, my personal estimate. In order to kill their father and his brother, Nijimura Kaiko dared to mass-produce stand users in Morio. This shows a disregard for human life and a complete lack of moral boundaries in order to achieve one's own goals. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in Morio has the ability to use a stand, these two could be called the Morio Elimination Kings. This is also a point that many people overlook. Yidai was originally a villain. Moreover, he is a villain who indirectly caused many crises later on and may have taken many lives. However, after his image was cleared, people were misled by his dull and foolish persona. Furthermore, the fact that Nijimura Koji took the blame caused people to forget about this point. Of course, Yidai did this only for his father. In order to free his father from this burden, he naturally had to be prepared to accept the consequences. So next I'm going to tell a story about bombing space that's hard to hide, just kidding. But what does it matter? I used to think that Yitai was a one-dimensional character. His personality and behavior were indeed vivid, but he lacked depth. But later I discovered that when you actually try to analyze a character logically, you'll find that they are actually very three-dimensional. A tribute to one of the most overrated stands in the entire JoJo series, Bombardment Space. And one of the most underrated stand users in the entire JoJo series, Okasu Nijimura. In the center of Morio Town, Morio Commercial Building. This is a high-rise building located right next to the government building. At this time, this place had been transformed into a temporary base for the Du Wang Gang and the Revolutionary Army. Originally, they were supposed to convert the government office building into a temporary base. However, due to the ferocity of their battle, the building was already on the verge of collapse, though not quite. The person in charge here now is Revolutionary Army cadres lounging on the shore. Oda Goyoshi, leader of the Du Wang Gang. Hasumi Takuma represents the boss's will, meanwhile. Inside, the mouth scene had become a hellish mess. Miss Ayana, I played a crucial role in saving Morio Town this time. Would you do me the honor of having a meal with me? Yuya shamelessly invited Koichi's sister on a date. But his flamboyant behavior displeased Ayana heroes. Hey, who do you think you are? How dare you harass my daughters? When Kangi's father saw that this delinquent dared to do such a thing in front of him, he immediately picked up a broom from the shelf next to him and hit him. On the other side, Akira Atoshi, holding the guitar that Jasuk had repaired, was singing loudly in a corner, surprisingly. A few young people had gathered around him to enjoy his music. Yashikage Kira was clipping his nails when one of them suddenly popped out and flew towards Jataro's eye. Fortunately, Platinum Star reacted quickly and grabbed the nail. That's nothing. The main thing is that for some reason, Platinum Star snapped at him, the two then locked eyes. And a surge of anger rose within them, as if they were mortal enemies from a past life. Hey, you weird nail-wearing guy, what are you looking at? Want to fight? Hey. You big oaf with terrible fashion since Yuho's afraid of you. What did you say? Believe me or not, my Platinum Star will beat you to a pulp. Trying to cause trouble, huh? Believe me. I'll blow you to ashes before you even make a move, come on. You bastard, you look all respectable. But who knows what you really are, what did you say? This is a custom-made suit. Halfway through his sentence, Yashikage Kira suddenly remembered that his previous suit was ruined. The suit I'm wearing now is the same one I just stole from upstairs. However, wouldn't lose in terms of momentum. And he continued to argue loudly with Jataro. Jataro and Yashikage Kira were not usually argumentative people. But when they met, it was as if they were possessed. And they kept arguing with each other. Kenji-kun, thank you for what happened before. Yukako looked at Hero's Koichi with a slightly awkward expression and a flushed face. Hey, big brother, the organization leaders are here. Yatai was somewhat surprised, still not quite understanding what was going on. He had been lying in bed for a long time when a battle broke out of nowhere. And the town was inexplicably destroyed. What is that guy doing? Why is there no one around him? Someone noticed Kenji Mishima sitting in the corner. You'd better not get close to him out of curiosity. Or something bad will happen, huh? Why? Is that guy short-tempered? No, has a good temper. But his stand ability is very strange, really. I don't believe it, let me show you what he's got. Seeing the man's attitude, the person explaining the situation to him shook his head. There's going to be a good show, Sano Kinji Holmes. And Fat Shige found a deck of cards somewhere and started playing Dujiju, a card game. Here I should mention that the ability most people are subjects of the king has no impact on card playing. The reason for this is simple. Mo Fei Wang Chen has the ability to modify the probability of events that are happening in the short term. This means temporarily manipulating causality. However, once a deck of cards is placed on the table, its state is already determined, in other words. Once the cause is complete, the effect is also predetermined. The cards he can draw have already been determined. Chinese letter, 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 1/4/7/10/13/16. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter at this point. Manipulating causality is no longer effective. If one had to say something, it would be an ability like rewriting reality that would be effective. However, he still has room to maneuver. That is when an uncertain event is occurring. In card games, this is equivalent to shuffling. This process can be influenced by the principle that everyone is a subject of the king. However, it was just to pass the time. Sano Kenji wouldn't stoop so low as to use a stand-in to cheat. Except for these people, there was also Hasekura Miki, who humbly sought knowledge about Earths. Tanio Torasati found a set of kitchen utensils in the mall and started cooking. Kobayashi Tamami took advantage of the chaos to raid the luxury goods district. Jasuk Higashikata took the lead in treating everyone. Looking at the surrounding scene, Kaiojo felt that something was missing. It wasn't until he stared at Hasekura Miki for a long time that he remembered. Ikiro Koda, one of the ghost stories of Morio. The man living on the power towers. The stand user of Flying Man is not Kazutoyo Haida. Never mind, he's not an important guy anyway. Mid-floor meeting room of the building. Sitting in the room at this time were several cadres of the Revolutionary Army. High-ranking members of the Du Wang gang Hasumi Takuma. Miyamoto Teranasuke Tanzan Yuan others, no problem. Oda Goyoshi and Hasumi Takuma exchanged glances. We will do our best to meet your needs. Rohan on the shore nodded, by the way. I also need to take a few people with me. But the strategist said before we left that it would be difficult to take them with me. Oda Goyoshi had a bad feeling, you say it. Former government official Tanzan Yu. Marine biologist Kyujo Jataro. And Morio town resident Kira Yoshikage. I only need these 3 people. The rest are yours to do as you please, no. As soon as Rohan Kishibe uttered his words, Takuma Hasumi on the opposite side immediately retorted. The first 2 are fine, but the third one won't. This was not his own will, but a message secretly transmitted by Kira Yoshihiro from his chest. He couldn't possibly let his son do something so dangerous. Let's reconsider. These conditions are already quite good. Morio is currently the target of everyone's attacks. We only need to give up 3 stand user spot in return. You've gained the cooperation of the Revolutionary Army. 2 of these 3 people aren't even locals. So you've really gotten a good deal, no means no. There's no room for discussion, Hasumi Takuma. Or rather, Kira Yoshihiro is very agitated. Then there's nothing we can do. How about this, let's ask Mr. Kira himself for his opinion. Okay, I'll ask then. Kira Yoshihiro simply refused to believe it. How could someone with Kira Yoshikage's personality possibly agree to such a thing? Oh, hey Mr. Kira Yoshikage, do you remember me? Are you that Revolutionary Army cadre? Yes, so. What about that thing we talked about before? What have you thought about? Upon hearing Rohan's question, Yoshikage Kira gritted his teeth. I go upon hearing this. Rohan Kishibe's expression immediately lit up with joy. Oh dear, a man's word is his bond. Once you've made up your mind, don't go back on it. Since that's the case, we're comrades from now on. Don't worry. You won't be shortchanged on any of the treatment you deserve. Kira Yoshihiro, on the other hand, was unable to remain calm. Impossible, you must have used your stand ability on him. So is the truth really as Jai Guang thought? That happened half an hour ago. What, you want to see this? I really can't do anything with you guys. Killer Queen third bomb bites the dust. Let's turn back time. Time goes back half an hour. Rohan-san, is this really okay? This is the strategist's order. His calculations have never been wrong. This time only Kaiojo can do this. Our future strategy rests entirely on his shoulders. This isn't a request, it's a military order. You must convey this to him in its entirety. Yes, sir. Fu Yao saluted Rohan on the shore and then left. Huh. You want me to persuade Yoshikage Kira? Kaiojo was stunned when he heard this request. Yes. As long as I get him to agree to join this operation. That will be fine. Brother Fu Yao, can I not go? Nathai's is the organization's arrangement. And it's your first task after joining, moreover. It's the strategist's arrangement. So there can't be any mistakes. 3 minutes later. Kaiojo nervously headed towards the direction where Yoshikage Kira was. Otherwise, I wouldn't do this job for Fu Yao's sake. Mr. Yoshikage Kira, do you have time to chat? Seeing Yoshikage Kira and Jataro Kyujo about to fight, Kaiojo's legs went weak. Damn it, he can't afford to mess with either of them. His own stand is just a blank slate, with only average strength and speed stats. Not to mention the physical damage dealer. The version's chosen 1 platinum star. Even the power of the Killer Queen is beyond his reach. The Emperor's strength was A and his speed was B. Moreover, both of them are top tier in terms of ability. At this moment, Kaiojo was unaware that Jataro in front of him would not stop time. But that's not the point, because it doesn't really matter whether time stops or not. Kaiojo quietly led Kira Yoshikage to a small room and revealed the Revolutionary Army's demands. You want me to go on a mission with the Revolutionary Army? No way. Kira refused outright and summoned Killer Queen. Hey, don't rush, we're discussing this. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Kaiojo quickly tried to smooth things over. It's just a mission in Europe, we can discuss it. Besides, you can treat it as a publicly funded vacation. Kaiojo cursed inwardly without stopping. He didn't even believe the bullshit he was spouting. What made that strategist think he could convince that freak? Yoshikage Kira Aminos. Being a transmigrator is incredibly frustrating. I started with a bizarre and hellish dungeon and a cataclysmic collapse. And all I got was a useless blank substitute. Fighting basically meant I had to fight my way through the night. I can't even run away, my teammates keep disconnecting. And I've managed to become one of the top losers on the leaderboard despite being a useless coward. Aside from his impressive battle record and knowledge of the original world's plot, he's practically useless right now. Wait a minute, I know the original world's plot. Kaiojo wished the storyteller would slap him. He was clearly a transmigrator, familiar with the plot and characters. So why didn't he use that knowledge? A perfect but flawed explanation came to mind. After polishing the wording slightly, Kaiojo smiled and began to speak. Mr. Kira, listen to me, let's analyze the current situation. Yoshikage Kira didn't really intend to fight. He just wanted to scare Kaiojo. Let me hear what you have to say about it. Yoshikage Kira pulled out the chair behind him and sat down. That's what they said. But the big pink cat on the side was still eyeing them menacingly. In the current situation, Morio Town is basically ruined. To rebuild it, it will need at least the support of the government. However, as a key figure in this riot, your information has likely already reached the government's meeting table. In other words, as long as the cat's government remains in power, you will never have a peaceful life. After saying this, Kira fell silent for a moment. What I just described is only one of your predicaments. At this point, Evan Kaiojo's breathing became heavy, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. Kira Yoshikage, age 33, is on the surface just an ordinary office worker in Morio. Your true identity is actually the perpetrator of the Morio serial murders. A man who enjoys hunting young women and killing them for profit. A deranged serial killer, Killer Queen. After Kaiojo finished speaking, Yoshikage Kira suddenly sprang into action, his Killer Queen right hand grabbing directly at Kaiojo's body. However, Kaiojo was prepared, and the storyteller simply picked up a chair and placed it in front of him. Since both were fast B-rank characters, and the storyteller was prepared in advance, the Killer Queen's attack did not hit the opponent. Without the slightest hesitation, Yoshikage Kira detonated the chair. Such a close-range explosion is already deadly after all. That's how Fatty died, however. Kaiojo had already rehearsed it in his mind several times, and immediately threw the chair away after blocking the attack. Bang, the chair exploded in midair. And Kaiojo quickly shouted the next sentence, if I die, the information I just shared will be spread immediately. Grass upon hearing this, Yoshikage Kira quickly withdrew his stand's attack. Alright, Mr. Kira, now we can sit down and talk. Fortunately, there were plenty of chairs in the room. So the two sat down again. The current situation is that the cat's government knows your information. And so do we, Kaiojo tapped on the table. You know the cat's government given their nature. Even if they don't kill you, you'll probably spend the rest of your life like those black nursery rhymes assassins. Living a chaotic wandering and lifeless existence with no freedom. Always on the edge of a knife. I don't know when the mission will start. I can't eat at a fixed time, I can't sleep at a fixed time. I can't wake up at a fixed time. Every day I open my eyes to endless killing. The members of Black Nursery Rhymes, I had no idea we were in such a miserable situation. Do not talk. At this moment, Yashikage Kira's hands were trembling. The scene Kaiojo described was worse than death to him. He would rather be chopped into mincemeat than live such a life. But you're lucky you met us. The Revolutionary Army is about to engage in a decisive battle with the cat's government. Nobi joining the Revolutionary Army. You'll at least have these advantages. Kaiojo began to comfort brainwash Yashikage Kira again. After the Revolutionary Army wins, you will be a hero of the world at that time. Dozens of lives can be wiped out for you in no time. Furthermore, if you wish, your hero record can be hidden away. And the organization will rebuild your town for you, allowing you to live a peaceful life as you please. Real. Of course it's true, and that's not all. Since we're going to Europe this time, I know a really powerful stand user there who can create human organs, including hands, and he can even customize them himself. Is everything you're saying true? Of course. You can trust me, just imagine. After you overthrow the cat's government, you'll retire to a small town with a whole bunch of girlfriends of all kinds, living a peaceful, undisturbed office worker life. Listening to Jojo's description, Kira Yashikage felt as if he had instantly traveled from the 18th level of hell to the pure land of bliss. This bet is a sure thing. If you lose, you don't lose. If you win, you'll make a fortune. One word, are you in or not? After hearing Kaiojo's words, Kira Yashikage closed his eyes and steeled his resolve. Dry, okay, it's a deal. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief the moment they uttered their last words. No one knows what they are thinking at this moment. Task list Rohan Kishibu's stand is Heaven's Gate. Has the ability to turn people into books. Zai Wuluan's stand, don't waste it. Has the ability to grant immortality, Fuya, whose stand is Return Journey with Wind. Has the ability to create special wind fields, Kaiojo. Stand Storyteller. Has the ability to use stand gadgets that record information. Katsuki Nakajima's stand Rainbow Man. Has the ability to disguise himself, Tanshin Fish, whose stand is the Mayusi. Has the ability to identify stand users, Yashikage Kira, whose stand is Killer Queen. Has the ability to turn anything he touches into a bomb. Jataro Kyujo's stand Star Platinum. Possesses the power of overwhelming strength and precise manipulation. Task, go to Europe to retrieve something. That's all I know for now. There's another thing I need to mention, namely Jataro's situation. It wasn't clearly explained earlier that Jataro's current identity is that of a marine biologist. I came to Morio for a business trip. It's a coastal city after all, so it makes perfect sense. As a result, a whole series of chaotic events completely ruined his plans. He originally wanted to go home since his wife and children were still there. However, both Yashihiro Kira and Rohan Kishibe agreed to send someone to protect his family, on the condition that he would go with them. Jataro knew he couldn't fight the government alone, so he agreed to the request. November 11, 1999, 8:00 a.m. The port on the east side of Morio Town. Why are you carrying so much stuff? Do you think we're going on a trip? Looking at Yashikage Kira carrying large bags and small packages, Jataro said impatiently, do you think everyone is like you? Do you know how far it is from here to Europe? When you find that nothing on the ship suits your needs and it affects your combat readiness, you'll realize how important this kind of preparation is. Jataro didn't bother arguing with him and started looking down at a marine life magazine. Kaiojo, who was standing next to them, Watch them bicker while taking a sip of his bubble tea. But then he suddenly remembered something. Chewed the pearl in his mouth hand, swallowed it. Speaking of which, are we going to take a boat? We're wanted criminals now. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to take a boat? Think about it. Ships are inconvenient to move around. And they're easy targets. Once they're spotted, there's no way to escape. Upon hearing Kaiojo's question, Anbi and Lubin smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about that. The organization can handle this little thing, as he spoke. Ripples began to spread across the water in front of the harbor. The ripples grew larger and larger. And soon the water began to churn, revealing a huge dark shadow beneath the surface. Only when the shadow surfaced did everyone see what it truly looked like. That's a huge submarine. Tan Shanyu exclaimed in surprise after all. He had hardly ever seen this kind of thing before. Don't just stand there, go up, Rohan on the shore spoke, leading everyone onto a small boat in the harbor, which sailed towards the yellow submarine. Fu Yao and Lu Ban had anticipated this, and while the others hadn't seen it before, they weren't too surprised after boarding the ship. Kaiojo looked around wanting to touch everything he saw, wishing he could explore the entire place right now. But he didn't dare after all, he was a newcomer, and with the mindset of doing what others did. He tried his best not to cause trouble. Tan Shanyu was the Samido, put it bluntly. He was just a prisoner, the weakest one there. Even Kaiojo could easily beat him. The group arrived at the main control room, where a white man who looked to be around 40 years old was sitting. Rohan-san has arrived. The man stood up warmly and greeted Rohan. This is Ringo Star. Through Lu Ban's introduction, everyone got to know Lin Ji. Except for Fu Yao and Zai Wuluan. They already knew each other. So he's the only one operating such a large submarine. Jataro didn't see anyone else along the way. He was a PhD in oceanography and knew a bit about submarines. A submarine of this size would require at least 10 people to fully control. Yet they only saw this one person. This is something Mr. Jataro may not know. This submarine is indeed operated by Ringo alone. But that's because it's not an ordinary submarine. Hearing Rohan's explanation, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Then Lin Ji took over the conversation. Let me tell you. This submarine is not a submarine in the true sense of the word. I am able to control it with my own energy because it's my stand-in, the yellow submarine, that's right. This submarine-like power in the third party's a stand named Yellow Submarine, main body, Ringo Star. Destructive power A, speed A, range B, endurance A. Precision B, growth potential A. Ability, a medium to large submarine that can be fully controlled by the stand user. Equipped with a weapon system of a certain strength, destructive power A. With a top speed of over 70 kilometers per hour, slightly faster than Highway Star. Hence the A rating. Such a huge submarine is actually a stand-in. That's incredible. Not only Tanshin Fish, but Kaiojo also felt the same way. A stand-in is the embodiment of an individual's spiritual energy. According to the early settings, the more specific the stand's form and the larger its size, the stronger the stand user's mental power is. Based on this setting, Ringo Star's mental strength is probably at a first-rate level. Indeed. I've never heard of a larger-scale stand than the yellow submarine. Lin Ji was also very proud. And Kaiojo did not offer his opinion on this. All right. Now let Rohan show you around my stand so you can get familiar with the environment. You'll be living here for the next 2 weeks. Afterwards, the group toured most of the submarine. Surprisingly, the submarine was very well equipped, with not only basic facilities such as a kitchen bedroom, dining room and toilets, but also entertainment facilities such as a gym and a game room. However, according to Lingo himself, the equipment inside was not part of his body double, but was added later, because his double almost never disappears unless he dies. Otherwise, even if one suddenly loses consciousness, nothing will change. We are now close to leaving the waters of Japan. Next, we will head north from the northern border of Russia. To Europe. Why take such a long detour? Isn't the environment there very harsh? Kaiojo was puzzled. Because only in this way can we avoid being pursued by the government army to the greatest extent. If we travel through southern Asia, we will be too easily targeted, especially the Suez Canal, which is our only route and will inevitably be guarded against by the government. Fu Yao explained his question. So we're going to be sailing in the Arctic Ocean for another 2 weeks. Tanshin Fish was quite surprised after all. The Arctic is currently in a state of polar night. Yellow Submarine Kitchen Kaiojo and Kira Yashikit, both wearing aprons, were busy in the kitchen, with Tan Shanyu assisting them. While it was said that he was assisting them, he was actually helping Kaiojo more. Shanyu, go ask them if they can eat spicy food. Ask each of them and then come back and tell me. While Kaiojo was cutting potatoes on the cutting board, he was also directing Tan Shanyu to do some work. Okay, I'll be right there. Tanshin Fish, who was peeling garlic, quickly responded. By the way, what are you doing? Kira Yashikij was puzzled. He didn't understand why Kaiojo had cut the potatoes that way. Small pieces, large pieces. Fan-shaped slices, all sorts of potato shapes were arranged by Kaiojo on different plates. These are for making different dishes. I saw that there were quite a few potatoes in the ship's warehouse, so I arranged for a few more potato dishes. But why did you cut the potatoes like that? I don't understand what you're trying to do. That's normalthas is Chinese food. There are many different kinds. As he spoke, Kaiojo turned on the gas stove. Just you wait and see, heat the oil in a wok. Sauté the meat chunks and then add the meat, a single fluid motion that brings everything to a standstill. They all say they can handle spicy food, but Mr. Zai Wuluan said not to make too much or too spicy food, so that there won't be any left over. Okay, I understand. Seeing Kaiojo's slightly stiff movements, Tan Shanyu hesitated. Are you really good at cooking? You seem a little rusty. Kaiojo simply shook his head at this. No. I just don't look pretty. But the oral effect is absolutely amazing, just trust me. Half an hour later, alright, this is the last dish. Go and call everyone to come and eat. Kaiojo personally brought the prepared dishes to the restaurant. The table was already full of food. Kira Yashikij and Kaiojo each prepared 4 dishes. Submarine Library, Mr. Zaiwuluan, dinner is ready. Tanshin Fish maintained a very good attitude towards these big shots. Zaiwuluan picked up a bookmark, marked the position he was reading, and then put the book back in its original place. Mr. Zaiwuluan, do you really enjoy reading comic books? Tanshin Yu recognized it. It was the Chinese translation of the recently popular Two-Hole, also known as Mountain Bandit King. He also reads this series in his spare time. It's a very good work. The story revolves around a fishman named Fisher W. Kuripo, who lives underwater and wants to reach the land to find the legendary treasure and become the king of the mountains. All in a world where most of the land is land. Zai Wuluan simply nodded in response to Tan Shanyu's attempt to strike up a conversation. Submarine and a roaming room on the shore. Rohan Kishib, dinner's ready at that moment. Rohan Kishib was sitting at his desk writing furiously. Tanshin Yu approached and saw that he was creating a comic strip. After a quick glance, Tanshin Fish was surprised to find that the scene drawn by Rohan on the shore was actually yesterday's major crisis in Morio Town. I'll be there in a bit, you don't need to wait for me. Rohan waved to indicate this is one of his important works, and the plot is based on his personal experiences in the Revolutionary Army. Submarine viewing area. The wall of this room is a huge bulletproof glass panel, providing a clear view of the outside. Jataro stood in front of the glass, with Star Platinum beside him. Jataro Kyujo, dinner's ready. When he heard Tanshin Fish call him, Jataro replied politely, got it, I'll be right there. Jataro, a marine biologist, is observing the fish outside. Although the submarine was traveling at high speed, with the high-precision shared vision of the Platinum Star, he was still able to see the state of the creatures outside. Submarine Fu Yao's room, Mr. Fu Yao, dinner is ready. Upon entering the rooms, Tan Shanyu saw Fu lying on the bed reading a book. There was also a bag of snacks next to it. Let's go. Fu Yao put down the book and left the room with Tan Shanyu. Submarine captain's cabin, Mr. Star, dinner is ready. Upon entering, Tan Fish did not see Ringo Star. Just as he was wondering what was going on, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Hey. Turning his head, the scene he saw startled Tan Shanyu. Because the person filming him wasn't anyone, but rather a pipe on the wall of the submarine. Just as he was filled with doubt and uncertainty, words appeared on the wall beside him. I've arrived, no need to call me. Could this also be an effect of a stand ability? That's right. This is also controlled by Ringo Star's abilities. After all, the yellow submarine is classified as having a Class B level of precision. As we all know, precision is the most precious attribute in JoJo. Those who can reach A are extremely rare, and B is already considered to be among the best. Submarine restaurant. Katsuki Nakajima arrived at the dining table early. He was quite looking forward to the meal. For a professional combat agent like him, compressed biscuits were already considered a decent food. It's rare to have such a sumptuous meal, especially since it's mainly renowned Chinese cuisine. So he was very enthusiastic. Stewed beef with potatoes, potato slices with green peppers, potato chunks with cumin, and a cold dish boiled eggs with salad. As Kaiojo introduced the dish, everyone looked toward the last course. Is this really Chinese food? Is this really a boiled egg? It's not their fault, since this dish is neither like a traditional brightly colored Chinese stir-fry nor like a boiled egg. Instead, it was a large bowl of yellowish, muddy substance. Boil the egg, said soy sauce, vinegar, and minced garlic. Mash them and mix well, that's how it's done. This is how we used to eat eggs in my hometown. The speaker was Fu Yao, who was also Chinese. Yes, you're from Shandong, right? This way of eating is found in all 4 provinces of China. Fu Yao simply nodded without saying anything else. After a brief introduction, everyone officially began their meal. Fu Yao, try this apple pie, it's delicious. Kaiojo handed a piece of apple pie to Fu Yao. Fu Yao shook her head, thanks, but I don't eat apples. Kaiojo didn't think much of it and ate the apple pie himself. By the way, which country is our final destination this time? Kaiojo was somewhat curious. We will land in Western France, and someone will meet us there. We will find out the specifics of our mission then. Rohan Kishibe didn't hide anything and told everyone he knew. Putting aside the strategist's prophecy, he had already examined these people using the gates of heaven. So it was almost impossible for them to have any ulterior motives. How much control does the Revolutionary Army have over France? Given our current situation, it's almost impossible for us to act openly and blatantly. Upon hearing this, Yashikage Kira instinctively asked a question. Still remaining cautious. Don't even think about swaggering around. What do you think my role is? Nakajima Katsumi naturally replied that his abilities were well suited for stealth. Not only in crowds but even in the wild. He can conjure up camouflage clothing to adapt to different situations. You don't need to worry about that. We have already established contact with the local gangs, and they will support our operation. Rohan Kishibe provided the useful information. Organization? What organization? Similar to gangsters, they controlled almost the entire European underworld. An organization like this exists, yes, their names are. Hell, what's? Kaiojo walked into the game rooms yawning. Is it because you're not used to the ship's environment? Or are you just too tired these past few days? He came here to play games with Tanshin Fish. As mentioned earlier, there are newly renovated game rooms here, and they are quite advanced. Of course, that's in the context of this era. Tanshin Fish has already found a game and is waiting for Kaiojo to arrive. This is a classic game from the 1990s. Samurai Shodown Heya Maru Hell Screen. This game can be considered a landmark work in the sword fighting genre, and its overall level is still top-notch even by today's standards. Kaiojo wasn't good at playing games, and after losing several rounds in a row, he asked to switch to a different game. So the two of them started playing King of Fighters 97 again. Kaiojo had played this game quite a bit in his previous life, so he was at least more skilled at it than in the last one. Afterwards, the two played platforming games like Contra and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Fortunately, although Kaiojo's gaming skills were terrible, Tan Shanyu was a gaming expert, so their process of passing through customs wasn't exactly smooth. But they did manage to get through smoothly nonetheless. Seeing that it was almost time, the two went back to their room to sleep. Submarine Captain's cabin, this young man. He really is. Ringo Starr was already middle-aged, but he had never seen such an outrageous guy. Because the yellow submarine is his double, he can see what's happening inside the ship. This is why he was able to arrive at the restaurant and send a message to the fisherman before he arrived. You're right, he's currently observing the other 8 passengers on the ship. Especially that weirdo who would pull out a collection of classic European art the moment he returned to his room. Ringo initially thought this respectable-looking guy was an art enthusiast, until he pulled a severed hand out of his bag. Is this guy really a good person? Yashikage Kira in Boki. To be honest, this is an emergency measure. Normally, he draws large pictures in his bedroom at home. And this girlfriend, she probably won't live past today. However, this is not something Kira can consider right now, because his mind is now almost blank. Lin Ji couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he shifted his gaze to another room. I know this person is a marine biologist, but it's not like he would put so many dolphin plushies in his room. Jataro tossed and turned in bed, with 3 helpless women in his house. Although the Revolutionary Army and those guys promised to send people to protect them, it still didn't put his mind at ease. He could only relieve his inner unease by hugging a dolphin doll. Zai Wuluan is still the same as always. He does nothing but sleep and read comics. Zai Wuluan sat on the bed, holding the next volume of Two Hole that he had been reading before. He's always been like this, as if he has no other hobbies besides comics. Fu Yao is the Sam reading a novel by himself, but he's much better than Zai Wuluan's at Ice Block. In Lin Ji's eyes, Fu Yao was just that kind of person. Although she was sometimes as taciturn as Zai Wuluan, she was generally a very good-tempered and gentle person. After looking at these people, Lin Ji subconsciously glanced at Rohan's room on the shore. Rohan Kishibe was still creating his manga, with a cup of strong tea on the table. After finishing his tasks for the day, Rohan Kishibe marked the Mickey Mouse calendar in front of him. After stretching, Rohan turned off the desk lamp. French desserts are very famous, as are Italian ones. If I have the chance this time, I'll have to get a lot of them. Thinking this, Rohan drifted off to sleep. Katsuki Nakajima's room, he had already gone to bed early, so Lin Ji didn't pay much attention. For someone like Katsuki Nakajima, a good night's sleep is a luxury. It's not easy to have a chance to rest for half a month. So why not? These kids, not one of them is keeping watch with me. These young people these days really don't understand their elders at all. There's nothing wrong with what he said after all. The oldest of the 8, Yashikage Kira, is only 33 years old, much younger than Ringo, who is in his 40s. Ringo lay back in the chair, put his feet up on the edge of the table, and turned on the radio. In the town where I was born lived a man who sailed to sea, and he told us of his life in the land of submarines. So we sailed onto the sun, till we found the Sea of Green. Lin Ji tapped his index finger lightly on the armrest, lost in memories, although others were unaware. Ringo knew more about this mission. The group landed in southwestern France, while their retreat point was in southern Italy. When Italy is mentioned, Ringo immediately thinks of it as a country rife with drugs, and he is very sensitive to this kind of thing. This will remind him of some bad memories. War and drugs were the 2 things Ringo Starr hated most. As a single sailor in his 40s, Ringo Starr is a man with a story. We all know that old sailors are never short of experience and superstition. But that's not what we're going to talk about now, because we'll discuss it later. And so the first day on the submarine passed peacefully. The yellow submarine sailed steadily toward the Arctic Ocean. Rome, Italy. They'll be here soon, so be prepared, from the shadows. A figure slowly spoke. The voice belonged to a woman. I have nothing to worry about, on the contrary. You should be prepared to accept the consequences. The person who answered was a man sitting in a wheelchair. From the moment we joined the organization, we were prepared to die for our destiny. Upon hearing the woman's words, the man in the wheelchair picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. I still don't understand. Since you have the ability to control this war, why don't you just use your own power to achieve the desired result? He didn't use the phrase end the war or defeat one side, but rather achieve the result he wanted. You don't understand, or rather, people like you will never understand what we are pursuing. This is not even in the same dimension. Even I cannot fully comprehend it. I can only follow in the leader's footsteps. The woman responded calmly, this is B. After all these years, you still can't figure out our goals. So this is where we have to go.